Dragon King, how is it? Isn't it very powerful? Haha, it has the powerful poison that I and Bachi released. This poison is all immersed in the bones. As long as it hurts the enemy's body, the poison will enter the enemy's body. Even an undying level 9 warrior will be injured, and 8 will die immediately. Within the Dragon King Palace, Missouri Shah was all smiles as he took credit. Your poison is useless, and undying level 8 or 9 wouldn't be able to defend against the dragon armament. You guys are even worse than Duan Jinming's Fire Gold Dragon Sword, Fire Gold Hook. Beside him, Tiancheng laughed and said. Mo Shah curled his lips and didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, their poison was indeed useless. There was no other choice. Currently, the weakest department in the entire Dragon Palace was Aoyasha and the others from the Dragon Defense Department. The second department was Mo Shah and the others. They could only fight against those who were one level above them. In the Dragon Palace, they were considered the 5 worst fighters. The Fire Metal Sword and the Fire Metal Hook were modified by Duan Jinming and the others using the bones of their dragon mechanical bodies. They could enhance the combat strength of the dragon mechanical body. The current dragon mechanical body was much stronger than before. Wang Xian was very satisfied with the dragon mechanical body. It was much more suitable than using it to enhance the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. The Imperial Court has announced something on the AI. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue walked over and said to Wang Xian, What is it? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked Prime Minister Gue. It has just been announced that the Imperial Court is recruiting strong individuals. Any strong individuals from the Imperial Star area are welcome to enter the Abyss to establish their merit points. It has been stated that as long as you come to the Imperial Court and kill the Abyssal Seed, you will be able to accumulate the Imperial Court's merits. The merits are of great use. Now, the entire Imperial Star Field is in an uproar. Prime Minister Gue said as he waved his arm. The image of the Imperial Court's announcement appeared in front of him. At the same time, there were some discussions about this announcement. Wang Xian looked over. Indeed, just now, the Imperial Court had issued an all-AI announcement. This announcement from the Imperial Court had caused an uproar in the entire Imperial Star Field. The main reason was that as long as one had sufficient merit points, one could become a disciple of the Imperial Court. Furthermore, as long as one had merit points, one could exchange for many treasures that would drive one crazy. The Imperial Court has actually opened the Imperial Court's treasury. As long as one has merit points, one can exchange for them? This foundation is really terrifying. Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. There were many types of items to exchange for. There were thousands of pages in total, and each page contained thousands of treasures. Even Wang Xian was envious of the treasures inside. Other than these treasures, cultivation techniques, guidance from experts, and some cultivation treasure grounds could all be exchanged with merit points. However, although countless treasures were coveted, many people also realized a problem. The abyss of the Imperial Court was very dangerous. Even the Imperial Court had gathered experts in this manner. One could imagine how dangerous the abyss would be. This edict from the Imperial Court will probably attract many experts over. Wang Xian mumbled. Gathering all the experts in the Imperial Star Field, as long as they killed the abyssal seeds, they would be rewarded with merit points and a merit list would be established. This was a good opportunity for many people to become famous. Once they made a name for themselves here, it would be known by everyone in the Imperial Star Field very quickly. To become famous in one battle. Merit points and fame had a fatal attraction for many experts. Even if they knew it would be very dangerous. Dragon King. Should we send the experts over? Prime Minister Gue asked Wang Xian. The Imperial Court's announcement of gathering all the heroes in the world also had a lot of attraction for the Dragon Palace. In the Imperial Court, merit points were exchanged with the Abyss Seed Crystals. According to Prime Minister Gue's calculations, the exchange of an Abyss Seed Crystal for merit points was a little higher than the market price. The Dragon Palace could send people to hunt the Abyss Seed in exchange for merit points and exchange merit points for elixirs. Send people to know more about that place before sending them. Wang Xian said faintly. He took out his artificial intelligence and sent a message to the Empress. Not long after, the Empress sent him a long reply. The content of the reply was about the current situation of the Imperial Court. The Empress was currently at the Abyss battlefield where the Imperial Court was at the border of the Night Cold Island. As the Empress of the current generation of the Imperial Court, she did not head to the core battlefield. Instead, she was at a relatively safe place. According to her, the situation there was a little cruel. It was a fact that the Imperial Court had an undying pinnacle god-king fall. Furthermore, the Abyssal Seed on their side was different from the northern side. The Abyssal Seed there knew how to create terrain, how to use the battlefield, and even the unique god equipment of the Abyss. At the entrance of the Abyss, there were all sorts of huge abyssal meteorites floating. These meteorites were extremely sturdy. There were even some floating abyssal forests. The abyssal creatures used these terrains to expand the abyss. If they wanted to stop them, they had to enter the abyss to hunt. After entering, it wasn't certain who was the prey and who was the hunter. Hence, the Imperial Court had suffered a huge loss. According to what Imperial Star Lady knew, since the war started almost 2 months ago, the Imperial Court had lost at least 100,000 immortal god kings. This was an extremely huge number. Therefore, in the face of such losses, the Imperial Court opened the treasury and attracted the experts from the Imperial Star Field to relieve the pressure. They know how to build the terrain and have already lost no less than 100,000 immortal kings and abyss seeds. How terrifying! Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Under such circumstances, it was not worth it for the experts from the Dragon Palace to go over. This was because the Imperial Court did not have the upper hand in the Battle of the Abyss. All the powers of the Dragon Palace combined would not be able to change the situation. Wang Xian, are you coming over? This time, our Imperial Court has gathered and promised many benefits. You can bring the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace over to take a look. At this moment, the Imperial Star Lady sent another message. Do you want to go over to take a look? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and appeared to be deep in thought. All right, send me the coordinates. I'll go over and take a look in the next few days. After thinking for a while, he decided to go over to the Imperial Court. If the situation was not too dangerous, he could call over some experts from the Dragon Palace. If the situation was dangerous, he could also lead a few experts from the Dragon Palace to hunt down some powerful immortal god king abyssal seeds. Putting everything aside, killing a few level 9 abyssal seeds was a significant improvement for the Dragon Palace. When the Empress heard that Wang Xian was coming, she was very surprised and immediately sent him a location. Prime Minister Gue, get Ao Jian to bring 2 dragon guards and Ao Qitian. I'm going to the Imperial Court to take a look at the situation. Wang Xian looked at the location that the Empress sent over and said to Prime Minister Gue, "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue nodded. Soon Ao Jian and Ao Qitian walked over with 2 dragon guards. The 2 dragon guards had level 9 Immortal King combat strength. As for Ao Qitian, he had already reached the peak of the Immortal King combat strength. Let's go to the Imperial Court. On the ancient sky planet, Wang Xian led Ao Qitian and the 3 dragon guards to the teleportation formation. There were only people from the Dragon Palace on the ancient sky planet and no one else. On this planet, there was a teleportation formation leading to the Imperial Court. The 5 of them entered the formation and disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already on a planet of the Imperial Court. Welcome, heroes, to the Imperial Court. Just as they walked out, a mechanical voice sounded. This voice stunned Wang Xian slightly as he looked around. In front of him, there was a huge and eye-catching sign. On it, it said, "Welcome, heroes of the Imperial Star Field to the Imperial Court and make a name for themselves." It seems that the Imperial Court attaches great importance to the experts from other places in the Imperial Star Field. Wang Xian mumbled, "My lords, are you from the Abyss battlefield?" At this moment, a beautiful lady walked over and asked them respectfully. "Yes." Wang Xian nodded his head. "My lords, we have a special teleportation formation here to the Abyss battlefield. You can reach it directly. Please follow me." The beautiful lady led Wang Xian and the rest to a spot at the side. "It seems like the Imperial Court has made sufficient preparations," Wang Xian said faintly. This planet was only a subordinate planet among the many vital planets of the Imperial Court. This subordinate planet had a teleportation formation that could teleport them directly to the battlefield. One could imagine that the imperial court had made sufficient preparations to welcome the arrival of the experts from the imperial starfield. Yes, my lords. Those who came to the Abyss battlefield are the heroes of our imperial starfield. Naturally, our imperial court will do the logistical work well. The teleportation formation is right in front of us. I wish all of you to make a name for yourselves in the Abyss battlefield and achieve meritorious deeds. The beautiful lady bowed and gestured respectfully.
This is much more convenient. Wang Xian walked straight towards the teleportation formation. Initially, he thought that he would need a few days to obtain it.
This would only take a few minutes, which was very convenient. But after stepping into the teleportation formation, he did not even need to pay for the god stones to teleport directly.
There are so many people. Looks like there are quite a number of powerhouses coming to the Abyss battlefield this time. The treasures that the Imperial Court took out this time are too attractive. Even quite a number of immortal godly monarchs who are in seclusion have rushed over.
Everyone knows that they have become famous after a battle. I heard that the Imperial Court has established a heroes ranking board, which is based on merit points. This has attracted many powerhouses who want to rise to the top. As long as you accumulate enough merit points, you can join the Imperial Court. This is something that many people want to achieve. I heard that the Heavenly Sword King from Pingy Island is here too. I wonder if it's true or not. This is an existence at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Very soon, the bustling voices entered their ears. Wang Xian and the rest appeared on a huge square.
This square was so huge that it had no boundaries. The entire planet must have been used as a teleportation formation.
In the sky, there were 4 big words. Heroes were gathered. In the surrounding area, there were also some more eye-catching buildings. The names of the buildings were all exactly the same. It was the merit exchange place.
There are really quite a number of powerhouses.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. With a glance, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 Immortal King realm experts.
It seems that this hero gathering might have more than 100,000 or even more Immortal King realm experts. He mumbled.
The Emperor Starfield was huge. The crisis in the Abyss this time mainly came from the Imperial Court and the 3 big islands. The other places were not affected.
The Imperial Starfield had a vast territory. No one knew how many powerhouses were hidden in it.
Putting everything else aside, there were at least millions of powerhouses above King God level. The items that the Imperial Court took out this time were indeed very attractive. Let's go to the planet in front. Wang Xian looked at the position on the AI. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the planet in front. There were hundreds of planets in front of him. These planets were arranged in a row and one could see experts flying on them.
In front of these hundreds of planets were meteorites of all shapes and sizes.
Roars could be heard from the depths of the meteorites. It was the Abyss. There were experts entering and exiting the Abyss from time to time.
On this planet,
Wang Xian came to the top of a planet. Sensing the location of the members of the Dragon Palace, he flew over immediately. Not long ago, Wang Xian sent an Immortal King level 8 and 3 Immortal King level 7 powerhouses to follow Di Xingnu under her command.
Wang Xian came to the top of a palace. His yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes swept across and landed in a large hall. There were more than a dozen figures in the hall. Among them, there was Di Xingnu.
He did not greet her. His body moved and landed directly in front of the hall.
He swept his gaze across the surroundings and immediately walked into the hall. Eh? In the hall, more than a dozen young and middle-aged men were sitting there. They were slightly stunned when they saw Wang Xian, who came in suddenly.
Di Xingnu immediately stood up. Her face was filled with surprise and joy. Who are you?
A young man looked at Wang Xian and asked with a slight frown.
Wang Xian. However, at this moment Di Xingnu stood up directly. Her face was filled with surprise and joy. She immediately walked towards Wang Xian. Why did you rush over so quickly? Di Xingnu walked to his side and said while grabbing his arm.
Your Imperial Court's teleportation formation is quite convenient. We'll be there in a few minutes. Wang Xian said faintly.
Xingnu. Who is he? In the main hall, everyone was astonished when they saw Wang Xian. This was especially so for the young man who spoke just now. When he saw Di Xingnu holding onto the arm of a young man intimately, his expression was a little ugly. He sized up Wang Xian and asked with a dark expression. Him? When Di Xingnu saw the dark expression on the young man's face, the corner of her lips curled up slightly. My friend, I'm sorry. My friend is here. I need to entertain him.
Brother Fa, Brother Ma, I'm sorry. We'll talk again tomorrow. As she spoke, she waved at the middle-aged men beside her and pulled Wang Xian's arm. Let's go. I need to entertain you properly.
Wang Xian looked at her with a smile and followed behind her.
At the back, the young man's expression changed as he watched this scene.
The other middle-aged men looked at Wang Xian with a contemplative look on their faces. They exchanged a glance and left immediately. Go and check out the identity of that young man. The young man clenched his fists tightly as he watched the disappearing figures of Di Xingnu, Wang Xian, and the rest. He shouted at the two middle-aged men beside him.
It's young master.
The two middle-aged men nodded immediately. I just arrived and you're using me as a shield. That's not good, is it? Following Di Xingnu to a courtyard, Wang Xian looked at her and said with a smile, that guy is too disgusting. He's not even as handsome as you, yet he wants a toad to eat swan meat. Humph. Di Xingnu raised her head slightly and said with a light snort.
With your status and strength, who would dare to pester you?
Wang Xian came to a room in the courtyard and sat there with a smile on his face. Of course, no one else would dare to. However, this fellow's identity is not simple. The Empress shook her head and said, Oh? What identity? You are the Empress of the current generation of the Imperial Court. Wang Xian asked curiously. That guy's identity is simple too. He is a member of the Night Clan on the Night Cold Island. His father has risen to power in his old age and is also the son of an old man. He is the leader of the Night Clan and a peak stage Immortal King. His grandfather is also a peak stage Immortal King. In addition, there is an elder at the peak stage Immortal King stage above him.
Right now, the Night Clan is the dominant force on the Night Cold Island. It can be said that they are the strongest force other than the Imperial Court.
As for young Emperor Yi, no one dares to offend him on the Night Cold Island. He's used to being arrogant. Even I can't go too far with someone like him.
The Imperial Star Lady said.
What she didn't say was that her father had a good relationship with the Night Clan. Although she didn't recognize her father, in the eyes of the other experts of the Imperial Court, she was still her father's daughter. Oh?
Yi Clan of the Cold Night Island, are you looking for trouble for me?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and said,
Hee, no matter how powerful the Yi Clan is, we still have to see who this handsome man in front of us is. He's the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. He's the leader of the Dragon Palace who defeated the World Margin sect.
How can a disciple of the younger generation be on par with our Dragon King? It's our Dragon King who killed young Emperor Yi. How dare the Night Clan wage war against the Dragon Palace? HMH, they don't even dare to do so. The Celestial Emperor Lady poured a cup of tea for him and said with a smile.
Hee, more tea.
Wang Xian leaned back on the chair and took a sip. Then he said faintly to her, All right.
The Celestial Emperor Lady immediately added with a smile on her face. Just like what the Empress Star Lady said, no matter how awesome young Emperor Yi was, he was still an eternal God Lord level existence.
He was on a completely different level from Wang Xian.
The night race was very strong. There were even 5 or 6 peak Immortal King level powerhouses. However, they still had to be more cautious when facing the Dragon Palace.
If Wang Xian really killed young Emperor Yi, the night race might not dare to start a war with the Dragon Palace. After all, once the war started, there would be more than 1 or 2 people who would die. Even Immortal King level powerhouses would have to die in the tens of thousands.
Tianya was a lesson learned from the past. All right, I'm here mainly to check on the situation here. If it's not too dangerous, I'm prepared to kill some powerful abyssal seeds in exchange for some medicinal pills. Wang Xian said to Di Xingnu who was beside him.
I've told you all the information I've received. You can send someone over to check it out. Di Xingnu sat at the side and took out some food as she spoke to Wang Xian.
Okay.
Wang Xian nodded. Xingnu. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Ha! Di Xingnu was slightly stunned when she heard this voice. "Senior sister, please come in."
She immediately opened her mouth and said, "Xing knew there will be a hero gathering in the next few days. We will go over there when the time comes." This is.
5 to 6 middle-aged women walked in from outside. They were talking to the celestial maiden when they suddenly saw Wang Xian beside them. They were slightly stunned.
"Greetings, Dragon King." The few of them obviously knew Wang Xian. They immediately cupped their hands and greeted him respectfully.
"Who are they?" Wang Xian looked at the celestial maiden beside him and asked in puzzlement. "Wang Xian, these are the senior sisters of the imperial court. They are also the former celestial maidens. In fact, there is a huge difference in our seniority. However, we address each other as senior sisters. I am fighting with a group of senior sisters now. They are also taking care of me." The Imperial Star ladies whispered to Wang Xian.
"Hello?"
Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. The 6 ladies in front of him were the strongest Immortal King level 7. Each of them looked graceful and luxurious, as if they were the Empress of the world. The former Empress was once a dazzling existence. The current Emperor Star Lady had completely left her generation circle, forming a circle with the previous ones. With the support of the Dragon Palace and the Space Beast, the Emperor Star Lady with unlimited potential was naturally very popular, and the previous ones took good care of her. "Seniors, please take a seat. What will happen to the heroes?" The Emperor Star Lady looked at the 6 of them and said, "Star Lady, the hero will be held in 3 days by some powerhouses of our imperial court. Many powerhouses will come in the next few days. Some powerhouses of our imperial court want to recruit some powerhouses through this opportunity. Of course, even if it's cooperation, it's also a good opportunity for some powerhouses of our imperial court." One of the middle-aged women introduced to the Imperial Star Lady.
The Hero Guild was a platform for the powerhouses of the Imperial Court to communicate with the powerhouses outside. If they were lucky, the powerhouses of the Imperial Court could recruit some powerhouses to be their subordinates.
Even if they were unlucky, they could find some powerhouses to work together as partners. It was better to work together to hunt abyssal seeds than to work together with themselves. And those foreign powerhouses also hoped to establish some relations with the powerhouses of the Imperial Court, and also hoped to obtain more information from the powerhouses of the Imperial Court. Therefore, most of the foreign powerhouses would come over. "Our team will see if we can recruit some subordinates or partners," the middle-aged woman said in the end. "Well, then we will go and take a look."
Emperor Star Lady's eyes sparkled as she nodded her head. With your current limelight, I reckon there will be many people willing to seek refuge with you.
However, since the Dragon King is here, it doesn't matter if there are people willing to seek refuge with you," the middle-aged women said as they looked at Wang Xian and said with a smile.
"No, I have to rely on myself too."
Emperor Star Lady shook her head with a smile. "Then we won't bother you and the Dragon King." The 6 of them smiled and walked out. "How's the harvest during this period?" Wang Xian watched them leave and asked Emperor Star Lady. "Hehe, not bad. I killed 2 level 7 Immortal King Abyss species and 5 level 6 Immortal King Abyss species. Unfortunately, my battlefield snake is too big and basically relies on the 4 big brothers of the Dragon Palace," Emperor Star Lady said with slight embarrassment.
Although her gains were huge, she had basically been watching the 4 members of the Dragon Palace from afar in these few battles. She had no way to intervene. On the contrary, the members of the Dragon Palace had to take care of her to prevent her from being attacked. "Who asked you to be so weak? Just kill some Immortal King Abyss seeds. Don't take any risks," Wang Xian reminded her. "I know. Don't worry. I know my limits. Are you going to the heroes meeting in 3 days? It's fine if you want to watch the show," the Empress asked him. "We'll see when the time comes," Wang Xian said. He wasn't too interested in the heroes meeting. His main purpose these few days was to investigate the situation in the abyss. "Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, the 4 of you go to the abyss to investigate the situation. Don't kill any abyssal seeds for the time being. Focus on investigating the situation." After chatting with the Imperial Star Lady for a while, Wang Xian instructed Ao Qitian and the rest. At the same time, he passed the mother nest to Ao Jian and the rest.
In the mother nest, the world's end ruler was placed inside. If they were to encounter danger, Aojian and the rest could control the world's end ruler.
With the heaven's end ruler and Aochitian, the two peak immortal godly monarchs, it would not be a problem for them to investigate some information.
It's the Dragon King. Aochitian and the rest nodded immediately. Wang Xian sat in the room and checked some information on the artificial intelligence. In order to attract more powerhouses to the Abyss battlefield, the Imperial Court announced a map of the distribution of Abyss seeds on the artificial intelligence. There were also weaknesses that were targeted at the Abyss seeds. This time, it could be said that the Imperial Court did not hold back at all. The next day, Aochitian, Aojian, and the rest came back from their investigation and reported some information. Then, Wang Xian went to the Abyss personally to investigate the situation within a radius of a few 100 million kilometers. The Abyss seeds here are very smart. They know how to use formations and know how to join forces to attack. If our members of the Dragon Palace come to hunt, it's also possible. However, the risk is 10 times higher.
Wang Xian, Aojian, Aochitian, and the rest were standing on a meteorite in the Abyss.
Aochitian said to him. Wang Xian, who was beside him, nodded slightly.
The abyssal species here gathered together in groups. They were hidden behind the meteorite. Once someone came, they would be attacked by the abyssal species.
Furthermore, after a whole day of investigation by Wang Xian, the abyssal species here were very smart. They would request for reinforcements. It would be dangerous if there were other abyssal species around the abyssal species that they encountered. They would join forces to attack. It was indeed difficult to hunt down abyssal species that had the geographical advantage.
They could not be compared to the Demon Island at all.
It was obvious how many powerful abyssal species there were. However, it was different here.
If they encountered powerful ones, they could only escape.
If they couldn't escape, they would die.
No wonder the Imperial Court is holding this heroes meeting. It's too dangerous to fight alone here.
Wang Xian looked around and mumbled.
To fight against the abyssal seeds here, one had to check the situation around before attacking. When attacking, one also had to prevent the other party from escaping. There was a huge requirement for humans. Dragon King, speaking of which, this place is not suitable for a large number of members of the Dragon Palace to come here. The danger is too high. We have investigated some battles in the central region and the death rate is very high. Aojian said from the side.
It is indeed not suitable.
Wang Xian nodded his head in agreement. He was slightly disappointed in his heart.
If this place was not suitable, it would be difficult for the Dragon Palace to hunt down some abyssal seeds.
I still can't take this risk.
Wang Xian shook his head and made up his mind. Let's go back.
He moved his body and immediately flew towards the location outside.
Now, he understood why the Imperial Court had invested so much to recruit all the powerhouses in the world to come to the Abyss battlefield. Buzz.
As soon as he flew out of the abyss, Wang Xian saw a message sent to him by the celestial lady of the artificial intelligence system.
He took a glance at it and flew straight to the palace where the celestial maiden lived. Wang Xian, how's the investigation going these few days? There will be a heroes meeting tomorrow morning. Do you want to go over and take a look? Seeing Wang Xian flying over, the celestial maiden immediately went up to him and asked with a smile. Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head.
All right, I'll call you tomorrow morning. Let's go. I still have some matters to discuss with Senior Sister and the rest.
Emperor Star Lady nodded her head happily, waved her hand and left. Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile. Let's stay here for a few more days before we leave. He mumbled and thought to himself. Wang Xian, let's go. The next morning, Emperor Star Lady's voice rang out. So early.
Wang Xian walked out and looked at Emperor Star Lady who was dressed in military attire. He sized her up.
It's getting late. There are already a lot of people at the hero arena. Di Xingnu urged him and brought him to fly towards the planet behind the teleportation formation. At this moment, beside the planet of the teleportation formation, there was a piece of land floating in the void.
On it, there was a huge flag with the words Hero Arena written on it. On the flag, there were already millions of people gathered. Among these millions of people, there were hundreds of thousands of immortal god kings.
The rest were all existences above level 6 or 7 of the Eternal God Lord. There are so many powerhouses. How many powerhouses from your imperial court are here? Wang Xian swept his gaze across and revealed a surprised expression.
About 1/3 of them are from our imperial court.
Let's go. A few senior sisters are waiting for me. As she spoke, she landed in a direction. Wang Xian looked around. There were not only humans but also many heaven demons. There were many powerhouses.
He even saw people of Immortal King level 8 or 9. These people were not the powerhouses of the imperial court but outsiders.
Star Lady. Emperor Star Lady and Wang Xian flew over. At the side, more than 100 people immediately surrounded them. Dragon King. Everyone called out to Emperor Star Lady and then greeted Wang Xian respectfully. You guys talk to Star Lady. Wang Xian nodded to them and said,
Senior sister, just pretend that he doesn't exist.
Emperor Star Lady also smiled. It's amazing that the Star Lady was able to invite the Dragon King over. The Dragon Palace is very powerful now. The relationship between the Star Lady and the Dragon King seems to be very good.
The people around whispered, Star Lady, let's go to the front. There are the most powerful people gathered there. Let's see if we can recruit some people. We can work with them too.
A middle-aged lady at level 7 Immortal King said to Emperor Star Lady. All right. Emperor Star Lady nodded and looked at Wang Xian beside her. She asked, Are you coming with us or wandering around by yourself? Let's go together. There's nothing much to do. Wang Xian said and followed beside them. Look over there. The Heavenly Sword King is here. I didn't expect him to participate in this hero gathering.
It's not just the Heavenly Sword King who is here. One-armed saber is here too. He must have received an invitation from the guardians of the Imperial Court. As long as he is prepared to enter the Abyss battlefield, most of the powerhouses are here.
We can form a team here, especially with the powerhouses of the Imperial Court.
Wang Xian followed beside the Imperial Star Lady and the rest. There were all sorts of discussions around them.
Heavenly Sword King, one-armed saber.
Wang Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings as he mumbled.
Heavenly Sword King and one-armed saber were both existences at the peak of Immortal King level. Furthermore, they were both lone travelers. They did not establish any factions nor joined any factions. The two of them were legendary figures in the Emperor Star region. Wang Xian, the two in front of us are the Heavenly Sword King and the one-armed saber.
Everyone walked towards the center. The Empress saw two figures in the center and said to Wang Xian,
Oh!
Wang Xian looked over and saw an old man and a one-armed middle-aged man.
The old man looked ordinary and didn't have any aura. His aura was restrained. The other one-armed middle-aged man was holding a large saber in one arm. He stood there expressionlessly with a murderous aura emanating from his body. It was easy for an expert of such a realm to recover his broken arm. He didn't understand why he hadn't recovered yet.
They were invited by the Imperial Court and the Night Clan.
Di Xingnu said in a low voice. Wang Xian nodded slightly at the side. It was impossible for such an expert to come over without an invitation or inducement. Let's stay here. At this moment, one of the senior sisters of the Imperial Star Lady stopped for a moment and spoke to them. They stopped and the former Imperial Star Lady waved her arm. A message floated beside them. A team formed by the 7 Imperial Star Ladies of the Imperial Court. The strongest Immortal King had a combat strength of level 8, level 7 had 8, and level 6 had 15. Now that they were recruiting heroes, the strong ones could cooperate. A slightly vulgar message floated in the air, but it was the same everywhere else. Showing off the strength of his team to attract some strong ones to join. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and could see the teams formed by the Imperial Court's strong ones recruiting their subordinates and partners in such a way.
The team formed by the Imperial Star Lady was considered to be one of the stronger ones.
The 7 Imperial Star Ladies represented the strongest women in the 7 eras of the Imperial Court. Their arrival attracted the attention of many people. Star Lady, let Lily and the rest stay here. We will go around and look for some powerhouses to invite them to join us.
One of the Imperial Star Ladies said to the Imperial Star Lady.
All right.
Empress Star Lady nodded. A portion of them were waiting for some experts to come over while they took the initiative to recruit some. Wang Xian followed by the side and looked around.
All kinds of experts from the Emperor Starfield had opened Wang Xian's eyes. Everyone, are you interested in joining our team?
Very soon, Emperor Star Lady and the rest found a target. There were 5 of them. They were all at level 5 or 6 and were emitting an Immortal King level aura.
Seeing the 5 of them, the Emperor Star Lady and the Emperor Lady went up to them and tried to recruit them. Wang Xian took a look and continued to observe his surroundings.
What is that?
At this moment, Wang Xian was attracted by the group of heaven demons. These creatures should be considered as heaven demons. The reason why they should be used was that the group of heaven demons was too strange.
They had black skin, human-shaped bodies, and blood-red eyes. They had a row of huge white teeth and their mouths covered half of their heads. Their bodies were 3 to 4 meters tall and they weren't very big.
Their bodies were like liquid.
What was most attractive about them was that they emitted a dense aura that seemed to corrode the space around them. This is the Venom. It's a very special race that lives in the Sea of Poison. I didn't expect that this race would come here. This Venom is a special race in the Emperor Star area. The venom on their bodies is poison. We can judge their strength based on the amount of poison. The more poison they absorb, the stronger they will be. However, creatures like poison don't seem to be too strong. Voices of conversation came from the side.
Poison?
Aquatic creatures? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. He was filled with curiosity towards these aquatic creatures.
Suddenly, Wang Xian's gaze landed behind the group of poison. There were more than 50 of them. At the last position, there was a relatively short one.
His body was only the size of an ordinary human, less than 2 meters. However, his body was darker and emitted a corrosive smell. The smell on his body was slightly unpleasant. Furthermore, he was 5 meters away from the rest of the poisonous liquid. With every step he took, there would be a mark under his feet, a mark of corrosion.
What attracted Wang Xian was the position in front of his chest. There was something strange on his chest. Unlike the other poisonous liquid, there was nothing special in front of the other poisonous liquid. On his chest, there was a body that looked like the tail of an insect. This body that looked like the tail of an insect suddenly grew in front of his chest. It looked very strange. However, the body with half of the tail gave Wang Xian a very familiar feeling. There was even a strong attraction. This caused his eyes to sparkle. What an unexpected surprise. He raised his eyebrows and walked directly towards the group of venom. Just as Wang Xian was walking towards the group of venom, a young man not far away was staring at Di Xingnu. At the same time, he saw Wang Xian walking towards the group of venom. Have you found out anything about him yet? The young man, Yi Xiaohuang, frowned and asked a middle-aged man beside him in a deep voice.
Young master, we haven't found out anything yet. He shouldn't be from the imperial court.
Trash, the middle-aged man said. Yi Xiaohuang interrupted him and said coldly.
Is he trying to recruit the Venom tribe? Yi Xiaohuang raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Wang Xian walking in front of the Venom tribe. Young master, the Venom tribe is too toxic. They will hurt their companions accidentally when they fight. Usually, no powerhouse would be willing to fight alongside them.
The middle-aged man beside him said, "Let's go." The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He took a glance at the Emperor Star and turned toward the group of venom. Everyone. In front of the group of venom, Wang Xian walked forward. His gaze shifted from the special venom to the leader of the venom. You are a disciple of the Imperial Court? If you want to recruit us, please call us the powerhouses of the Imperial Court. When the leader of the venom saw Wang Xian walking in front of them, he spoke very directly.
I'm not a disciple of the Imperial Court. Wang Xian shook his head and waved his arm gently. A wave of energy stirred up the black liquid on his body.
The leader of the venom's expression changed slightly. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. Sir, may I know who you are? The leader of the venom immediately asked respectfully.
I'm here to recruit all of you.
Wang Xian looked at them and glanced at the special venom at the back. The leader of the venom was slightly taken aback.
The Night Clan also wishes to recruit all of you from the venom. At this moment, a voice came from the side.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked to the side. When he saw the young man, a smile appeared on his face. Yi Clan. The leader of the venom was slightly shocked. He sized up young Emperor Yi. Our young master is called Young Emperor Yi. It's your honor to be able to recruit you. A middle-aged man behind Young Emperor Yi said faintly. Young Emperor Yi, who was standing in front, raised his head slightly. There was a hint of arrogance on his face. Leader, this young man in front of us seems to be the young master of the night race. The poison leader looked at Young Emperor Yi and said respectfully. The night race occupied more than half of the night cold island. The ancestor of the night race, Yilang, was once a void god emperor expert that shook the entire Emperor Star area. Even after he died, the night race was still extremely powerful.
This was the junction between the central region of the Imperial Court and Night Cold Island. This hero gathering naturally had experts from Night Cold Island. The young master of the night race could be said to be the second generation with the most power in the entire Emperor Star area. Even the status of the Imperial Court's Emperor's daughter might not be as high as young Emperor Ye's.
After all, his father and grandfather, as well as an ancestor, were all peak undying Emperor warriors. In addition, the relationship between the Emperor's family and the Yi clan was pretty good.
Some of the Emperor's god kings were also very polite to young Emperor Yi. Follow me in battle. I will use the Emperor Star Field recruitment ceremony to treat you. In the future, if you feel that it's not enough, you can leave. Yi Xiaowang said to the leader of the Venom.
It is our honor to follow young Master Yi.
When the leader of the Venom heard Yi Xiaowang's words, he felt relieved. He immediately said respectfully,
He. Good. Yi Xiaowang narrowed his eyes slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked at Wang Xian, who was beside him.
Wang Xian smiled contemptuously and ignored him. He walked straight to the special Venom at the back. The Venom was looking at the surrounding Venom warily. When it saw Wang Xian coming over, it shrank back slightly and stared at him. Are you interested in following me?
Wang Xian raised his hand slowly and landed it on his shoulder. When the special Venom saw Wang Xian's palm, it instinctively dodged to the back. However, the palm still landed on his body. A vast and majestic voice entered his mind, causing his heart to tremble slightly.
A look of fear appeared on his face.
I can help you solve your physical problems. Wang Xian looked at him and his voice entered his mind once again.
You can.
He opened his mouth. His face was slightly ferocious, but his eyes were filled with excitement. As long as you can solve my physical problems, I'm willing to follow you. I'm willing. The strange Venom quickly bowed to Wang Xian.
Obviously, his strange body had brought him great trouble. All right, follow me. Wang Xian smiled.
Yes, sir.
He nodded immediately. Huh? Stop. At the front, young Emperor Yi was stunned and cold when he saw Wang Xian taking away one of the Venom. He immediately shouted.
Young Master Yi, if he wants to take that trash away, let him take him away. It would be better if this trash left. It would save us a lot of trouble.
The leader of the poisonous liquid saw this scene and said to young Emperor Yi, Young Master, Poison 9 is a pure trash. The toxins in his body are messy. Sometimes he can't even control himself and his brain isn't working properly. It would be better if he left.
A poison at the side echoed with a smile. Even if he's a trash, he's still one of your poison's people. Since I've recruited him, then we have to do it together. We can't lose a single one. When young Emperor Yi heard their words, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation. He wanted to recruit this group of poison because he wanted to give a warning to a person. He didn't really want to recruit this group of poison. That poison was trash, he didn't care. What he cared about was to let that guy know his power.
He wanted to make him back down.
Yes, since young Master Yi has said it, let him follow.
The poison leader immediately nodded. The strongest amongst them was only Undying Emperor level 4. Naturally, they wanted to get on the Night Clan's young master's list. Poison 9, hurry back and follow young Master Yi with us. It's your honor for young Master Yi to take you in. The leader looked at Poison 9 and shouted coldly, Aye.
Poison 9's expression changed slightly when he heard the leader's words.
If you want to follow me, ignore them.
Wang Xian looked at Poison 9 and said,
Sir, I want to follow you. I want you to help me solve my physical problems.
Poison 9 clenched his fist and said in a low voice, All right, follow me. You will be fine. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. Poison 9, why are you still standing there?
Get over here. Seeing that Poison 9 didn't pay attention to him, the leader of the Poison tribe shouted sternly with a gloomy expression. "Shut up. If he follows me in the future, it has nothing to do with your Poison clan." Wang Xian looked at the leader and said faintly, "Poison 9 is a member of our Poison clan. I don't think it's appropriate for you to behave like this." When the leader heard Wang Xian's words, his expression changed as he said in a deep voice, "There's nothing wrong with it." Poison 9 volunteered. Wang Xian said expressionlessly, "You dare to snatch the person whom I, young Emperor Yi, recruited?" When young Emperor Yi saw that Wang Xian was determined to take away the strange poisonous liquid, he narrowed his eyes slightly and took a step forward. "Hee, let's go." Wang Xian looked at him with disdain and said to Poison 9 who was beside him. Poison 9 nodded and followed behind. "Snatch someone? Stop him for me." When young Emperor Yi saw that Wang Xian didn't care about him at all, his face turned cold and he shouted in a deep voice, "Poison 9, stop right there." The leader of the Poison and the group of Poison immediately took a few steps forward. They stared at Poison 9 and shouted coldly, "Boom." Wang Xian swept a glance at them and a wave of power directly covered their bodies. The expressions of the leader and the rest changed as they found it difficult to breathe. "Young master, he is an expert." Behind young Emperor Yi, the two middle-aged men's expressions changed as they spoke in a deep voice. "Expert? He dares to snatch people from the imperial court. He is courting death. Stop him." He looked at Wang Xian and his expression changed slightly as he spoke coldly. Boom boom. The two middle-aged men moved and appeared in front of Wang Xian in an instant. They stared at him coldly. "Return the men of our young master immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." One of the middle-aged men locked onto Wang Xian and spoke in a sinister tone. Du Jiu, who was standing at the side, saw this scene and his expression changed drastically. He stood back in fear. "Eh? What happened? What is this for? Someone dares to cause trouble here. How many lives does he have? What's going on?" That seems to be an expert from the night race. That is? The young master of the night race. At this moment, the commotion on Wang Xian's side attracted the attention of many experts around them. Their side belonged to the central region. 90% of the people around them were godly monarchs. There were experts here who erupted with a dense aura. Everyone around them could sense it. Some people looked over, their faces filled with astonishment. The young master of the Night Clan. Even if some people had never seen him before, they had heard of him before. Now that they saw that he seemed to have gotten into a conflict with someone, their faces were filled with astonishment. Who would dare to offend the young master of the Night Clan? Who is that young man? I don't know him. He's a little unfamiliar. Is he a disciple of the imperial court? Even an ordinary disciple of the imperial court wouldn't dare to offend the young master of the Night Clan, right? Some of them looked at Wang Xian with a curious expression. Wang Xian. Dragon King, he. At the side, the Imperial Star Lady and the rest were stunned when they saw the situation here. The Imperial Star Lady's gaze swept across young Emperor Yi. She frowned slightly and walked over hurriedly. This is the hero gathering organized by the powerhouses of the Imperial Court. I don't want to cause trouble here, but no one else can provoke me either. That venomous member already belongs to my subordinates. Send him over immediately. Otherwise, he. Young Emperor Yi saw that he had attracted the attention of the surrounding people. He raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at Wang Xian as he warned him. At the same time, he also told the surrounding powerhouses of the imperial court that it was not young Emperor Yi who was causing trouble here, but someone was snatching his men. Or else what? A kid who hasn't even reached the level of godly king dares to say such words to my master. However, just as he finished his sentence, a bone-chilling voice rang out. Young Emperor Yi felt a chill down his spine as cold air gushed out from the bottom of his heart. Who is it? The two middle-aged men beside him changed their expressions and immediately looked to the side. Bei Shuang, you're here too. However, Wang Xian heard this voice from the side. He looked to the side and asked with a smile. Yes, master. I plan to come here to gain some experience and obtain some treasures. Bei Shuang walked over and said to Wang Xian.
After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xiaohuang, who was at the side, and said, "A trash who only relies on his family dares to provoke a powerhouse? Aren't you afraid of death? You're courting death. Who are you?" When Yi Xiaohuang heard Bei Shuang's words, he was instantly enraged.
"This is the frost goddess. That girl is the frost goddess."
"That's right. It's her. The one who once suppressed an entire generation. A few years ago, after taking the Dragon King as her master, she rose to power. She's only 30,000 years old and already has the strength of an undying level 8. Extremely powerful."
That frost goddess just called the youth her master. Doesn't that mean he's the Dragon King?
"Hiss, he's so young." This young Emperor Yi questioned Bei Shuang's order. Some of the people around looked at Bei Shuang and were quickly recognized. All of them said in surprise, "Ha!" Young Emperor Yi and his two middle-aged subordinates who were protecting him had a drastic change of expression when they heard that. "Wang Xian, what happened? What is young Emperor Yi up to?" At this moment, the Empress Star Lady and the rest walked over. They glanced at young Emperor Yi and walked in front of Wang Xian.
Dragon King.
The Imperial Star Ladies who were beside him greeted Wang Xian respectfully. "It's all right. I saw a good seedling and was prepared to take him into the Dragon Palace. In the end, the little rascals wanted to stop me." "How interesting." Wang Xian shook his head indifferently and his gaze landed on young Emperor Yi. "It seems that the young master of the Yi clan is lacking in manners. It's best for him to know how high the sky is and how thick the ground is." He spoke plainly. Wang Xian's words nearly made young Emperor Yi vomit blood. His expression changed drastically as he clenched his fists tightly. "Young master, it's the Dragon King."
The two middle-aged men beside him broke out in cold sweat as they sent a voice transmission immediately.
"Huff! Huff!" He took a quick breath as his expression changed. "This? Dragon Palace? Dragon King?" Beside him, the Venom leader and his clansmen widened their eyes in shock. They knew the importance of the Dragon Palace and Dragon King. Not long ago, the Dragon Palace defeated the Horizon sect and forced the entire sect to flee. The power of the Dragon Palace spread throughout the Imperial Star Field. How strong would the force that could defeat the Horizon sect be? It might not be as strong as the Night Clan, but would the young master of the Night Clan want to compete with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? It was not an exaggeration to say that they were completely unworthy. There was no comparison between a God Lord and a peak powerhouse. If I had known earlier. The moment the Venom leader and the others thought about how the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had personally recruited them and how they had actually chosen the young Emperor of the Night and even had a conflict with the Dragon King, they felt their vision darken.
That Dragon King had taken a liking to Poison 9?
That fellow, who they thought was trash, had actually been called a good seedling by the Dragon King. Dragon King! Poison 9, who was standing behind Wang Xian, trembled as he stared at the figure in front of him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. A leader of a sect-level force had taken a liking to him? It's really the Dragon King. I didn't expect that the Dragon King would actually come here. Hiss, this is the leader of a sect. I heard that the Dragon Palace on the Demon Island is currently the strongest. This young Emperor Yi has offended the Dragon King. He even scolded the Dragon King just now. Some of the people around saw the Celestial Emperor and the others walking over. When they saw how the Celestial Emperor addressed the Celestial Emperor, they could completely confirm Wang Xian's identity. Everyone was discussing in low voices in astonishment. Not far away, even the two guardians of the Imperial Court who were conversing with the one-armed saber and the Heavenly Sword King looked over in astonishment.
"Let's go."
The young Emperor of the Night trembled when he heard the discussions around him. He said with a gloomy expression, "Did they let you go?" Wang Xian watched him leave and asked indifferently. The young Emperor of the Night's expression changed. The pupils of the two guardians also contracted slightly. "Dragon King, what do you want? Is your Dragon Palace going to make an enemy out of the Yi clan?" His body trembled. He gritted his teeth and turned his head to stare at Wang Xian as he growled in a low voice. "If you can represent the Yi clan, yes." Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard his words. His tone was a little cold as well.
Wow. Everyone's expression changed drastically when Wang Xian finished his words. Is young Emperor Yi tired of living? How dare he threaten the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? This
Young Emperor Yi is not in his right mind. How dare he say such words? Does he think he is a powerhouse at the peak of the Yi clan? Around them, a few powerhouses from the imperial court frowned slightly and spoke without hiding anything.
In their eyes, young Emperor Ye's words were no different from an idiot.
Young Emperor Yi, think before you speak. See who you are talking to.
The Empress, who was standing next to the Imperial Star Lady, also spoke sarcastically without any hesitation. Perhaps she was used to being arrogant and thought that her status was honorable.
But you should also see who you are talking to. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the leader of a powerful sect. You are a disciple of a God Lord level. Even if your background is deep and your father and grandfather are at the peak of the God King level, that is not you.
How could the dignity of a strong person be so easily challenged?
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace sent the experts of the Dragon Palace to find an opportunity to kill you directly. What could the Night Clan do to the Dragon Palace without any evidence? Start a battle of the great sects just for one person? In the Hall of Heroes, young Emperor Ye's face instantly turned pale when he heard the voices around him. The person who spoke was an expert of the imperial court, and the Empress beside the Empress was a core character of the imperial court. Such a character, speaking of which, they could give young Emperor Yi some face, or they could slap him on the spot. After all, the imperial court was invincible in terms of backing. Now that they spoke, it was not because they did not give young Emperor Yi face, but because they thought that young Emperor Yi was too stupid. In this world, in the end, the strong were still respected. If you provoked a strong person, if the strong person found an opportunity to kill you, you would not be able to do anything. Moreover, young Emperor Yi provoked the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
He was the leader of a powerful force. Dragon King, it's our fault. It's our young master's fault. Please forgive me. When the two middle-aged men beside young Emperor Yi saw the situation, they bowed to Wang Xian with an extremely ugly expression.
Young Emperor Yi stood there with an extremely ugly expression. Hee, you don't know what you're talking about. Kneel down. When Wang Xian saw young Emperor Yi standing there motionlessly, his aura trembled slightly.
Plop. Young Emperor Ye's expression changed. He kneeled on the ground and let out a loud sound. You. His expression changed drastically. He wanted to speak but was forcefully suppressed.
Young Emperor, why aren't you apologizing to the Dragon King?
At this moment, a voice came from the side. An elder and a few middle-aged men walked over.
The old man looked at young Emperor Yi, frowned slightly, and spoke. Elder. Young Emperor Yi looked over and opened his mouth.
Dragon King, it was us disciples of the Yi clan who offended you recklessly. I asked him to apologize to you immediately. Please give us some face too, Dragon King. The old man cupped his hands toward Wang Xian and said,
Sure. We still have to give face to the Yi clan. Wang Xian looked at the old man and said faintly. Then he looked at Yi Xiaohuang.
Dragon King, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Yi Xiaohuang lowered his head when he felt Wang Xian and the elder's gaze. His body trembled slightly as he said in a low voice.
Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and looked at Bei Shuang, who was beside him.
Are you looking for a team? He asked directly. Yes, master. I'm here to take a look. If there's a suitable team, I'll join.
Bei Shuang nodded her head. Then, let's join Di Xingnu and the rest. Wang Xian looked at Di Xingnu and said to her. Yes, master. Bei Shuang nodded her head. At the side, when young Emperor Yi saw that Wang Xian was ignoring him, he stood up with an extremely ugly expression and walked out directly.
Around him, some people looked at him with mockery and disdain.
Wow, Sister Bei Shuang wants to come with us?
That's great. Wang Xian, you were too domineering just now. You made him kneel with just one sentence and he has to kneel. Di Xingnu said happily when she heard Wang Xian's words.
She looked at the back of young Emperor Yi, who left in a sorry state, and the smile on her face grew wider. Let Bei Shuang come with you. Later, I will leave a dragon guard to protect you and not participate in your battle in the abyss. Wang Xian smiled. Wang Xian did not take young Emperor Yi seriously at all. a young man who was the master of the eternal god, even if he was the young master of the Night Clan, did not have the right to be impudent in front of him.
With the status of the Dragon Palace, the only people who could talk to Wang Xian on an equal footing were the clan leader of the Night Clan, the guardians of the imperial court, and the patriarchs of the other major sects.
If such a nobody offended him, even the powerhouses of the Night Clan would not say anything. Because they were not qualified. They were courting death.
Ah, you're leaving?
Di Xingnu looked at him and said with slight disappointment. Yes, I'm going back for the time being. You guys have to pay attention to your safety here. Don't take too much risk.
Wang Xian instructed her and Bei Shuang. Yes, master? Bei Shuang nodded immediately.
All right, I'll go back first. Leave a dragon guard at your residence. When the time comes, bring him along. Wang Xian spoke to them and looked at Poison 9. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Dragon Palace. You'll be a member of the Dragon Palace in the future. He patted Poison 9's shoulder and said, Dragon King, I. Poison 9 stood there with an excited face, not knowing what to do. Thank you, Dragon King. Your future will be beyond your imagination,
he said with a smile and walked straight out. Poison 9 hurriedly followed behind. Poison 9 was actually taken back to the Dragon Palace by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
The leader of the poison liquid stood at the side and stared blankly at Poison 9 who had left. His expression changed and revealed an extremely envious expression. If they had agreed just now, would they have been able to join the Dragon Palace? Leaving just like that, HMPH. Seeing that Wang Xian had left directly, the Empress let out a light snort of dissatisfaction. Empress, the Dragon King said to leave a dragon guard to protect you. The strength of this dragon guard.
At this moment, the Empress looked at the Empress with a twinkle in her eyes as she asked with some anticipation. I don't know what power it is either, but I said I won't participate in the battle and only protect us. It shouldn't be below level 8, right? The Emperor Lady shook her head. Level 9. Bei Shuang immediately said.
He had some understanding of his master's character. Protecting them included her, that undying level 9 warrior. The Emperor Lady's eyes revealed a look of excitement. Even though it wasn't to protect her, they fought alongside the Emperor Lady and Bei Shuang, protecting them indirectly. In the following battles, their safety would be guaranteed.
After all, no one in the entire imperial court had such treatment. The Night Clan's young Emperor Yi only had 2 undying level 8 warriors protecting him. He's quite conscientious. Let's go, Sister Bei Shuang. I'll bring you to meet some people. With you joining us, our team will be much more powerful.
The Imperial Star Lady happily held onto Bei Shuang's arm and walked to the side.
Bei Shuang smiled and followed by the side.
Dragon King, let's go back now. Aren't we going to continue observing? On the teleportation planet, Ao Qitian asked Wang Xian. We found a special talent. Let's go back and take a look. Wang Xian looked at Poison 9 and said with a smile. Oh.
Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, and the rest looked at Poison 9 and raised their eyebrows slightly.
Let's go.
Wang Xian entered the teleportation formation directly and rushed toward the Dragon Palace.
After a transit, they arrived at the Dragon Palace very quickly. Poison 9, come here. He moved and brought Poison 9 to the location of the dragon transformation pool. His gaze landed on the tail of the Zerg on Poison 9's chest. A smile appeared on his face. How did the body of the Queen of the Zerg enter your chest?
Wang Xian asked Poison 9. Dragon King, I suddenly absorbed this thing when I was absorbing the poison. After I absorbed it, I realized that it actually grew on my body.
At that time, I was very frightened. Later on, there would be all kinds of blurry images appearing in my mind, causing me to lose my mind.
Poison 9 hurriedly said.
The Queen of the Zerg race was a high-end existence of the Zerg race. They had a terrifying ability which allowed them to parasitize other creatures. The scariest part was that the Queen of the Zerg race would replace the scent and memory of that creature after parasitizing. From there, she would completely become a creature that was parasitized.
This ability was extremely terrifying.
The reason why Wang Xian was able to obtain the soul-absorbing ability, which had nothing to do with the Divine Dragon tribe, was due to the innate ability of the Queen of the Zerg tribe. Poison 9 was lucky, but it could also be said that he was unlucky. When he was absorbing the poison, he encountered the queen of the Zerg tribe who was already dead. When he was absorbing the poison, such a powerful existence was not absorbed by her due to some special characteristic. Instead, due to this mysterious characteristic, it corroded his body and even his mind.
However, because the queen of the insect race had already died and only had one body, this mysterious characteristic did not completely invade Poison 9's mind.
This caused Poison 9 and the dead queen of the insect race to completely merge into one, forming a special existence. This kind of special existence was not so easy to form.
This required the characteristics of a creature like poison plus various reasons.
In other words, it was a mutation.
Some of the mutations were weak, but some were heaven-defying.
The strength of the venom was to absorb powerful toxins. It was able to absorb the corpse of the queen of the bug clan and fuse with it. Furthermore, it did not die. From Wang Xian's point of view, this fusion was heaven-defying. However, it was best to improve this fusion. Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool of the Divine Dragon Clan did not have such heaven-defying effects in the past. It was a heaven-defying existence formed from the fusion of the Bug Clan's bug nest technology.
Poison 9, go into the Dragon Transformation Pool.
Wang Xian looked at the Dragon Transformation Pool. There were some spare dragon blood in it. These spare dragon blood were enough to give birth to an undying God King level 9 combat strength. He stayed behind to prepare for urgent needs. It's the Dragon King. Poison 9 felt the enormous energy in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Without any hesitation, he jumped in.
He didn't have any doubts either. The dignified Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wouldn't lie to a nobody like him.
Wang Xian stood in the magnificent dragon pool and waited quietly. The queen of the Zerg race is a peak existence of the Zerg race. I wonder what kind of dragon seed will be formed when she merges with the venom. Wang Xian mumbled as he stood there and watched quietly. Time passed slowly. The dragon blood in the Dragon Transformation Pool was slowly being absorbed. Splash! It disappeared. I feel that the thing that lingered in my mind has disappeared. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. 5 hours later, Poison 9 flew out from the Dragon Transformation Pool. He looked at his arm with an excited expression. There's a change. At this moment, Wang Xian looked over. His eyes were sparkling. Ding! Congratulations on the birth of a new dragon species in the Dragon Palace. Venomous Horned Dragon. 1/10,000.
As expected, the system's voice was heard.
Venomous Horned Dragon. From the name, it sounds like it's not simple.
Wang Xian's heart was filled with anticipation as he looked at Poison 9.
Compared to the previous Poison 9, the current him had undergone a huge change. There were 2 additional horns on his head. This horn looked like an insect horn that was emitting a strange energy. His head was still pitch black. However, his appearance was similar to the dragon's head, but it was more ferocious.
His body was humanoid and pitch black.
He looked exactly the same as before. However, his body was like half of a liquid. It seemed like it could flow away at any time. Poison 9, feel your strength.
Wang Xian said to him immediately.
It's the Dragon King. Poison 9 nodded immediately. However, he had just raised his arm when a shocked expression appeared on his face.
Dragon King, I
have obtained a new ability,
he said in a daze.
Huh?
What ability? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked immediately.
Dragon King. The fusion of our venom's previous abilities with the poison has not changed. However, there is an additional parasite. I feel that I can parasitize into the bodies of other creatures and occupy their bodies. Poison 9 opened his eyes wide and said, Parasitize. Wang Xian's eyes lit up as they sparkled. This was an extremely perverse ability.
Buzz. At this moment, Poison 9's body trembled as an extremely excited expression appeared on his face. Dragon King, I feel that my current strength can reach level 4 of the Immortal King realm. I am clearly at level 1 of the Immortal King realm.
His incredulous voice rang out. Level 4 Immortal King combat strength. Even their clan leader was only at this level. A dragon that surpasses 3 levels to reach the peak of dragon species. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. Furthermore, Dragon King, I feel that this is not my limit. I feel that as long as I absorb more powerful toxins, I will be able to fight at a higher level. Can't you feel that you are online? It is similar to the dragon wizard dragon species in the heaven array. It has unlimited potential. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling.
However, it would be difficult to upgrade such an online version, but it was enough.
What does this 1/10,000 mean? Wang Xian looked at the final data of the system notification and frowned slightly. Ding! With the current queen of the Bug Clan and the venom-mutated energy in the Dragon Palace, only 10,000 venom horn dragons can be born.
At this moment, the system's reply sounded. The queen of the Bug Clan and the venom-mutated energy cannot be replicated. In other words, the Dragon Palace can only produce 10,000 venom-horned dragons in the future.
Wang Xian mumbled. It's a pity that the venom-horned dragons have a strong parasitic ability. They can only produce 10,000 venom-horned dragons. That's a little too little.
Wang Xian shook his head and looked at Poison 9's body.
Mo Sha, Ba Qi, call everyone from the poison-making division over. He sensed the location of the Ba Qi Mo Sha and his voice reached their ears directly.
It's the Dragon King. The Ba Qi Mo Sha nodded immediately. My minions, let's go and meet the Dragon King.
They waved their hands and immediately rushed towards the dragon transformation pool.
Dragon King, what did you call us for?
Mo Sha walked over and said with a smile.
There's a new dragon seed in the Dragon Palace, the Venom Dragon. It's very compatible with your poison-making department. You guys can switch to the Venom Dragon class.
Wang Xian said.
Dragon King, we
still want to switch to the Venom Dragon class. Mo Sha was slightly stunned and said, the possibility of becoming poison dragons is too low. Poison horn dragons can fight 3 levels above them. If you can get a poison treasure, you can also upgrade it. It's a dragon species above the peak and has the ability to parasitous. With the current mutated energy, it can only give birth to 10,000. If you don't change your jobs, I'll let the rest of the members of the poison department change their jobs. Coincidentally, the poisonous horned dragon was born because of Poison 9. He will be in charge of this department in the future. Wang Xian looked at them and said plainly.
So powerful. Damn, Dragon King, let's take a look around. We are determined to become the poisonous horned dragon. When the two of them heard Wang Xian's words, their eyes immediately lit up as they roared.
Poison 9. Are there any restrictions on parasitizing other creatures? In front of the dragon transformation pool of the Dragon Palace, the 8-limbed demon fiend and the other demon fiend had been playing tricks for a while before they rushed into the dragon transformation pool excitedly. He looked at their bodies and asked Poison 9 with a smile on his face. Dragon King, with my current strength, I can only parasitize creatures that are weaker than me. If I want to parasitize creatures of the same level, there is one way, which is to seriously injure them and then parasitize them. According to the information in my mind, I can parasitize all living creatures, including some plants. Poison 9 pondered for a moment and said, in that case, the abyssal seed can also parasitize? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he said to him, yes. Poison 9 nodded his head with certainty. If I can parasitize the abyssal seed? Wang Xian was tempted. The situation at the imperial court was more dangerous. Sending the members of the Dragon Palace over would cause great damage. However, what if they were to send the poisonous horned dragon seed?
They could directly enter the body of the abyssal seed through parasitism. They could completely control the parasitical body and hunt down the abyssal seed in the form of the abyssal seed. Most importantly, after parasitizing the abyssal seed, they could investigate the situation of the abyssal race. With the internal situation of the abyssal seed, the Dragon Palace could definitely find a way to capture all of them in one fell swoop.
At the thought of this, his eyes shone. Prime Minister Gue, use all your strength to gather resources. Ask Duan Tian and Zhou Xiao if they are still willing to change to a terrestrial planet. We can make it cheaper. Also, check if there are any dire beasts on the Demon Island. Send the experts of the Dragon Palace to hunt them down. Use all your strength to upgrade the members of the poison-making department. Wang Xian immediately called Prime Minister Gue over and said to him, "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue nodded and immediately went to collect the resources. Currently, the resources in the Dragon Transformation Pool could only support the Demon 8 and the thousands of other members to upgrade their jobs. It wasn't even enough to upgrade their jobs. The Dragon Palace needed to search for more resources so that the members of the poison-making department could complete their job transition. The poison-making department didn't have many members, only 2,000. Of these 2,000, there were only about 10 undying emperors, the rest were all god lords. There was nothing they could do, the poison-making department was only the weakest dragon. The resources of the Dragon Palace could only be used by them in the end. Even the 8 and Mo Sha, they only had undying emperor level 7 strength. The poison they created could threaten level 9. However, if they released it themselves, they could easily dodge it. The two of them were the weakest among the group of leaders. After all, they could only fight a level higher. Such strength was also the reason why Wang Xian took special care of them. If not, it would be considered pretty good for them to have the strength of a level 4 or 5 Immortal King. However, after their class change, they could have the combat strength of a level 9 Immortal King. They could be considered to be able to keep up with the strength of the leaders. Kiki. I've succeeded in my class change. I've finally risen. A few hours later, the arrogant voices of the Ba Qi and Mo Sha could be heard from within the Dragon Transformation Pool. Hee. Thank you, Dragon King, for your nurturing. The two of them flew to the side of the Dragon Transformation Pool and greeted Wang Xian with smiles. Very good, will greatly increase the strength of your poison-making department. Also, you should understand the abilities you have obtained. The upcoming Battle of the Abyss will depend on all of you. Wang Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, Dragon King. In the future Battle of the Abyss, we will parasitize the abyssal seeds and let them kill each other. Kiki. The following battle will be taken over by our poison-horned dragon seed. Ba Qi and Mo Sha were both old Yin-like existences. Naturally, they knew the greatest use of the abilities they had obtained. That's right. Also, if Poison 9 follows you in the future, it's all thanks to him that you can become poisonous horned dragons. Wang Xian continued speaking to them. Don't worry, Dragon King. Leave this little brother Poison 9 to us. Haha, little brother. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Dragon Palace first. When you join the Dragon Palace in the future, with your two big brothers protecting you, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Even in the Dragon Palace, other than the Sky Array Ao Chitian and the other two who are stronger than us, we don't need to care about them, hehe. The two excitedly walked over to Poison 9's side and wrapped their arms around his shoulders. This made Poison 9 slightly at a loss. From his senses, these two abnormal fellows beside him were both Undying God King level 9. Would they bring him down if they looked so freakish? In the next few days, the Dragon Palace's sales were all on the planet they owned. Could be said to be a huge bargain. When the Abyss invaded, Zhou Xiao and Duan Tian didn't want to buy the planet's land. However, the price the Dragon Palace was selling was too low, it was simply a profit. With such a low price, Zhou Xiao and Duan Tian spent a lot of resources to buy some planets and lands. And the Dragon Palace used all these resources to change their jobs in the poison-making department. The remaining resources allowed Poison 9 to rise to Undying level 5, with an Undying level 8 battle strength. The poison-making department took half a month to change their jobs. Dragon King. Half a month later, the 8-limbed Demon King Poison 9 and the other two stood at the front, followed by the 2,000 members of the poison-making department. Out of the 2,000 members, only about 500 had the combat strength of an Immortal King. Fortunately, after the upgrade, the combat strength of the rest of the members had reached the peak of a God Lord, which was not bad. The strongest 8-limbed Demon King level 9 had only Poison 9 at level 8. Everyone stood in the Dragon King's hall and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. I'm going to bring you to the Abyss battlefield at the junction of the Imperial Court and the Cold Night Island. How much you can improve to next is up to you. Use all the Abyss seeds you've hunted to improve the strength of your poison-making department. Wang Xian glanced at them and said lightly, Don't worry, Dragon King. I, Ba Qi, can guarantee that in the future, other than the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen, our poison-making department will be the boss of the Dragon Palace. Ba Qi roared loudly. Let's go. Wang Xian smiled faintly and stood up immediately.
Little ones, follow the Dragon King. This time, you must carry out the cunning, and unscrupulous methods that I have taught you. Whether our poison-making department can rise up will depend on this time. Mo Shah shouted at his subordinates from the side. It's Boss Missouri Shah. The members of the drug manufacturing department immediately roared with fighting spirit. These were the members of the drug manufacturing department who were taught by Ba Chi and Mo Shah. These two guys were not good people in the past, and they were not good people now. Naturally, the subordinates they brought out were not good people either. Du Jiao, who was beside them, was dizzy. This is the abyss where the imperial court meets the cold night island. This is also the edge of the abyss. Wang Xian and all the members of the drug manufacturing department stood in front of the abyss and looked at the place in front of them. There were very few people here. There were also fewer species of abyss. There was no one within a radius of a few 100 million kilometers. Wang Xian did not tell the Empress or Bei Shuang about his visit this time. Dragon King, you were looking down on our drug manufacturing department. We should start our attack from this remote place. Mo Shah scanned the surroundings and said, Aren't you clear about the strength of the drug manufacturing department? Wang Xian looked at him indifferently. Kiki, Dragon King, at the very least, we are stronger than Ao Yeka and his patrol department. Ao Yeka is the one who is in trouble. Ba Chi laughed at the side. It was the opportunity for the drug manufacturing department to rise up. Ba Chi and Mo Shah naturally hoped that the drug manufacturing department could rise up quickly. At the moment, safety is the priority. How much you can rise up next is up to you. There are still 8,000 more people in the Dragon Palace of the poisonous horned dragon seed. Wang Xian smiled and said to them, Ao Yao, you guys go and check out the surrounding situation. He looked to the side and continued. This time, Wang Xian brought along 3 Immortal King level 9 spiky dragons. Ao Yao was among them. The main reason why he brought Ao Yao and the rest was to help the demonic fiend to check out the location of the abyssal seed. This would allow them to safely carry out their first parasitism. As long as the parasitism was successful, AOU and the others would not need to ask about the rest of the matters. Once they succeeded in their first parasitism, they could completely become abyssal seeds and blend in with other abyssal seeds. They could take advantage of their unprepared state to hunt. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao and his 2 subordinates nodded and immediately entered the abyss. The thorn dragon seed was not suitable to carry out individual assassinations in the abyss because the abyssal races gathered in groups. Ao Yao and the others were suitable for individual assassinations and were not suitable for this kind of group battle. Due to the fact that this place was relatively remote, it was tens of trillions of kilometers away from the position of the Empress. It would take a few days to fly. AOU and the rest only returned after 5 hours of investigation. Dragon King, we have discovered an abyss species at a distance of over 1 billion kilometers. There are a total of over 100,000 abyss species. There are 3 of the strongest undying godly monarch level 8 species. Ao Yao immediately reported to Wang Xian. There are no other abyss races nearby, right? Ba Chi asked. No, we have already checked. If we make a move, we won't attract other abyss races. Ao Yao said. Then what are we waiting for? My minions, prepare to set off. Ba Chi's eyes lit up as he shouted. Remember, when you head to a place, send a message and meet once every half a month. Be careful. Also, pay attention to the human powerhouses who went into the abyss to hunt. Wang Xian took the communication stone plate in his hand and said to them, It's the Dragon King. Mo Shah and the rest nodded. The communication stone plate was specially made by the Heaven Array. It could communicate in the abyss. Both parties who had the communication stone plate had to be in the abyss. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to communicate. They would meet once every half a month to exchange the abyss seeds they harvested for medicinal pills at the imperial court. After that, Wang Xian could use the medicinal pills to help Mo Shah and the rest improve their strength. Let's go, let's go. Everyone, don't embarrass me. This is a great opportunity for our poison-making department to rise up. Ba Chi roared and took the lead to fly into the abyss. AOU and the rest took him to the location of the group of abyss seeds. Wang Xian did not go over. He stood in front of the abyss and closed his eyes. Just now, he had placed a stream of energy on Ao Yao's body so that he could temporarily see the situation on their side.
There were not many meteorites in this remote abyss. There were also many things to hide. There were not many active abyssal seeds either. The group flew for 20 minutes and arrived at the gathering place of the abyssal seeds. It was a huge meteorite the size of a star. There were many holes in the star. It's in here. You guys go in and hunt. We will help you guard the surroundings.
Aou said to Fiend He and the rest.
All right, leave the rest to us. Little ones, pay attention to me. Leave one parasite and kill the rest.
He roared and ordered his subordinates.
Yes. All of them immediately replied. Poison 9. Big Brother will help you get rid of that undying level 8 abyss seed. When the time comes, you can take it as a parasite.
Mo Sha said to Poison 9, his body moving as he entered the meteorite. Paralysis, dizziness, confusion. Mo Sha and He entered and immediately unleashed their poison dragon attacks. The poison dragon was just like its name, its entire body was filled with poison.
As long as the poison was strong enough, it would be terrifying in a group battle. Of course, if the poison was weak, it would be useless.
However, with the Mo Sha's strength, killing the strongest undying level 8 race was a piece of cake.
10 minutes later, a group of abyss species walked over from the meteorite.
Damn, I'm parasitic on this abyss species. I can only unleash the strength of an undying emperor level 8. The moment my energy exceeds that, this body will self-destruct.
Among the 3 abyss species in the center, one of them sized up his own body and cursed.
This is too much. After being parasitic, one's strength will be restricted to the host's true body.
An abyss seed beside them also said. The 2 of them were the 8-limbed demon and the 8-limbed demon. They were very dissatisfied after parasitizing. 8-limbed demon. Did you get any information after parasitizing?
Aou immediately flew over and asked them. There is some information. These abyss seeds are very stupid. They only know how to kill.
The 8-headed abyss species shook its head. However, according to the abyss species that I parasitized, there is an order in my mind. The Emperor ordered them to expand the abyss and invade the imperial court. Is there any other information? Aou continued to ask. There is another order. All abyss species are not allowed to kill each other. All races must cooperate with each other to fight against humans.
Bachi continued. Aou nodded. You guys can act on your own here. We'll be leaving first.
As he spoke, he brought his 2 underlings and immediately flew out of the abyss.
All abyss species are not allowed to kill each other. From their emperor's information, that emperor must be a god emperor level abyss species. This order is perfect for us, even though it can only unleash an undying emperor level 8 strength after parasitizing. It's more convenient to sneak attack an undying emperor level 9 abyss seed.
Ba Qi and Mo Sha looked at each other, smiling sinisterly. Little ones, let's go. We'll hunt the abyss seeds.
Also, all of you better act well. Don't let the other abyss seeds be wary, even though those beasts are very stupid. The order of the abyss monarch.
Just as the poison manufacturing department was preparing to take action under the lead of the 8-limbed demonic fiend, Wang Xian, who was standing at the edge of the abyss, heard their words and raised his eyebrows slightly.
It seems that the invasion this time is controlled by the abyss seeds of the Void God Realm. I wonder how many of them are there.
Wang Xian muttered. Dragon King.
20 minutes later, Aou and the rest flew over and shouted at Wang Xian.
Let's go. Let's find a place to wait.
He said to Aou and flew back. He found a meteorite and built a temporary residence. He did not go to the Empress Star. The main reason was that it would take more than 2 days to fly there.
Opening the AI to take a look, the Abyss War seemed to be preparing for a long battle.
Within the Emperor Starfield, there were over 300,000 Undying Emperors. Countless Eternal God Lord level warriors had arrived and entered the Abyss battlefield. They formed a small team with the Emperor Court's warriors and fought within the Abyss.
The heroes list was officially opened, ranking based on the amount of merit. The Undying Emperor level 1 Abyss Seed was 1 merit, level 2 10 merit, and so on. The current number 1 was Heavenly Sword Emperor, with over 100 million merit points.
When everyone had just arrived at the Abyss battlefield, this meant that Heavenly Sword Emperor had killed an Undying Emperor level 9 Abyss Seed.
Of course, the current ranking wasn't accurate because many people might have killed the Abyss Seed, but they hadn't exchanged it for merit points. However, in this short half a month, Many foreign powerhouses had fallen. The entire AI was extremely lively and everyone was discussing. The Battle of the Abyss was not as simple as they had imagined. The merit points were not as easy as they had imagined.
Every day, many godly king powerhouses had fallen, including the powerhouses from the imperial court.
Wang Xian stayed at the temporary residence and looked at the AI every day. He would spend the rest of his time cultivating. It was not boring at all. At this moment, in the abyss, a group of abyss races were scattered around a meteorite. Damn it! I've searched for 5 days and finally found a bone that I can chew on. Above a meteorite, Ba Qi stared coldly at a spot more than 100 million kilometers away.
There was an abyss race there. There were 100,000 of them and 4 level 8 undying godly king abyss race leaders.
Brothers, we've checked the surroundings. There are no other races we can act. At this time, Poison 9 flew over and reported to Qi and Mo. Very good, little ones, let's go over, lock on to our targets when we get there. When I say act, attack immediately. Give me some strength. Qi said and flew straight ahead.
Roar, roar.
In front, a group of 100,000 abyss species looked over.
Roar, roar. Demon let out a light roar and wagged his tail as though he was showing off.
Roar, roar. The 4 undying Emperor level 8 abyss species in the lead roared in response. Living on the abyss species, Qi Demon and the others used a few roars to convey some thoughts.
The message Demon Sha sent was simple. Many warriors of our race had been killed. They wanted to join your race with you as their leader.
The 4 undying level 8 abyss species immediately agreed. They responded.
How?
The Qi Demon and the others flew over, their expressions friendly as they communicated with the 4 undying level 8 abyss species.
No, it should be flattery.
The 2 of them had already flown in front of the abyssal seeds and were still kissing up to them. Beside them, Poison 9 was stunned at the scene.
All right, we can start now. Little ones, kill them.
Ba Qi, Mo Sha and the 4 abyssal seeds roared for a full 5 minutes before Ba Qi's voice rang out.
Pung!
In the next moment, the abyss seeds they were living on exploded, revealing their true faces as they attacked the surrounding abyss seeds in front of them. The 4 undying God King abyss seeds a few hundred meters in front of them were still in a daze. 2 were immediately imprisoned while the other 2 were instantly killed. The surrounding abyss seeds were also instantly killed by their sneak attacks. After all, it was an undying level 9 killing level 8 and below. It was simply too easy.
The rest of the poison department members also suddenly attacked the group of abyss species, easily destroying their opponents. The entire battle only lasted for 5 seconds.
In 5 seconds, Qi and the rest destroyed an entire group of abyss species. Done, this group of abyss species are really stupid. Now that they've discovered that the weaker ones are parasites, it's pretty cool too. They can directly assassinate them. This group of stupid things didn't even react. Mo Sha's face was filled with excitement as he roared. All right, immediately put away the corpses of these abyss species. Let's continue fighting.
TSK, just this harvest alone can increase the strength of our subordinates by several times. Ba Qi also roared excitedly.
Little ones, let's continue moving. Their bodies moved and continued flying forward. They searched for a suitable abyss species and made a move to kill them. For days later, 8-Point Demon and the others locked onto another race. The strongest undying level 7. A little more, 150,000. It's barely enough. Let's go. Kill them.
Pay attention, there's a large race not far away. We can't let them scream. We have to kill them within 5 seconds.
This time, a 150,000 race, the leader level ones were only undying level 7. Following the same pattern, the Qi Devil and 2,000 other abyss species flew towards that one. Seeing their arrival, the group of abyss species growled and warned.
The Qi and Devil also responded.
The 7 or 8 undying Emperor level 7 abyss species were stunned when they heard their roars. 3 undying Emperor level 8 abyss species were leading 2,000 underlings to join them. And they were the boss?
What situation was this? The group of abyss species were dazed. However, when the 8-Point Demon and the others arrived a few meters in front of them, the 2 of them moved.
Even at death, such an abyss species didn't understand how they died. Kiki, what a group of pure and cute abyss species. I like it. Haha. Quickly put away the corpse of the abyss species. Don't let it be discovered. Mo Sha cried out weirdly, his face full of excitement. Learn from them. You don't need to take any risks to be able to obtain such a harvest. Your boss Missouri Shah and I are your role models. Ba Chi was teaching all his subordinates. The two big brothers are really amazing. They didn't even waste a single soldier. They're too amazing.
Beside them, Poison 9 couldn't help but flatter them.
The eight-headed spirit and the demonic fiend were indeed very powerful and shameless.
Within the abyss, the 8-point demon Shah led a group of underlings as they wandered about.
They relied on the 8-point demon Shah's cunningness, craftiness, and meticulous thoughts to kill the various abyss races. As long as one was targeted by them, they wouldn't be able to escape death. There was nothing they could do, it was mainly because they were too crafty. What a pity, 1 undying level 9 abyss seed. 10 undying level 8. The rest over 800,000. It's a pity our strength is too weak. Time passed day by day. At a spot of the abyss seed, Ba Chi and Mo Sha looked ahead with red eyes. There was a race of the abyss.
Those were huge resources, they couldn't wait to kill their way over. Unfortunately, they were still not strong enough.
Brothers, half a month's time is up. We need to contact the Dragon King. Beside them, Poison 9 saw the red-eyed looks of Ba Chi and Mo Sha, and spoke with admiration in his heart. Well, take out the array compass and send a location to the Dragon King. We'll find a suitable place for the handover. Ba Chi nodded and said to Poison 9.
All right. Poison 9 nodded immediately.
Buzz. At the same time, in a remote abyss, Wang Xian was floating in the abyss as he looked at the communication stone plate in his hand. When he saw the information and location sent from it, his body moved and he immediately flew towards the center. After flying for an hour, Wang Xian surveyed his surroundings and confirmed the location. He then asked Ba Chi and the demonic fiend to come over. After receiving the message, the 8-limbed demonic fiend and the rest immediately flew over. Poison 9 and I have broken away from the parasitism. We will bring the corpse of the abyssal seed over. 8-limbed demonic fiend, you stay here and guard. In order to prevent any special situations from occurring, they did not fly directly toward Wang Xian. After all, it would be hard to explain if someone saw that the Dragon King was able to communicate with the abyssal seed. All right.
Ba Chi nodded.
Let's go. Mo Sha and Du Jiu immediately flew out. Dragon King. Soon, they met Wang Xian and shouted excitedly.
How's the harvest? There shouldn't be any problems, right? Wang Xian asked.
Dragon King, there shouldn't be any problems. Our strength is still too weak and the harvest isn't much. As Mo Sha spoke, he passed a few space rings to Wang Xian.
There are 6 level 8 Immortal God King Abyss Seeds, 19 level 7 Immortal God King Abyss Seeds, 45 level 6 Abyss Seeds, and about 1,000 level 8 Immortal God King and above.
Mo Sha continued.
Not bad.
Wang Xian heard his report and nodded his head. These Abyss Seeds corpses were enough to greatly improve the entire drug production department.
They could increase the number of Immortal King level 8 members in the system department by around 5.
These abyssal seed corpses head to the Imperial Court to exchange for merit points. Exchange all of your merit points into elixirs. Wang Xian handed the interspatial ring to them and said,
All right.
Mo Sha nodded. Du Jiu and I will head over. Dragon King, inform Ba Chi. Okay. Wang Xian nodded.
Mo Sha and Du Jiu quickly flew towards the Imperial Court.
Their location was closer to the battlefield at the Central Imperial Court. However, with their speed, they still needed to fly at full speed for more than a day. Welcome, heroes, to the Hall of Heroes. A day and a half later, the two of them entered the Hall of Heroes on the planet where the teleportation formation was located. Immediately, a staff member greeted them respectfully. Exchange for merit points. Mo Sha said directly.
All right, please follow me. After exchanging for merit points, the two heroes will have a chance to enter the hero list. May I know your names?
The staff member asked respectfully. Hero list?
TSK, just leave one, Poison 9.
Mo Sha said directly. Oh?
Big brother, I. All right, stop spouting nonsense. Your two big brothers don't care about this. Poison 9 was slightly stunned when he heard Mo Shah's words. Before he could finish his words, Mo Shah interrupted him. He casually handed the interspatial ring to the staff member. There are many abyssal seed corpses. Sir, please wait a moment. We will count them now. The staff member was slightly startled when he saw the abyssal seed corpses inside and hurriedly said, "Exchange all the merit points into medicinal pills." Mo Shah opened his mouth and said, "Yes, sir." The staff member nodded very respectfully. After exchanging, the two directly flew out. "Kiki, little brother Poison 9, take a look at your name." The two flew out of the hall. Mo Shah looked at the sky-reaching hero list at the side and said to Poison 9. Poison 9 looked over. The sky-reaching hero list had 100 names. And at the 5th name there were 2 very eye-catching names. Poison 9. This made him a little dazed. Not long ago he was just an undying god-king warrior from an ordinary race in the Emperor Star Field. Now his name had jumped to 5th on the hero list. It could be said that very quickly, his name could spread throughout the entire Emperor Star Field. Once his name rose, it would be known to the world. TSK, TSK, TSK. Let's go. Your name will be at the top in the future. Mo Shah let out a strange cry and the two of them flew back quickly. Dragon King. We have exchanged all the abyssal seed corpses for elixirs. A day and a half later, Mo Shah and the rest returned and handed the elixirs over. Call the rest of the members of the poison-making department over to upgrade. Wang Xian looked at the elixirs and said directly, "It's the Dragon King." The demonic Poison 9 nodded and immediately flew into the abyss. Wang Xian took out the pill and swallowed it directly, transforming it into Dragon Qi. 10 minutes later, 500 members of the poison-making department flew over under Ba Qi's lead. Dragon King. The members of the Dragon Palace shouted respectfully. All right, Ba Qi. You should know a little about all the resources. You can decide how much they can upgrade. Wang Xian said directly to Ba Qi. It's the Dragon King. Ba Qi nodded. Wang Xian waved his arm. Streams of Dragon Qi flew out from his body and landed in the sky above them. Under the distribution of Ba Qi, Wang Xian injected the Dragon Qi directly into the bodies of the members of the poison-making department. The resources this time were enough for every member of the poison-making department to have the combat strength of an immortal king. Furthermore, there were more than 1,000 immortal god king level 4 and above. After the success of the first batch of members, Ba Qi brought the second batch of members to upgrade. All right, all of them have been upgraded. After using up all the dragon energy from the pills, Wang Xian said to Ba Qi, "Then, Dragon King, let's continue to fight. This time, we can hunt even more abyss seeds." Ba Qi's eyes gleamed. This time, their poison department all had Undying Emperor level battles, along with Poison 9 Undying Emperor level 8 strength reaching 6. They could plan for even more powerful abyss species. Little ones, get ready for me. Let's go plan for the race with Undying Emperor level 9 abyss species and kill them. The 8 spirits flew back and roared with fighting spirit. Big brother Ba Qi, we can't kill the race with the Undying level 9 abyss species. They have 10 Undying level 8 abyss species. Within the abyss, Poison 9 heard that Ba Qi wanted to plot against the race with the Undying level 9 abyss species. He opened his eyes wide and asked. The level 9 abyss species was something they had encountered not long ago, but that race was extremely powerful. One Undying Emperor level 9 race, 10 level 8 ones, the rest over 800,000, that was quite a number. With their strength, they could defeat the other party, but they would definitely reveal themselves, attracting the attention of the other races. If they attracted the attention of the Emperor, they would be finished. Little 9, what kind of existence are we now? Mo Shah patted his shoulder and asked earnestly. We are the legendary Divine Dragon Clan. The Divine Dragon Clan's powerful peak dragon species, the poisonous horned dragon species. Poison 9 was slightly stunned and said, "What is the most powerful poisonous horned dragon species?" Mo Shah continued to ask. "Poison. A powerful poison." Poison 9 was stunned and said, "That's right, it's not good to just fight and kill. Intelligence is sometimes more important than strength. Let's go. This time your two brothers will show you what the perverted style is."
Jie. Mo Sha said. He couldn't help but laugh.
Perverted style? Poison 9 was stunned, his face filled with shock.
Little ones, follow behind us and don't speak. Listen to our orders.
Bachi roared once more, leeching on the abyss seed and flying towards the undying level 9 race.
Howl, howl, howl.
When Bachi and the others flew over, the race let out a warning roar.
Howl, howl, howl.
Bachi immediately roared a few times, sending a message.
And this message meant, Boss in front, we've lost many of our comrades to the human warriors. Our leader has been killed too. We've come to join you. We respect our boss. Roar, roar.
The undying level 9 abyss seed looked at Bachi and the others, its eyes filled with surprise and joy, lifting its head slightly to scan.
Its race had over 800,000 abyss seeds, but there were only about 1,000 of them at the undying level and among the abyss seeds flying over. There were hundreds of them at the undying level. There was a batch of abyss seeds that hadn't been killed, leaving behind to live on. This was a huge boost to his race. Howl.
He roared softly, ordering the 8 Chi and the rest to fly over.
Howl, howl. The 8 Chi devil and the rest responded, flying over directly. Without any warrior dignity, they knelt in front of the undying level 9 abyss species, showing their submission. Howl.
The undying level 9 abyss species roared in satisfaction.
Howl.
The 8 Chi turned and roared at Mo Sha.
Mo Sha bowed and took out a large piece of flesh, respectfully handing it to the undying level 9 seed. Howl. The undying level 9 seed's eyes lit up, opening its mouth to swallow, a satisfied expression on its face. Howl, howl, howl.
The undying level 9 seed growled, asking if there was any more flesh.
Howl.
Mo Sha immediately pointed to the right.
Howl. The level 9 seed immediately ordered Mo Sha to get it. Mo Sha nodded and immediately flew to the right, returning 10 minutes later with a piece of flesh. Howl. The undying level 9 seed growled and immediately rushed over to swallow it, asking if there was any more.
Mo Sha immediately nodded. He was ordered to continue.
10 minutes later, Mo Sha took another piece.
The undying level 9 seed continued to ask after swallowing. Mo Sha still nodded.
Howl, howl.
This time the undying level 9 seed ordered him to take all of it.
10 minutes later, Mo Sha took some more. The undying level 9 seed asked again after swallowing. Mo Sha still nodded. Howl. The undying level 9 abyss seed was enraged, its tail swiping at his body, causing blood to appear.
Howl, howl.
It looked down and ordered Mo Sha to bring it over.
Howl, howl. Beside him, the 8 points roared, wanting to accompany him.
After which, the 8 points immediately led the way respectfully. This. Poison 9 watched from the side as the demon and the 8 Chi lured the undying level 9 abyss seed away. Stunned.
Howl, howl.
Flying over 1 billion km to the right, there were no more abyss seeds around. Demon pointed at a meteorite and roared.
The undying level 9 abyss seed indeed saw a piece of flesh on the meteorite.
A greedy look appeared in his eyes. His body moved, swiftly flying forward and swallowing it. Hee hee. At this time, Ba Chi and Mo Sha smiled. Their bodies moving, they came before the level 9 undying and let out a roar. Howl, howl. The level 9 undying roared in satisfaction. However, very quickly, its expression changed and its body began to tremble. Pong! Kiki kiki. The effects are acting up. At this time, the body of the 8 Chi and Mo Sha's abyss seed exploded. Mo Sha's powerful energy landed on the head of the undying Emperor level 9. Parasite.
The 8 Chi roared, immediately unleashing the poison-horned dragon's parasite ability.
His body was like liquid, rushing straight towards the undying Emperor level 9. It was extremely difficult to parasitize someone of the same level. However, this undying Emperor level 9 was poisoned and even got hit in the head by Masha. Ba Chi's parasitism didn't encounter much of a hindrance. Kiki kiki. It worked. It was too easy. 8 Chi's excited voice came from the level 9 undying's mouth. Quickly remove the poison. Otherwise your body will be heavily injured. Mo Sha smiled and reminded. Kiki. The energy within 8 Chi's body surged, removing the poison within.
The flesh was used by 8 Chi and Mo Sha for research. At the start, the undying level 9 didn't have any poison within. This was to lower its guard. The last piece of flesh on the meteorite was the most important part. It was poisonous.
Normally, an undying level 9 would have felt something was wrong. But if they were careless, they would have been poisoned. The 8-point demon fiend had changed classes to poison horn dragon. Their bodies were formed from poison. It was easy for the poison to heavily injure an undying level 9. Don't waste any energy to kill their leader, 8 Chi. Go call the 10 undying level 8 abyss species over. I'm already useless as a parasite. I need another one. Demon said to 8 Chi. Kiki, no problem. The next abyss will be our world. Brothers, should we kill the rest of the abyss species? Within the abyss, a race of over 800,000 abyss species, Poison 9, who was parasitic on an undying level 8 abyss species, was lying around a few of them. His eyes wide as he scanned his surroundings. Some were stunned as he said. Around him, there were 5 undying level 8 abyss species and 1 undying level 9 abyss species. These 6 were naturally his own people, the 8 limousine fiend and the others.
Close to them, there were about 2,000 abyss species. These were also his own people, members of the poison department.
However, the 800,000 or so around him weren't his own people. These were real abyssal seeds. At this moment, Poison 9 was a little flustered. He felt like he was a husky among wolves.
Calm down. These are all our subordinates, obedient babies. When they help us find our next target, we'll send them on their way.
Kataki lay there calmly. His huge head scanned the surroundings with a satisfied expression.
Oh,
Poison 9 nodded. Little 9, you have to grow up too. In a while, lead some abyss seeds to search the surroundings. Find a target. We'll continue. Whether or not we can reach the pinnacle undying emperor realm will depend on our efforts this time. Mo Sha said to him.
It's the 2 big brothers, I know. Poison 9 heavily nodded.
He could already predict that half a month later, the Dragon King would help him rise to Undying God King level 9, and as long as they gained more, he could even rise to peak Undying God King combat strength. This was a peak God King, a pinnacle existence below the resplendent world God Emperor. After a few minutes, Poison 9 and the other Poison Department members led the abyssal seeds to scout the surroundings. A few hours later, they found a target, so the more than 800,000 abyssal seeds were in trouble. After killing them, they continued to hunt, using that wretched style to the extreme. Time passed day by day, and the agreed time of half a month soon arrived.
Kiki, the harvest this time is a qualitative improvement. Little 9, contact the Dragon King.
Half a month later, Ba Chi's voice rang out. All right, big brother Ba Chi. Poison 9 nodded immediately and took out his communication stone plate to make contact. At the same time, in an empty place in the abyss, Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate and looked at the information on it with a smile on his face.
He saw the location of Poison 9 and the rest and exited the abyss. He immediately flew toward the center of the abyss.
When he was near the entrance of the abyss, which was closer to the 8-limbed group, Wang Xian sent Ao Yao and the rest to check their surroundings. After confirming their location, Wang Xian sent them a message. Soon, Poison 9 and Mo Sha flew over.
Greetings, Dragon King.
When the 2 of them saw Wang Xian, they immediately greeted him respectfully.
How's the harvest? Wang Xian asked.
Dragon King, our harvest this time is huge. There are 3 Immortal King level 9 Abyss Seeds and 25 level 8 Abyss Seeds. The remaining 3,000 Immortal King level and above, about 2 million ordinary ones. Mo Sha opened his mouth and said excitedly, Oh?
So much harvest?
Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression when he heard his words.
It's mainly because Big Brother Ba Chi and Mo Sha are too powerful.
Du Jiu couldn't help but comment. All right. Exchange the Immortal King level Abyss Seeds with the Imperial Court for pills.
Give me the rest of the ordinary Abyss Seeds corpses.
The Dragon Palace will be able to produce 8,000 poisonous horned dragons.
Wang Xian smiled and said to them,
It's the Dragon King.
Mo Sha and Du Jiu nodded and immediately flew towards the Imperial Court. It won't be long before the strength of the poison manufacturing department will undergo an earth-shattering change.
Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled. This was the first time he had added 5 level 8 Immortal King Abyssal Seeds. This time, he could add 25 and 3 level 9 Immortal King Abyssal Seeds. Such an increased speed was extremely terrifying. Before long, the poison department would be the strongest among the departments of the Dragon Palace. Patriarch, according to the information we received, there is an abyss race here. If we kill them, we will be able to obtain many merits and exchange for treasures. At a location not far from Wuxia, a group of 5,000 people flew over. The two old men in the lead emitted a powerful aura. Their eyes were like torches. They were definitely not ordinary powerhouses. The battle this time is very intense. 2 Immortal King level 9 powerhouses died last night.
All of you, be careful later.
The old man in the lead reminded. It's Patriarch.
The rest of them nodded.
Patriarch. Look at that person in front. He seems to be. At this moment, an old man beside him suddenly pointed forward and growled in a low voice with an uncertain expression.
Eh?
The rest of them looked over and their faces immediately darkened. It's the Dragon King. The eyes of the 2 old men in the lead shot out a terrifying killing intent. It was the Dragon King. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace who forced them to flee from the Demon Island and their base. Nearly 20,000 immortal godly monarchs of the World Margin sect had fallen at the hands of the Dragon Palace. The World Margin sect's cornerstone treasure, the World Margin ruler, had also been snatched away by him. The hatred between the World Margin sect and the Dragon Palace was irreconcilable. In an instant, waves of violent killing intent surged from the bodies of everyone from the World Margin sect. Their gazes were fixed on the Wuxia in front of them. Patriarch, it's just the 5 of them. Should we? An expert from the World Margin sect suppressed the killing intent in his heart and growled in a low voice. Let's go. Even if we can't kill him, we still want the Dragon King to flee. The 2 World Margin patriarchs did not hesitate and flew straight ahead. The reason why the World Margin sect lost to the Dragon Palace last time was all because of the powerful Dragon Peak and the 3 thorny monsters. This time, the Dragon Peak was not here. The Dragon King and the other 5 were in the Dragon Palace. Would they be afraid?
Even if they could not take revenge this time, they had to let the Dragon King know the consequences of offending them.
Ha!
When they flew over, Wuxia, who was standing in front of the abyss, had already sensed it.
When he saw the people from the World Margin sect, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Dragon King. Aojian looked over and a cold expression appeared in his eyes. He waved his arm and the Horizon Ruler instantly appeared under his feet. Beside him, a dragon guard and a wild dragon immediately landed at the position that was controlled by the Horizon Ruler. It's our Horizon Ruler.
Damn it, that's our sect's cornerstone treasure.
At the opposite position, everyone from the Horizon sect saw the Horizon Ruler under Wuxia and the rest. Their faces were filled with anger. Damn it! When the 2 patriarchs of the World Margin sect saw the World Margin Ruler under Wuxia and the rest, their expressions turned extremely ugly.
This was the cornerstone treasure of their World Margin sect. Now it was actually being used by the enemy.
Dragon King, the 2 of them let out a low growl. An incomparably terrifying killing intent surged from their bodies as they charged forward. Hee, a stray dog.
Wuxia stared at them and spoke in disdain. You're courting death. When the 2 patriarchs of the World Margin sect heard this, their faces revealed an extremely violent expression. They raised their palms and a wave of energy shot straight at Wuxia and the rest. Dragon King, do you want me to take action? Aochitian, who was at the side, looked at their attacks and asked Wuxia in a low voice.
Wuxia shook his head and stared at the people from the Horizon sect indifferently. His eyes were still filled with mockery.
Buzz.
Aojian controlled the Horizon Ruler to move slightly and dodged to the side to avoid their attacks. Kill them. All of us will kill this fellow, the Dragon King.
Kill.
Behind them, a group of experts from the World Margin sect roared furiously. Useless rage. Wuxia smiled coldly. Dragon King, don't be arrogant. Before long, we, the World Margin sect, will make all of you pay a heavy price. An elder from the World Margin sect clenched his fists and roared with a grim expression.
So what if I'm arrogant? I have the right to be arrogant to a bunch of stray dogs like you.
Wuxia smiled and continued.
Dragon King, I hope you can still laugh in the future.
The two patriarchs of the World Margin sect were breathing rapidly. They suppressed the anger in their hearts and growled in a low voice. "Don't worry. There's no future for you guys."
Wang Xian stared at them indifferently. "Let's go." The two patriarchs of the World Margin sect growled with a gloomy expression. They turned around and left immediately.
"Forefathers." Around them, the experts of the World Margin sect shouted with ugly faces. "Let's go. It's very difficult for us to destroy the Dragon King and the others. Besides, the Dragon King and the others can easily escape by using the World Margin ruler.
Fighting here will attract the experts of the Imperial Court. It's forbidden for humans to kill each other here." An elder of the World Margin sect said with a gloomy face.
"When can we take revenge?" A middle-aged man said unwillingly.
The crowd was silent.
They didn't know when they could take revenge. "If the Lord of the Imperial Court is willing to help us, we'll have a chance." An old man said helplessly. With their strength, it was very unlikely that they could destroy the Dragon Palace and take revenge. However, if the powerhouses of the Imperial Court were willing to take action, the chances of the powerhouses of the Imperial Court helping them were also very, very small.
"Let's go. Once we enter the abyss, even if we can't take revenge in the future, we won't let the Dragon Palace have a good time either."
An elder spoke to the back and flew straight into the abyss. People from the Horizon actually appeared here. Looks like this Horizon sect really has some connections with the powerhouses of the Imperial Court.
At the same time, Wang Xian stood in the air and muttered to himself as he looked at the departing figures of the people from the World's End sect.
"Dragon King. A thorny dragon is already following behind them." Ao Yao's voice sounded from the side. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly.
"Dragon King.
Dragon King." At this moment, two voices were heard. Poison 9 and Mo Sha flew over excitedly.
Just now, Du Jiu's name had reached the top of the heroes list. Furthermore, he had a score that was 3 times higher than second place. Naturally, they had also obtained a huge amount of elixirs.
"Du Jiu, I'll increase your strength first." Mo Sha, go and call the members of the poison-making department over. Wang Xian stretched out his hand to receive their elixirs and said immediately, "It's the Dragon King." Mo Sha nodded and immediately flew into the abyss. The gains this time could increase the poison-making department by 25 Undying level 8 and 3 Undying level 9 abyss seeds. As for level 7, it could increase to 70. After this, the members of the poison-making department were all at least level 3 Undying. After all, there were more than 3,000 Immortal King corpses this time. Wang Xian took out the pills and swallowed them directly, turning them into a large amount of dragon energy.
20 minutes later, Wang Xian had finished digesting all the pills and waved at Poison 9.
In less than 2 minutes, Poison 9's strength had broken through to the Immortal King level 9. Dragon King. At this time, Ba Qi and his men rushed over. Mo Sha was guarding the group of abyss species that needed to live in the abyss. "Begin to raise your strength." Wang Xian's gaze swept over and a smile appeared on his face. This time, Ba Qi and his men could reach the level of 5 Undying Godly Monarchs.
As for the level of 8 Undying Godly Monarchs, they could reach the level of 28.
With such strength, even among the abyss species, they were exceptionally powerful. "Dragon King, there's news from the Thorn Dragon. The powerhouses from the World Margin sect have entered the abyss and are preparing to hunt down an abyssal race." Just as Wang Xian was increasing the strength of the members of the poison-making department, Ao Yao flew out from the abyss and sent a message.
"Oh!" Wang Xian stopped and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Hunting down an abyssal race nearby?"
"There's a race nearby that has 3 Immortal King level 9 abyssal races. This is our next target." Ba Qi frowned slightly when he heard this news. With the abilities of the World Margin sect, they can definitely hunt down that group of abyssal races.
Wang Xian stopped. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Ba Qi.
"Ba Qi, send someone to the World Margin sect immediately. When they hunt down the abyssal races, think of a way to parasitize one of their members." As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows slightly.
"Oh? Dragon King, are you going to let us poisonous horned dragon seed devour them?" Ba Qi's eyes lit up as he spoke.
"There's no need to devour them. We can also control their every move. As long as we control their actions, what happens next? Before Wang Xian could finish his sentence, Ba Qi also understood. As long as the Dragon Palace controlled all the actions of the World Margin Sect, the Dragon Palace could set up an ambush for any future actions of the World Margin Sect.
Dragon King, leave this matter to me. I promise to complete it.
Ba Qi said immediately.
All right, I don't want to parasitize too many. One is enough. As long as I parasitize one, the rest will be much easier. Don't expose yourself.
Wang Xian reminded him. Don't worry, Dragon King. Ba Qi nodded and looked at Ao Yao beside him. Old demon, let me see if it's the abyssal race nearby. If it's there, it'll be easy. This location.
Ao Yao took out the communication stone plate and showed it to him.
This is it. Ba Qi narrowed his eyes slightly.
Dragon King, I'll go over now. You just wait here for the good news. Forefather, it's right ahead, the race ahead.
Within the abyss, the 5,000 members of the World Margin Sect were enveloped in treasures. The World Margin Sect leader looked ahead and said to the two forefathers.
Just as Protector Emperor said, 3 undying level 9 abyss seeds, we can easily destroy them.
An elder looked over and said indifferently.
Elder, the light robe that Protector Emperor gave us is extremely powerful. We can't even detect the abyssal seeds at such a close distance.
A warrior from the world's end looked around and said in shock.
Protector Emperor isn't bad. All disciples prepare to kill the millions of abyssal seeds in front of us. Don't let any of them escape.
We'll deal with the Undying Emperor level 8 and 9. The rest will be left to you, no casualties.
The two forefathers stared ahead and ordered.
It's the forefathers. Forefathers. Killing these abyss seeds will be easy for us. At most 3 minutes. Kill all the abyss seeds. A group of warriors from the World Margin Sect said confidently. They were all Undying Emperor level warriors, the elites of the World Margin Sect.
Even though this abyss species was strong, they could easily kill it.
Kill! The two forefathers roared, locking onto the Undying Emperor level 9 and level 8 abyss species, rushing over. The rest of the level 9 warriors locked onto the level 7 abyss species. This battle, to the World Margin Sect, there was no suspense at all. Howl, howl, howl.
The group of seeds saw the warriors rushing over and roared.
The 3 undying level 9 seeds in the lead felt the powerful danger. Their faces filled with fear as they tried to escape. However, with the 2 Pinnacle God King warriors locking onto them, it was extremely difficult for them to escape. Kill! The group of world end experts charged over, their faces filled with wanton expressions. They harvested large patches of abyssal seeds. The entire abyssal race was heading towards extinction at a terrifying speed. It's time to go over. However, not far away, the 2 abyssal seeds moved and charged towards the battlefield.
Hey, there's a little bastard here.
A woman quickly killed one abyssal seed after another. When she saw the abyssal seed flying towards her right, she was slightly stunned.
She waved her arm and a sword light attacked towards that abyssal seed.
Damn! This woman actually dared to attack me. I originally wanted to parasitize a man, but since you attacked me, I'll let you have a taste of parasitism. The abyss seed saw the incoming blade and opened his mouth to mutter. He moved and easily dodged the attack. Isn't this an undying level 1 abyss seed? To actually dodge my attack, its reaction is pretty fast.
The woman looked over in surprise, waving her arm and slashing out blade after blade.
Pong! The sword light landed on the abyssal seed's body, immediately piercing through it. Pong! However, at this time, the abyssal seed's body split open. A black liquid slashed through space, instantly entering the undying level 6 woman's body. At such a short distance, the woman didn't even have time to react.
Her body stiffened, her eyes slowly turning black, the corners of her mouth curled up, looking terrifying.
Lingyu, are you all right? At this time, a middle-aged man saw the lady floating in the air without moving. He was shocked, asking hurriedly, "It's all right, husband. Let's kill these beasts together."
Very quickly, the darkness in the lady's eyes vanished, an evil charm flashed past, saying to the middle-aged man,
"All right, kill them."
The middle-aged man did not sense any abnormalities and continued to hunt down the abyssal seeds in the surroundings.
Vicious man. Fuck. Parasitizing a female's body. What a pervert. It seems that there's still a gap between me and him. Not far away, an old man glanced over and muttered,
Not bad, not bad. You have 30% of my elegance.
From a distance away, Bachi saw this scene. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. His body moved and he left quickly. After parasitizing, the poisonous horned dragon seed could completely accept the other party's memories. Bachi was confident that with the subordinates that he and Mo Sha had trained, even if it was a female, there would not be any flaws. Bachi left, and a thorn dragon seed that was hiding in the surroundings also left immediately. Dragon King. Half an hour later, Bachi came before Wang Xian and shouted with a smile.
Did you succeed? Wang Xian asked Bachi.
Yes, Dragon King. One of my two subordinates is parasitizing a level 6 Immortal King, while the other is parasitizing a level 7 Immortal King.
Furthermore, Dragon King, we can get information from them. We can also find opportunities to parasitize more experts of the World Margin sect.
Bachi said. Yes. Leave the matters in the abyss to Mo Sha. You will deal with the matters in the World Margin sect and strive to host the core powerhouses of the World Margin sect who are at level 8 Immortal King realm. Wang Xian thought for a moment and said, If we can destroy the World Margin sect, the resources we will gain will not be less than the resources in the abyss. All right, Dragon King. Leave the situation in the World Margin sect to me. Bachi nodded immediately. They had only killed a few thousand Immortal King Abyss seeds in the past month. However, there were still 60,000 to 70,000 Immortal King powerhouses in the World Margin sect. There were also 7 to 8 level 9 Immortal King powerhouses. After killing them, the Dragon Palace would also receive a huge upgrade. Okay.
Wang Xian nodded and continued to upgrade the strength of the members of the poison-making department.
Ha ha ha. Let's go. We've won a great victory. Let's go back.
After exchanging the merit points for the abyssal seeds that we've killed this time, our points will be higher than that Poison 9.
I wonder what faction that Poison 9 is from. However, this time we're going to reach the top of the world. At the same time, in the abyss, the members of the World's End sect were cleaning up the corpses on the battlefield happily. The harvest this time was not a small one for their great sect. Another was that after they exchanged the abyss seeds for merit points, they could make the World Margin Great Sect reach the top of the hero list.
This was also a propaganda for their World Margin Great Sect.
All disciples, go back. This battle is very easy for us, but it might not be so easy from now on. The battle in the abyss is a crisis as well as an opportunity. I hope that our World Margin Great Sect can give birth to another peak stage godly king expert. A patriarch swept his gaze across everyone and said faintly,
Patriarch, we will definitely work hard. Become stronger and stronger. Exterminate the Dragon Palace and take revenge. That's right. Next, we will enter the abyss and fight nonstop.
We will hunt down abyssal seeds and quickly increase our strength. If we don't succeed, we will die.
The group of experts from the World's End sect spoke, and the last sentence came from the middle-aged man parasitized by the members of the drug manufacturing department. Let's go. Next, your sect leader will organize people to enter the abyss to hunt the abyssal seeds.
In the abyss, after saying this, Tianya Elder directly left with his people. Tianya had gained a lot from this battle. For the next battle, they would need the disciples of Tianya to organize themselves to hunt. After all, the reason why they were able to gain so much this time was because a protector of the imperial court had given them a piece of news. It could also be considered as a reward for the Worldly Horizon Great Sect's work for the imperial court. The group left to prepare for what was to come. At the same time, in Wang Xian's position, the improvement of the poison-making department this time was huge.
Bachi did not enter the abyss again. Instead, he brought 5 level 8 Immortal King members and 10 level 7 Immortal King members to stay behind.
Dragon King, my 2 subordinates have followed the experts from the World's End back. I'll leave first to start the preparations. Bachi looked at the information on the AI and said to Wang Xian with a smile.
All right.
Wang Xian nodded and led Ao Chitian and the rest to find a temporary residence nearby to wait quietly. Third brother, you're too disgusting. You actually parasitized on a woman. What the fuck?
What do you know? Latching onto a woman will not be suspected. Look, it's so easy to deal with one person now. This is an undying level 7 warrior, a descendant of Elder Tianya.
Damn. This guy is your corpse's husband, right? Tell me, have you been raped in the past few days? Get lost. Quickly latch onto him. The World Margin sect has warriors organizing for the past 2 days. On a planet in the central region, this planet was a planet specially given to the World's End sect by the Imperial Court's experts. A voice came from a courtyard on the planet. Soon, the middle-aged man who was lying on the side stood up. The middle-aged man and the woman looked at each other and revealed a strange smile. Where's Seventh? How is he?
The middle-aged man asked the woman.
Old Seven is seducing a deacon. He should have succeeded by now. The woman said. Yuan Feng and his wife. Sorry to bother you. At this moment, a voice came from outside, followed by 2 old men walking over. The middle-aged woman looked over, and the corners of the 4 people's mouths curled up slightly.
I have some news here. 2 days later, a few deacons will lead over 1,000 disciples into the abyss.
An old man walked over and said,
I'm following a team. I don't want this identity anymore. I want to change to another one.
The woman said directly. The boss said that if we parasitize another 10 people, we'll find an opportunity to complete the parasitism in the next 2 days. With a dozen of us here to take care of them, it'll be easier to do things. Okay. The 4 of them chatted. The 4 of them were the true core of the World's End sect. There were the descendants of elders and deacons. There were even the descendants of families who had fought for the World's End for generations. No one would have thought that they would betray them. Dragon King, 3 days later. There will be some strong leaders from the World's End who will enter the abyss to hunt for abyssal seeds. They will send Old Demon and the others here to assassinate them. A day later, Wang Xian received a message from Ba Qi. Ao Yao. Contact Ba Qi and send some thorny dragons over from the Dragon Palace.
After Wang Xian received the message, he immediately gave an order to Ao Yao. It's the Dragon King.
Ao Yao nodded and immediately took action.
This time, we must be careful when we enter the abyss. Everyone, listen to my orders.
3 days later, in the central region, a group of 200 people flew to the left. The leader of the group, a deacon from the World Margin sect, said, Yes. The group of warriors from the World Margin sect nodded and immediately followed behind.
The group of 200 people, the strongest Undying Emperor level 8, the rest were all Undying Emperors. This power wasn't weak. Their speed was very fast. They immediately became alert after entering the abyss.
Deacon, let's go over there. There are people nearby. Even if there are abyss seeds, the seeds will still notice the situation here. And if there are people, we have to give some to the other party. An hour after entering the abyss, a woman suddenly spoke. All right, let's go over here. Why didn't Dimensional Wind come over this time? The head deacon nodded and casually asked.
He had some matters to take care of, so I came over myself.
The woman smiled faintly.
Deacon Horizon nodded and did not ask further in the abyss. After all, this was not a suitable place to chat.
Stop! Just as they were about to arrive in front of a meteorite, the woman suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Madame Yuan Feng?
The deacon was slightly startled and immediately asked her who was behind him.
Deacon, look at that place? The woman flew to his side and pointed forward. What? The deacon looked over with a face full of surprise. However, at the next moment, a sharp claw pierced through his body, causing his body to freeze.
He stared wide-eyed, turning his head in disbelief, staring at the woman. However, when he saw her body slowly split apart, his eyes were filled with shock.
Madame Yuan Feng, you? At this time, the 200 Undying Emperors behind were shocked. Pooh, pooh, pooh.
However, at the next moment, beams of light and darkness crossed over everyone's bodies.
Hee hee, kid, well done. Following which, Ba Qi's voice resounded. His silhouette appeared in front.
Hee hee, thank you, boss, for your praise.
A ferocious venomous dragon crawled out of the woman's body and smiled at Ba Qi. Continue working hard. 8Chi smiled and said, waving his arm to clean up all the corpses. Yes, boss. 7th brother is already organizing his men, preparing to lead a few thousand World End Undying Emperors on a hunt. The rewards will be even greater.
H's underling smiled and said,
Yeah. All right, remember, don't get discovered.
Bachi nodded and said with a smile.
Yes.
The subordinate immediately nodded respectfully and transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man flying outside.
I have to say, Bachi, you guys are really sinister and cunning, especially after you evolved into the poisonous horned dragon species. Ao Yao, who saw this scene, said indifferently, Hee, it's not that I'm bragging. As long as I have enough time, the entire imperial court will become the back garden of our poison-making department.
Bachi smiled smugly. He was in a good mood. Before long, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of Undying Emperor. When that time came, he would be the strongest amongst the leaders of the Dragon Palace.
Let's go to the next place. Ao Yao smiled and vanished into space. Offending the 8-point poison department was even more terrifying than offending the piercing dragon. As time passed, more than 10 poisonous horned dragons had completely infiltrated into the World Margin sect. Furthermore, all of them were parasitic on some of the more core powerhouses of the World Margin sect. One of the most core parasites was the son of sect master Tianya.
War was cruel.
The World Margin sect had once hunted down Qing Yu and Lingxiu and almost killed them. Wang Xian wanted revenge for this.
The Dragon Palace had killed so many experts from the World Margin sect and turned them into stray dogs. If there was a chance, the World Margin sect would destroy the Dragon Palace and kill the experts from the Dragon Palace.
Since there was a chance to destroy the World Margin sect, Wang Xian would not show any mercy.
In the past few days, the disappearance of 7 to 8 teams that entered the Abyss did not attract the attention of the World Margin sect.
After all, there were still 60,000 to 70,000 Undying God King level warriors in the entire World Margin sect. There was no news of the 1,000 to 2,000 God King warriors entering the Abyss, and no one cared.
However, 8 days later, a World Margin deacon and the son of an elder organized a gathering of 4,000 Undying God King warriors that entered the Abyss without any news.
On the 13th day, it attracted some attention from the World Margin sect.
Deacon Zhou Feng and the others have led over 4,000 World Margin disciples. Any response now?
In a large hall on the planet where the World Margin Great Sect was located, the World Margin Sect leader frowned as he asked the elders. No, there's no news at the moment. There's another piece of news. The disciples that have been to the Abyss recently have no contact at all. An elder frowned. Over the past 10 days, none of the disciples that went into the Abyss had returned. There was no contact at all. This made them have a bad premonition in their hearts. Entering the Abyss to hunt the Abyss species might be dangerous, but now that all of them had disappeared, such a strange thing, there seemed to be a huge hand behind it. Most importantly, a few days ago, the 4 deacons had led over 4,000 Undyings from the World Margin sect into the Abyss to hunt an entire race, and now they had actually disappeared without any connection at all. Entering the Abyss to hunt the Abyssal Seed, even though it wasn't something that happened in a day or two, there was no news for 4 to 5 days, and they still couldn't contact them, which made them have a bad premonition. Especially since there was no news from any of the disciples who had left during this period, this bad premonition was even stronger. Send someone to investigate immediately. I have a bad premonition.
Sect Master Tianya said with a dark face.
Yes.
Several elders nodded.
In addition, all disciples are forbidden to enter the Abyss during this period.
Sect Master Tianya continued to give orders.
Dragon King, this is our harvest this time. Time passed day by day again. The half a month agreed upon by Wang Xian and the poison department had arrived once again. There are 5 level 9 Abyss seeds of the Immortal King, 40 level 8 seeds, 100 level 7 seeds, and 7,000 level 8 seeds of the Immortal King.
Mo Sha grinned and continued. Very good.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled and his face was full of smiles. You and Poison 9 continue to exchange for resources. He ordered immediately. Mo Sha Poison 9 nodded and flew directly towards the Imperial Court. They were already very close to the Imperial Court, flying for about 10 hours.
Following that, they would be getting closer and closer to the central region. The risk of hunting the Abyss seeds would also become greater and greater.
At that time, they might still have to face human powerhouses. After the improvement of the poison-making department, its strength will almost double. It can even surround and attack peak stage Immortal King existences.
Wuxia mumbled as his eyes sparkled.
Dragon King, with the addition of 5 level 9 Immortal King powerhouses. I can now live on the elders of the World Margin sect. At the side, Bachi said with a smile. How are things going with the World Margin sect?
Wuxia asked him. The disappearance of over 6,000 undying godly monarchs has aroused their suspicion. Now, they forbid any disciples from entering the abyss. Only the parasitic elders can make a big move.
Bachi said with a twinkle in his eyes.
Hee, all right. Let's find an opportunity to see if we can destroy the 2 ancestors of the World Margin sect. Wuxia's gaze was cold as he spoke. It's the Dragon King.
Bachi nodded his head. The subsequent elevation was very smooth. At the same time, in the dragon transformation pool in the Dragon Palace, some of the Abyss species corpses were sent to the Dragon Palace.
After they were sent here, they were immediately used to give birth to poisonous horned dragons. 5,000 poison-horned dragon species were born, and all of them were raised to the Undying God Emperor level.
After which, these 5,000 poison-horned dragon species came to the Abyss and joined Devil Demon's team. The entire poison department of the Dragon Palace was rising at a terrifying speed. Father, we still haven't found news of our World Margin sect's Deacon Zhoufeng and the others?
In a study room of the Horizon sect, a middle-aged man walked to the side of the old man in the center, poured him a cup of tea, and asked,
No, there's no news at the moment.
The old man glanced at his son, shook his head, and said with a gloomy face, Now we're wondering if the Dragon Palace did it. The Dragon Palace, it's indeed possible. The Dragon Palace has a group of strange creatures hiding in the void. If they assassinate the experts of the Horizon sect, thousands of us will never be able to escape.
The middle-aged man nodded and said indignantly, We are not sure whether the Dragon Palace will make a move or not. If it is really them, Tianya will fight with the Dragon Palace to the death, no matter how great the price. The old man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he took a sip of tea. It's father. Even if we can't kill the Dragon King, we have to kill all the people around the Dragon King.
The middle-aged man nodded. Seeing the old man drink his tea, he pursed his lips and didn't continue.
Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly changed. Terrifying attacks attacked the old man one after another.
Who is it?
You're courting death. How dare you attack me? The old man sensed the terrifying attacks coming at him. His expression changed drastically as he roared savagely. However, when he stood up, his face suddenly turned pale as he felt a chaotic energy attacking his body. Old thing, you still want our Dragon Palace to pay the price. Kiki.
At this moment, the middle-aged man next to him widened his eyes in disbelief.
How could his son say such words all of a sudden? Also, was the chaotic energy in his body a poison? Did his son betray the World Margin sect? He widened his eyes, full of anger and fear.
Bang!
However, before he could think further, a terrifying attack landed on his body. This made his consciousness a little absent-minded.
The injury is a little severe, but fortunately a drop of vitality liquid was born in the moon bay of the ancient pond of the Dragon Palace. At the end of his blurred consciousness, a voice sounded by his ear. Kiki, after dealing with one elder, the rest will be much easier.
In the study room, Bachi sat in the center. Beside him, an elder and a deacon of the World Margin sect stood there respectfully.
Boss, please give us your instructions on what to do next.
The two of them stood in front of Bachi respectfully.
The World Margin sect still has 6 elders and 1 leader. Think of a way to parasitize a few more elders. It's best to parasitize the leader. Bachi squinted his eyes.
Boss, according to my memories, the leader has a life-saving treasure. If you want to parasitize the World Margin sect leader, it's best to parasitize him at the pinnacle Undying Emperor realm. It's safer that way. If it's an elder, there's a huge chance.
The elder said, All right.
Then parasitize the 3 elders and proceed to the next step.
Bachi said coldly.
If he parasitized another 3 elders, the entire World Margin sect would not be far from destruction.
It's boss. After parasitizing an elder, it was much easier to parasitize them.
With the formation specially set up by the Heaven Array to block out any abnormal movements, it was not difficult for him to parasitize the elders. In fact, it was much easier than before. Soon, in less than 2 days, there were 3 more elders from the World Margin sect in front of Bachi.
Kiki, let's carry out the plan. Bachi smiled sinisterly. Sect Master, some disciples who went to investigate have sent news that someone saw people from the World Margin sect flying to the right.
Half a day later, an elder came to Sect Master Tianya's palace and reported to him. To the right? Why did they go to the right? Sect Master Tianya frowned and said with an unpleasant expression.
I don't know, but the last time we met the Dragon King was on the right. Sect Master, I want to go with a few elders and lead the World Margin experts to investigate.
The elder said.
Hierarch Tianya looked hesitant. I can take more disciples this time and not go into the abyss and split up the team. If we really encounter any trouble or even the strange array formation of the Dragon Palace, we'll be able to react immediately.
I think it's best to check out the disappearance of 5,000 or 6,000 disciples and see if the Dragon Palace has done something in secret.
Elder Tianya continued.
It's fine if we ensure safety. We must pay attention to the strange array formation of the Dragon Palace. Once we're trapped, we'll be in big trouble.
Why don't we inform the Patriarch?
Sect Master Tianya nodded and said, Sect Master, there's no need to inform the Patriarch about this. We're not going to confront the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace and look for them. Once there's any danger, we'll return to the Divine Kingdom directly. It's enough for me to call a few elders to come with me. Elder Tianya shook his head. Okay, Olden, I trust you to do things. Be careful. Sect Master Tianya thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Sect Master. I'll call 3 elders. Nothing will happen.
Elder Tianya said with a smile.
Okay. Sect Master Tianya nodded and watched him leave.
If it's really done by the Dragon Palace, then let's fight to the death.
Sect Master Tianya murmured.
They had already become stray dogs. If they still had to be assassinated by the Dragon Palace at this time, then their Tianya sect could go crazy.
Boss, the plan has succeeded. When the World Margin Elder walked out, he immediately took out his AI and sent a message. Then, he immediately went to look for the other elders. Very good. At the same time, Bachi received the message and left immediately.
Dragon King.
A few hours later, Bachi flew over.
Is it done? Wuxia looked at him and asked with a smile.
It's done. We have parasitized 4 elders. If we kill the other 3 tomorrow, the elders will all be ours. Dragon King, if we make a move tomorrow, we might need the Heaven Array to come over personally to set up the array. Bachi nodded with a smile.
All right. Wuxia nodded with a smile.
This time, there will be more than 10,000 Immortal King powerhouses. One of the subordinates of Elder Tianya cannot return. We will be able to obtain 4 level 9 Immortal King corpses. I want to accumulate 10 of them and raise my combat strength to the peak of Immortal King. At that time, I can parasitize on Sect Master Tianya. If that's the case, Bachi said to Wang Xian with a sinister laugh. Sure. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Once he parasitized Sect Master Tianya, the other 3 elders would also be on his side. The entire Tianya sect would be in his pocket.
If the Tianya sect knew that the elders and sect master were from the Dragon Palace, he did not know if they would die of fear.
Dragon King. 10 hours later, the sky array rushed over. Discuss with Bachi about tomorrow's operation. It's best not to let anyone from the World Margin sect off.
Wuxia said to the sky array.
It's the Dragon King. The sky array nodded and immediately started to plan with Bachi. All the disciples are separated by 100 million kilometers. If we need to enter the abyss to investigate, everyone else should wait outside. We must be on high alert. There might be powerful warriors targeting us in the dark. Time passed quickly. The next morning, the 4 sect leaders of the World Margin sect stood at the very front and said to all the disciples,
It's the Elder.
Over 10,000 undying Emperor-level warriors immediately replied. They also knew about the operation this time. They wanted to find out if the warriors of the World Margin sect were killed in the abyss or assassinated. If they were assassinated, they would be able to confirm that it was done by the Dragon Palace. If that was the case, the World Margin sect would walk a different path. Brothers, be careful. The elder who spoke looked at the other 3 and warned.
Don't worry, if they can kill us, we won't have to live anymore. The other 3 elders said confidently. They were undying level 9 warriors under such vigilance, and outside the abyss, if they were killed, they couldn't blame anyone else.
They could only say that the other party was too strong, and they were too weak. As for this operation, they didn't think it was dangerous at all. Alright, since that's the case, I'll take the lead. You guys split up to the left, right and back. That Tianya elder smiled and said, Alright. The group nodded.
The clues you guys found, I'll let you guys lead the way. The leader elder said to the undying disciples beside him.
It's the elder.
The disciples immediately led the way. The leader elder's lips curled up. The disciples beside him also smiled.
These few people, of course, were poisonous horned dragons.
Boss, prepare to receive guests.
With my current speed, I'll reach my destination in 20 minutes and 21 seconds. 90 degrees to the right, 80 million kilometers. There's a team, 2,500 people.
90 degrees to the left, 80 million kilometers. There's a team, 2,500 people.
150 million kilometers to the right. There's a team, 2,500 people.
All undying level 9 warriors lead the team. Take care of them.
In front of the abyss, the group of warriors flew along the edge of the abyss. At the very front, an elder sent a message with a relaxed expression. Sky Array. This is the message. At the same time, at the front, Bachi looked at the message on the AI, smiling as he passed it to the Sky Array. All right.
The Sky Array looked at the information and nodded. He immediately went forward and prepared to set up the array.
With the other party's precise location, it was easy for him to set up the array.
Especially since the other party didn't have an undying pinnacle warrior, it wasn't easy to find out about the array he set up.
Also, the most important thing was that the venomous dragon, Elder Tianya, led the way. The other elders instinctively lowered their guard. In that case, it would be easier to capture all of them in one go. The setup has been completed. As long as your information is not too far off, we can capture all of them in one go. 6 minutes later, the heaven formation flew over and reported to Wang Xian.
Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, Ao Yao, go hide in the formation over there.
Wang Xian said to Ao Qitian and the rest. It's the Dragon King. Everyone nodded immediately. I have to say that the poisonous horned dragon is too sinister and terrifying. At the side, Tian Cheng's eyes flickered as he spoke. He was also filled with fear towards such a dragon.
This was because he didn't know if the person closest to him had been parasitized.
Kiki, old man Tian Cheng, if you are a little more polite to me, it will be enough for you to hand over your revenge to our poison-making department in the future. I guarantee that they will perish in fear. If you acknowledge me and Mo Sha as your boss, Jie, we will protect you in the future. 8 Points said with a smile from the side.
Tian Chen glanced at him but did not say anything. He thought back to the time when he, the Void God Emperor, died because of his disciples' betrayal. He, a God Emperor, could not escape the plot of his own family.
How could the current world margin great sect escape the plot of 8 Points and the others? It was a piece of cake to destroy a sect. Dragon King, they are about to arrive. Let's hide first.
At this moment, Bachi's voice rang out.
Wang Xian and the rest immediately went to the concealment array at the side and looked ahead quietly.
They were waiting for Yue to arrive.
Elder, and we have already flown for 10 hours. There aren't many people around. Should we continue? The people of the World Margin Sect had been flying for about 10 hours. An elder on the right looked around and couldn't help but ask the elder of the World Margin Sect. We'll fly for another 10 hours or so. If there's no news, we'll go back.
Elder said.
The elder didn't say anything and continued to look around.
Elder, I say we don't need to look for it. So many of our disciples disappeared at the same time. It's very likely that the Dragon Palace did it. We can just kill them directly. Do you really think that the World Margin Sect is afraid of them?
A deacon said to the elder beside him from the right rear, his face full of anger. We still have to figure things out. You have to understand that if we fight directly, at least half of the Godly King experts of our World Margin Sect will die. This is not what our World Margin Sect wants to see. But the people of our World Margin Sect are not cowards. If it was really done by the Dragon Palace, then we have to make them pay the price even at the cost of heavy losses. The World Margin Elder said indifferently. In their hearts, their elders and even the sect master did not want to fight to the death with the Dragon Palace because the losses would be too great. They might even fall.
However, they also had a bottom line. If the Dragon Palace really did this and had been secretly assassinating their experts, they wouldn't be afraid. They would just die slowly.
They might as well fight to the death. This was also the reason why 5,000 or 6,000 experts from the world margin were missing. They wanted to find out the result.
There was really no need. They didn't want to fight to the death with the Dragon Palace even though they knew the losses would be too great. Let me say it. We'll fight with them. At most, we'll die. Who's afraid of who? The deacon next to them was a loyal disciple of the world margin sect. He said with a murderous look on his face,
"It's going to take a long time. In the future, the Dragon Palace will be destroyed by us." The elder also said with a cold look on his face, "Destroy our Dragon Palace? Hee, with just you."
However, at this moment an extremely cold voice suddenly sounded. Buzz. The next moment a strange space appeared around them.
"This is..." The sudden voice suddenly changed.
When they saw the familiar strange space around them, the expressions of everyone from the Horizon Great sect changed.
"It's the Dragon Palace."
"It's the Dragon Palace."
A fierce roar came from a deacon's mouth.
Rumble. However, at this time, a vast and unstoppable attack attacked them.
The world margin sect elder felt the terrifying pressure and his expression changed. "Not good. We've been ambushed by the Dragon Palace. There's an undying pinnacle warrior," he shouted in shock.
They had actually been ambushed. There was an array trap here.
However, they had just been scouted by an elder.
Logically speaking, at such a close distance, even an undying pinnacle warrior's array should be able to sense it.
After all, the distance was too close. 10 million kilometers was only a short distance to a warrior like them.
Rumble.
They didn't have time to think. The destructive energy landed on their bodies.
No.
Elder Tianya's face was filled with horror as he roared in fear.
"It's really the Dragon Palace.
It's really the Dragon Palace."
I'll fight it out with you."
The deacon's eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously.
However, in the face of absolute power, they had no way of resisting.
The more than 2,000 godly monarch experts behind them were instantly killed the moment the nomological energy struck them. They were powerless to resist. "Dragon King, our world margin great sect will not let you off." The elder's body slowly collapsed as he let out a final cry of despair. His life force slowly dissipated.
Ah!
The deacon beside him also let out a cry of despair.
However, just as his life force was about to dissipate, a red light suddenly flew out of his body.
The next moment, the red light strangely disappeared directly.
Eh?
At this moment, Ao Chitian's surprised voice came from the side. He frowned slightly.
"Dragon King, something seems to have happened."
He glanced around, broke the array, and said to the outside with a frown,
"Dragon King, it's done. We've killed all of them, none of them escaped." Just as Ao Chitian broke out of the formation, Ao Jian and Ao Yao also broke out from the black holes.
Ao Jian, an undying level 9 dragon guard, and an undying level 9 mad dragon immediately used the World End ruler to attack, easily killing everyone from the World End sect. Ao Yao led a few hundred subordinates to launch an assassination attack. After killing Elder World's End in an instant, the rest were easily killed as well. There was no need to mention the position at the front. Elder World's End was parasitized and easily annihilated the rest. Ao Chitian, what happened on your side? Wang Xian stood at the position outside. When he saw the members of the Dragon Palace coming out, he glanced at the surrounding corpses and looked at Ao Chitian in puzzlement. Ao Chitian was at the peak of the Immortal King realm. There shouldn't be any accidents on his side. I'm not too sure either. When I killed a deacon from the World's End, a red light suddenly flew out from his body. After the red light flew out, it disappeared immediately. I wonder what this red light is.
Ao Chitian said with a slight frown.
The universe was so big that there were all kinds of treasures. There were also all kinds of life-saving treasures. Take Wang Xian's soul-returning fluid, for example. Even though it was completely destroyed, it could still be resurrected and rebuilt. Other people might also obtain such heaven-defying treasures. Hence, when Ao Chitian saw the red light, he felt a little strange.
Dragon King. I also sensed a special energy that penetrated through the array formation and disappeared instantly. At the side, Heaven Array said with a frown. It's very likely that Deacon Tianya obtained a powerful treasure and escaped with his life. Wang Xian was deep in thought. Under such a strange situation, he must have escaped after obtaining the treasure. If he could obtain the treasure, others could too. Dragon King. Once someone escapes, our hunt for the World Margin sect might be exposed. Why don't I get my men to stop and kill the guy who escaped? Ba Qi said from the side. There were only 3 elders of the World Margin sect now, and all 3 of them were parasitized. They were all on the same side. Yeah, it's best if we can stop the person who escaped. If we can't, then forget it. What can they do even if they know? Wang Xian nodded at Ba Qi. I'll inform them immediately. Ba Qi immediately took out his AI and gave an order to his 3 subordinates. The Dragon Palace is actually ambushing us. Have they been following us? They're dead. The elders and the rest are all dead. If I didn't obtain the worldly treasure back then, I would be dead by now. Dragon Palace, Dragon King, you all deserve to die, you all deserve to die. I will tell this to the sect leader, the forefather, the elders, destroy the Dragon Palace, destroy the Dragon Palace. At this time, within an undying country within the space crack, a red blood image floated within. His face was filled with excitement. Waving his arm, a backup communication stone plate appeared before him. This was the backup communication method of the top experts of the World Margin sect. It was able to contact the experts of the World Margin sect. Without any hesitation, he sent the news to the elders, the hierarch, and the patriarch. At the same time, when the patriarch and the hierarch of the World Margin sect received the news, their faces changed dramatically, and they immediately flew toward his position. Dragon King, it's too late to stop them. The news is about to be leaked. At the front of the abyss, when the patriarch, the sect master, and the elders of the World Margin sect flew over, the news was also transmitted over. So what if you know? Even if the World Margin sect does something next, they won't be able to hide it from us. We can still use some means to slowly hunt them down. Wang Xian smiled. He did not mind that the World Margin sect knew that the Dragon Palace was trying to assassinate them. Currently, there were only 6 undying godly monarch level 9 and above in the World Margin sect. The 3 elders were on the same side. Once the World Margin sect made a move, they would definitely not hide it from the Dragon Palace. Their actions were just sending themselves to their deaths. Jie. I'll get Mo Sha to work hard and get me 6 undying godly monarch level 9 abyssal seed corpses. In a few days, I'll head to the World Margin sect to become the sect leader. Ba Qi laughed sinisterly. Ka. At this time, in front of the universe, the 2 forefathers, the sect leader and the 3 elders of the World Margin sect floated in the air with gloomy expressions. With a wave of their arms, the space in front of them immediately tore apart. In their sight, an undying country appeared in front of them. The 6 of them moved and instantly arrived within the God country. Forefather. The group had just entered when a shrill voice resounded. Within the God country, a red blood thread silhouette floated there. It was extremely excited when it saw the group. Little you, what exactly happened? Tianya saw the miserable state of Deacon Tianya. He asked coldly. Forefather, we along with Elder N and Elder Zhao searched for news of our disciples. They were all covered by an array midway. A pinnacle undying emperor from the Dragon Palace attacked and killed all of us. I had a chance of survival because I obtained a treasure before. Forefather, the elders are all dead. You have to avenge them. Deacon Tianya shouted excitedly. The Dragon Palace ambushed you midway? All the elders were killed. His words made the 2 forefathers of the World Margin sect reveal a brutal expression. Yes, I don't know if the others escaped. Deacon Tianya shook his head and said angrily. Did you see clearly the pinnacle undying God King warrior that the Dragon Palace attacked? Sect Master Tianya's expression changed as he asked. No, I didn't see who attacked, but I'm 100% sure it was the Dragon Palace. Deacon Tianya shook his head. Patriarch, Elder and Elder Zhao, and the others are all dead. We must avenge them. An elder on the side shouted with a trembling body. Patriarch, give the order.
We will fight the Dragon Palace to the death. We will fight to the death.
Sect Master Tianya shouted while the three elders on the side responded in unison. Ha ha, you've killed so many experts of the Horizon sect and you're still carrying out assassinations. If we don't take revenge, then what's the point of us living?
The Horizon sect has been established for nearly 100 million years, and we've never feared anyone.
This time, even if we die, we'll make the Dragon Palace pay a terrible price.
The patriarch laughed wildly and roared crazily. Kill, kill, kill. A patriarch next to him shouted the word kill one after another. His body trembled as he looked around at the top level of the World Margin sect. If the Dragon Palace wants to assassinate us, we must find Protector Emperor first. Whether Protector Emperor helps us or not, we must be prepared to fight to the death. All God Emperor disciples of the World Margin sect gather. All God Emperor and above disciples of the World Margin sect gather in the main hall. On the planet where the World Margin sect was located, an order gathered all undying God Emperor and above disciples. What happened? When all the disciples gathered in the main hall, everyone looked around in shock.
We will wait. Next, we will announce something that will affect the fate of the entire World Margin Great Sect. It will affect everyone's lives.
In front of them, Sect Master Tianya stood there with a gloomy face and shouted at everyone. It's Sect Master! Everyone trembled slightly and a solemn expression appeared on their faces.
At the very front stood 4 figures, the Sect Master and 3 elders. This caused some experts to be slightly puzzled. Where were the other 4 elders? The entire great hall was silent and a stifling atmosphere lingered.
No one dared to speak. Sovereign Protector. At this moment, on the largest planet in the center of the Imperial Court's front lines, a towering palace was suspended in midair. The 2 forefathers of the World's End Great Sect were standing in a study room in the Great Hall. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he cupped his hands towards an old man in front of him.
The old man was dressed in gold. Looking at him gave off a luxurious feeling. High and mighty. Brother Feng Yazi, Brother Wu Lingao, I wonder why the 2 of you are so anxious to come here? The old man was a guardian-level figure of the Imperial Court. He asked the 2 politely. Guardian D, during this period of time, the warriors of the Dragon Palace have assassinated over 16,000 undying God King disciples of our World Margin sect. For elders have fallen, please help us fight for justice.
World Margin Patriarch Feng Yazi bent down, his arms trembling as he growled.
HM?
The Dragon Palace assassinated more than 10,000 of your undying God King disciples? Do you have proof? Protector D was slightly stunned as he asked them.
Yes, Protector D. One of our deacons obtained a treasure and escaped before he died. A few hours ago, more than 10,000 of our disciples were killed. We have to take revenge. Please help us. Wu Lingao gritted his teeth and said,
Is there any other evidence? Protector Emperor frowned slightly and continued to ask. No other evidence, but we are 100% sure that it was done by the Dragon Palace.
Feng Yazi said with a red face.
The Imperial Court has a rule. During the war, no forces are allowed to kill each other, and no humans are allowed to kill each other. Those who violate the rule will be killed by the Imperial Court. If you have clear evidence, I can send the Emperor to punish and even destroy the Dragon Palace. However, without clear evidence, it's hard to do so. The Emperor said indifferently. Emperor, don't tell me the disciples of the World Margin sect died for nothing?
Feng Yazi's breathing was hurried.
I can't do anything about that. During the war, to destroy the Dragon Palace, they would have to send at least 7 or 8 pinnacle undying emperors, and you don't have any evidence.
Protector Emperor shook his head. Since you can't do anything, then even if we fight to the death, we will make the Dragon Palace pay a heavy price.
Wu Lingao roared crazily. Brother Fenjiazi, Brother Wu Lingao, calm down. Protector Emperor frowned slightly and said when he saw his condition. Protector Emperor, if this continues, all the powerful disciples of the World Margin sect will be assassinated. Rather than slowly walking toward the end, it's better to fight to the death with them. Fenjiazi said with a miserable tone.
Brother Feng Yazi, if you fight with the Dragon Palace at this time, the Imperial Court will punish you. At that time, I won't be able to protect you.
Protector Emperor said faintly. We know this. As long as there's no evidence to prove it, it'll be fine. Wu Lingao said in a low voice with a sinister expression.
His words caused Protector Emperor to be slightly silent. Following that, he said faintly, yes, without evidence, the Imperial Court will not act.
Brother Feng Yazi, Brother Wu Lingao, the divine empire of the Cold Night Island is about to open. Why don't you endure it? If you can make a breakthrough inside, the Imperial Court will not stop you even if you want to destroy the Dragon Palace. Guardian Emperor looked at them and continued. The chances of US making a breakthrough to the divine empire of the Cold Night Emperor are too slim. We don't want to be passive and sullen all the time. People of the ends of the earth would rather die than submit. Feng Yazi said coldly.
Sigh.
If it were any other time, I would be able to help you a little. But now I can't help you. The Guardian Emperor said faintly.
We appreciate your kindness, Guardian Emperor. Farewell.
Feng Yazi and Wu Lingao cupped their hands and flew out.
Buzz.
All the disciples of the World Margin sect get ready. Next, we will have a good fight with the Dragon Palace. We will fight to the death.
Soon, a voice full of killing intent was heard in the hall where all the disciples of the World Margin sect were gathered.
All the disciples shivered slightly. We will obey the Patriarch's order. The sect master of the World Margin sect and the 3 elders immediately responded. The more than 6,000 disciples of the World Margin sect who disappeared during this period of time were assassinated by the Dragon Palace in a despicable way by the 4 elders and 10,000 disciples a few hours ago. If you want to kill us, you have to pay the price in blood. Even if you have to die, we have to make the Dragon Palace suffer. Sect Master Tianya swept his eyes over all the disciples and roared coldly. What? The 4 elders were killed. This.
Blood must be repaid in blood. They want to kill us all. We will fight them to the death. At most, we will die.
The disciples of the World Margin sect were furious and roared with murderous intent.
They were all loyal disciples of the World Margin sect. If someone bullied them, they would kill him one by one.
The Imperial Court forbids fighting on the surface. The Dragon Palace secretly assassinates our people. Then we will return the favor with a tooth for a tooth and a blood for a blood. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace who are related to the Dragon Palace will be our targets for revenge. Feng Yazi, the Patriarch of the World's End, said coldly.
All the disciples should be ready. It's time to return the favor with blood. During this period, no disciple is allowed to leave the planet.
Wu Lingao, another patriarch, said coldly. It's the Patriarch. The disciples of the World's End sect immediately responded. They were all full of murderous intent. Let's go and make a plan.
Feng Yazi said to the sect master of the World Margin sect and the 3 elders. It's the Patriarch. The 4 of them immediately followed him and walked toward the back of the hall. Find a target first and tell the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King that we, the World Margin sect, are not easy to bully.
Wu Lingao, the Patriarch of the World Margin sect, sat on a chair and said in a deep voice with a face full of killing intent. The Dragon Palace has now occupied the territory of our World Margin sect, but they have sold the land to Duantian and Zhoushao. The Dragon Palace has occupied the ocean. If we want to take revenge, I can bring people to destroy the Dragon Palace's ocean base. Behind the main hall, an elder growled with a murderous look on his face. Yes, we can send people to destroy the Dragon Palace's ocean base. The Imperial Court can't control us in the remote Demon Island. Another elder of the World Margin sect echoed. The Dragon Palace is stronger than us. They might have expected us to take revenge. The other elder frowned. The 2 patriarchs sat there with gloomy faces. Patriarch, I think we can kill one person first and take the rest of the revenge slowly. At this moment, the sect master of the World Margin suddenly said, Everyone looked at him, waiting for his answer.
Northern Frost, the Dragon King's disciple. As far as I know, the Dragon King's disciple is currently hunting the Abyssal Seed with the other princesses of the Imperial Court. As long as we are well prepared, we will definitely be able to kill the Dragon King's disciple.
His disciple is known as the Frost Goddess. Many people say that she has the potential to be a great emperor. If we kill her, the Dragon King will definitely be very angry when he finds out.
Sect Master Tianya said with a cold face.
The Frost Goddess? Bei Shuang? The eyes of the two forefathers and the three elders of Tianya flickered. Forefather, I think it's possible. Isn't the Dragon King killing our people? Then we'll kill the Dragon King's people and kill his disciple.
An elder immediately echoed in a cold voice.
Okay, let's start with the disciple of the Dragon King. Next, we'll take revenge bit by bit.
Feng Yazi, the world's end patriarch, immediately decided.
Patriarch, let me do it. I'll do it. I'll definitely cut off Bei Shuang's head and send it to the Dragon King.
An elder requested.
If an elder does it, the other party might escape. Besides, if there's a powerhouse protecting the disciple of the Dragon King, we'll alert the enemy.
The world's end patriarch said thoughtfully. Then let's all three of us go and bring a dozen deacons with us.
An elder said solemnly.
No need, I'll do it myself.
At this time, world end patriarch Wu Lin Gao suddenly said, HM? Patriarch, you'll do it yourself. An undying god king level 8 lady. I'll do it myself. I'll cut off the head of the Dragon King's disciple. World End sect master and the others were slightly shocked. But Wu Lin Gao interrupted them. Patriarch, do you want to do it alone? Do you need our cooperation? An elder of Tianya said.
No need. I can do it myself.
Wu Lingao said coldly.
Then I'll immediately order my disciples to investigate Bei Shuang. Sect Master Tianya immediately said. Go. Send your core disciples to investigate. I want to know the whereabouts of all the disciples of the Dragon King within 3 days. World Margin Patriarch Wu Lin Gao said in a cold voice.
It's the Patriarch. Sect Master World Margin and the three elders immediately responded and walked out.
World Margin's revenge was about to begin. World Margin Patriarch wants to personally intercept and kill Bei Shuang.
However, the World Margin sect never expected that Wang Xian would receive this news in just an hour. When he saw this news, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Dragon King, the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole follows behind. We can use Miss Bei Shuang as bait. If only a peak stage Immortal King comes this time, we can totally kill him. At the side, Ba Qi's eyes were sparkling as he spoke.
It will take some time to kill a peak stage Immortal King. However, we can do it.
Wang Xian was deep in thought as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
However, we have a better method. The Imperial Court has already announced that humans are prohibited from fighting among themselves during the war. Once everyone knows about the Heaven's End sect attacking Northern Frost, will the Imperial Court let them off?
Even if the Imperial Court won't destroy them, our Dragon Palace can be prepared to attack the Heaven's End sect directly. In that case, the Imperial Court can't say anything. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he said.
Dragon King, according to the information we received, the World Margin sect has a good relationship with a protector. Will the Imperial Court do it?
Ba Qi said.
Since the Imperial Court didn't help the World Margin sect, they should still abide by some rules. Moreover, when the ancestor of the World Margin sect tried to kill Bei Shuang, the Imperial Star Ladies and the other Imperial Ladies would also be witnesses. They are the Imperial Court's Imperial Ladies. Wang Xian said faintly.
The Dragon Palace's current strength had completely surpassed the Heaven's End sect. If not for the Imperial Court's rules, the Dragon Palace's army could have directly destroyed the Heaven's End sect. However, since the rules of the Imperial Court were violated by the Heaven's End sect, the Dragon Palace could also openly attack the Heaven's End sect and kill their powerhouses. At that time, the Imperial Court would have nothing to say. Sky Array, Ao Chitian, Ao Jian, the few of you, follow me to the frontline planet of the Imperial Court. Ba Qi, once you have any information, report to me immediately, especially when Patriarch World Margin tried to kill Bei Shuang. Wang Xian said to them. It's the Dragon King. Ba Qi and the rest nodded immediately.
Let's go.
Wang Xian moved and immediately flew towards the frontline planet of the Imperial Court. All the way until he arrived at the courtyard where the Imperial Star Lady lived. He took a glance and did not find the Imperial Star Lady and the rest. Ao Chitian, Ao Yao, go to the abyss and contact the Dragon Guards to protect them and ensure the safety of Bei Shuang.
Also, be careful. Don't let some people from the World Margin sect notice you.
Wang Xian was a little worried and said to Ao Chitian, Ao Yao, and the rest. It's the Dragon King. Ao Chitian and the rest nodded and flew out immediately. Wang Xian did this to prevent Bei Shuang and the rest from being killed by the World Margin Patriarch the moment they came out of the abyss. After all, he had to be fully prepared.
Not everyone could kill his disciple.
Wang Xian, I heard from the Dragon Guards that you are back. A day later, Wang Xian heard the voice of the Celestial Maiden. Following that, Wang Xian saw a few figures walking over. The Celestial Maiden and Bei Shuang were walking together, followed by a few Dragon Guards.
One of the Dragon Guards had the combat strength of a level 9 Immortal King. How was it?
How was the harvest? Wang Xian looked at them and said with a smile.
We have gained a lot during this period of time. This is all thanks to Sister Bei Shuang. Sister Bei Shuang's frost art is too amazing. The Empress Star Lady said happily.
Furthermore, I will be able to exchange for a treasure very soon. It won't be long before I can advance to Immortal King level 2. She continued.
Congratulations to the beauties. Are you still going out in the next few days?
Wang Xian smiled and asked them. Of course. We have made an agreement with Senior Sister and the rest to enter the abyss one day later. Hee. I still want my name to appear on the heroes list. The Imperial Star Lady raised her head and said with fighting spirit. Wang Xian chatted with Imperial Star Lady Bei Shuang and the rest for a while. The two of them had been in the abyss for 6 days and had killed dozens of Immortal King abyss seeds. The strength of the team of Imperial Star Lady and the rest was relatively strong compared to the Imperial Court. After all, only the elders of the Imperial Court had the strength of an Immortal King level 9. With their Immortal King level 8 combat strength, it would be pretty good if they were placed in the abyss battlefield. We need to have a good sleep. It's very harmful to stay alert in the abyss. After Empress Star said that, she entered the room with Bei Shuang and began to rest.
Dragon King, the news of Bei Shuang's return has already reached the Horizon sect. At this moment, Ba Qi, who was at the side, spoke to Wang Xian.
Oh, that's quite fast. Wang Xian smiled and sipped his tea. Hee, Dragon King, one of the disciples who investigated the news is one of our own. Ba Qi, who was at the side, smiled. When Wang Xian heard that, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The news that Horizon wanted to obtain was merely something that the Dragon Palace had intentionally allowed him to obtain.
I reckon that when Miss Bei Shuang leaves tomorrow, it will be the time for Patriarch Tianya to make his move.
Ba Qi said faintly. Be fully prepared by tomorrow.
Wang Xian said to Tianqin, who was at the side.
Yes. Tianqin nodded. Wang Xian, we have to leave. We have to continue to fight. On the morning of the second day, Di Xingnu walked out of her room. She stretched and said with a smile on her face. Okay. Be careful. Wang Xian nodded at her faintly.
Don't worry. With Sister Bei Shuang and the Dragon Guards by our side, we won't be in any danger.
Di Xingnu said with a smile.
Don't worry, Master. We'll be very careful. Bei Shuang said from the side.
Okay. Go ahead. Wang Xian said. The two of them nodded and walked out immediately. Bei Shuang, Xingnu. A few hours ago, Deaconing came to us and invited us to hunt down an abyssal race. They have already investigated the strength of that abyssal race. Their harvest should be quite substantial. Do you think we should?
Just as the two of them walked out of the courtyard, a few hundred people walked over and asked them.
Deaconing. Upon hearing this, Di Xingnu frowned slightly. Yes, it's that team you're in.
The leader of the group looked at her and said. The person she was talking about was the father of Di Xingnu, Di Haosong.
It's fine. He's him. I'm me. It has nothing to do with me. Senior Sister, did you agree to Deacon Ying's invitation?
Di Xingnu relaxed her brows and asked.
The current her was doing much better than her father. With her current position in the Emperor Court, some deacons would be polite to her, not her father.
The main thing was that she had an Undying level 8 and 3 Undying level 7 guards. And her Undying level 5 space Serpent War Pet.
Not yet. If you don't have any objections, I'll agree to the deacon's invitation.
The Empress shook her head and said with a smile.
Agree. The Empress said directly.
Okay, let's go directly. They will set off soon.
The Empress nodded and then the group flew forward. Soon, 700 to 800 people gathered on a mountain peak in front of the planet.
Deaconing, this time, we girls will fight side by side with you. The group of people came to the front of the mountain peak. The Empress, who was in the lead, said with a smile, "Ha ha, welcome to the top. Welcome to the group of heaven's chosen. Welcome to the goddess of frost. Welcome to the Star Lady." On the mountain peak, an old man immediately went up to welcome them. He said with a face full of laughter. The group of people also turned their gazes over. Their gazes landed on Bei Shuang and the Empress, who were more dazzling. "Di Haosong, your daughter." At the back, a woman smiled as she looked at the middle-aged man. Di Haosong heard her words and remained expressionless. Speaking of which, Brother Haosong's daughter is a hot topic in the imperial court. A middle-aged man looked over and said, "It's a pity that our Lothario Di Haosong didn't treat them well." In the end, the two women didn't acknowledge him. "Haha," a middle-aged man said with some schadenfreude. "Shut up." Di Haosong's face sank as he said with embarrassment. "Hee, it was just a joke." A middle-aged man next to him said with a chuckle. He didn't care about it. Clearly, he wasn't afraid of him. With the Frost Goddess and the Star Lady, it will be much easier to hunt down the abyssal race. Let's go. We will set off immediately. In front, Deacon Ing spoke to them. All right. The group of girls nodded. Then, under the lead of Deacon Ing, they immediately flew towards the direction of the abyss. Has the news spread out? At the same time, Wang Xian and the rest appeared not far behind them. Dragon King, the news has spread. The planet where the World Margin sect is located is not far from here. With the speed of the World Margin Patriarch, he can intercept them before they enter the abyss. I wonder if the World Margin Patriarch will attack after entering the abyss or before he enters. Ba Qi said from the side. Ao Qitian, Tianzhen, pay attention to the direction of the World Margin sect. Wang Xian said, yes. The two of them nodded. Then they followed from afar. After flying out of the range of the planet, Northern Frost Imperial Star Lady and the rest flew towards the left side of the abyss. Their objective this time was to fly for more than 5 hours. In front of the entrance of the abyss, they could see countless people entering and exiting. It was not an exaggeration to say that the number of people entering the abyss could reach billions of people every day. Buzz. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being the Dragon King's disciple. At this moment, a wisp of white flame was drifting in the void at a terrifying speed to the right of the Imperial Star's daughter, Bei Shuang, and the rest. A pair of eyes filled with murderous intent emerged from the flame as they stared at Bei Shuang, who was in front of them. They were waiting for the best opportunity. Dragon King, I see him. At this moment, Wang Xian and the rest who were also hiding behind noticed the white flames. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as the dragon eyes of the yin-yang 5 elements flickered. Be prepared. It's easy for a peak Immortal King to kill an Immortal King level 8. Don't let him hurt Bei Shuang, he said. Don't worry, Dragon King. Tian Chen and Ao Qitian nodded and were ready. This is the time. When Bei Shuang and the rest had flown for 3 hours, there were fewer people around them. A low roar came from the wisp of white flames. The flames on his body intensified. He locked onto Bei Shuang at a terrifying speed and attacked. Attack! On Wang Xian's side, Ao Qitian, the Heaven Array, Ao Jian, and the others also moved instantly. Boom! The magnificent fireworks slowly condensed into a human figure covered in flames. Its face couldn't be seen clearly, but one could feel its terrifying power. The figure covered in flames slowly stretched out a palm. The palm turned into a claw and attacked Northern Frost. Everything happened in an instant. What a terrifying flame. Not good. Someone is attacking. Imperial Star Lady Bei Shuang and the others were shocked when they sensed this terrifying flame. Executive Ing, who was in the lead, immediately turned his head. When he saw the figure that was attacking them, his pupils constricted slightly. Not good. His heart trembled. His target is the Frost Goddess. However, in the next moment, he felt the Flame Man's target. His expression changed as he roared loudly. Howl die. From within the Flame Man, an enraged howl resounded. What? In front, Bei Shuang saw a Flame Man suddenly appear and attack her, her expression shocked. She realized that she couldn't dodge the attack at all. She didn't even have time to return to her undying country. I'm going to die just like that? Bei Shuang suddenly became extremely calm.
standing there dumbly. She could imagine that in the next moment, she would be killed. And the surrounding people had only just reacted. Rumble. At this time, two terrifying energies attacked the Flame Man. Who? The Flame Man saw that his attack was about to land on the disciple of the Dragon King. However, he suddenly felt this terrifying attack. His expression changed. If he was hit by these two attacks, he would be heavily injured. This made him roar with killing intent. Trying to kill our disciple? Are you courting death? A cold voice resounded. Wang. As the voice faded, an energy engulfed the entire area. A strange black hole appeared in space. Dragon Palace. The Flame Man saw the changes around him, his eyes wide open, filled with shock. There was a pinnacle god king of the Dragon Palace protecting his disciple? How was that possible, a pinnacle god king protecting an undying level 8? Hualala. At this time, blood-red chains wrapped around Bei Shuang and the rest, protecting them. How? The next moment, a huge ocean pacifying needle smashed towards the flame being. Boom! Boom! Following that, a gigantic world-end ruler appeared. On it stood eight-headed man and company. Terrifying attacks were released from the world-end ruler as it similarly attacked the blazing man. The heaven array stood on the world-end ruler as well. With a wave of his arm, an embryonic formation slowly appeared. Dragon Palace, you know of our actions? At that moment, Blazing Man's world-end patriarch saw that the Dragon Palace's peak godly monarch experts were present. He widened his eyes and roared furiously. At the same time, he was shocked. This was obviously a trap. How did the Dragon Palace know that he was going to kill Bei Shuang? Seeing at least 3 pinnacle undying god king warriors of the Dragon Palace, his expression was extremely ugly. He had fallen into a trap. Your operation? Who are you? How dare you kill our Dragon King's disciple? Oh Qitian stared at World Elder and said coldly. Jie. If we didn't find something nearby, our Miss Bei Shuang would have been killed by you. An undying pinnacle emperor assassinating an undying level 8. How shameless is that? On the ruler, Ba Qi asked the same question. They were talking to the empress and warriors on purpose. You guys are nearby? By chance? World Margin heard their words and didn't believe it. How could it be so coincidental? How could it be so coincidental? There's actually someone who wants to assassinate the Frost Goddess and an undying pinnacle warrior. Who is this warrior? Why would he want to assassinate Bei Shuang? Luckily a warrior from the Dragon Palace suddenly appeared. Look, did the Dragon Palace use 3 pinnacle undying warriors? How terrifying, and the surrounding arrays, how strange. The group of emperors protected by the chains saw this scene and discussed in shock. A pinnacle undying warrior actually tried to assassinate the Frost Goddess. Who is he to actually dare to assassinate his own kind at this time? Our imperial court has given an order, no one is allowed to kill anyone. Otherwise, the moment he is discovered, he will be killed. Not even a pinnacle undying emperor. He is provoking our imperial court. Beside Bei Shuang, an emperor from the same team stared coldly at the flame man in the sky. The rules of the imperial court were not to be broken even by peak undying god kings. Leave him behind, water array, floating flood. At this time, the sound of the sky array came from the side. A terrifying flood rushed towards Horizon Elder. Damn it! When he saw this terrifying attack, his expression changed. At this time, he knew that he couldn't hide anymore. The moment he did, he would be left behind. Buzz! He waved his arm and a fire pagoda appeared in his hand. On the fire pagoda, a flood of flames met the flood. It's you, the patriarch of the World Margin Sect. So it's you, the patriarch of the World Margin Sect. No wonder you wanted to assassinate the disciple of our Dragon King. It's you. However, the Imperial Court has decreed that humans are not allowed to fight. You, the World Margin Sect, have disregarded the rules of the Imperial Court and are courting death. When Ba Qi released the pagoda, the corners of his mouth curled up as he immediately roared. Forefather Tianya, I didn't expect it to be the forefather of Tianya. He actually came to assassinate Miss Bei Shuang in such a despicable manner. This is too shameless. The World Margin Sect is no match for the Dragon Palace. Now, he's actually thinking of assassinating the Frost Goddess. Most importantly, the World Margin sect actually dares to violate the rules of our imperial court. Are they courting death? As expected, when Ba Qi's voice rang out, the experts of the imperial court roared furiously.
Especially since they were in the same team as the Northern Frost Celestial Maiden and the others, they could be said to be on the same team.
Dragon Palace, you have killed so many members of our World Margin sect. Our World Margin sect swears that we will make you pay a heavy price. Just you wait. Just you wait. Patriarch World Margin roared mournfully when he heard Ba Qi's words. He had actually failed in this operation. Most importantly, their World Margin sect had broken the rules of the imperial court. This made his heart burn with anger. Make our Dragon Palace pay the price. You must pay the price for attacking our Dragon King's disciple. Ao Chitian and the others roared and directly attacked Patriarch World Margin. Boom! 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 A terrifying attack headed straight for Patriarch Horizon.
Oktaki and the others controlled the Heaven's End ruler while Ao Chitian charged straight at him, setting up a heaven array formation. It could be said to be a 3-on-1 battle.
Patriarch Horizon's expression changed drastically as he faced the attacks of Ao Chitian and the other two. Run! 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 A hint of panic flashed across Patriarch Horizon's eyes when he saw Ao Chitian and the others besieging him. Without the slightest hesitation, he dodged to the back. Fire Pagoda, explosive flame. He roared and the Fire Pagoda attacked Ao Chitian and the others directly. With a wave of his arm, he attacked the black hole space-disturbing array formation behind him.
You want to escape?
Ao Chitian's body trembled as blood-red chains wrapped around Patriarch Horizon. Damn it! I can't be entangled by them, or I'll be finished. The Dragon Palace has one more peak godly monarch expert than last time. Patriarch Horizon's expression was extremely ugly. He anxiously dodged the chain's attack and desperately attacked the array formation. Array formation. Divine Spear of Light.
Seeing him desperately trying to break the array formation and escape, Heaven Array frowned slightly. With a wave of his arm, an array formation was formed. Light flashed and instantly shot toward Patriarch Horizon. Oh no, this array master's strength is very terrifying. Even if it's a one-on-one fight, I'm not his match.
Seeing this terrifying divine spear of light, Tian Chen's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth. Fire Pagoda. Block it for me. With blood-red eyes, he roared loudly. The 1-meter-long pagoda instantly became 10,000 times bigger and completely blocked his body. Boom! The divine spear of light landed on the pagoda and sank into it. The flames trembled violently, and half of it was instantly penetrated. Pooh! The divine artifact he had nurtured was severely injured. Patriarch Horizon spat out blood as well. He gritted his teeth and continued to attack the black hole spatial disturbance formation. Crack! 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 The fire pagoda bought him some time, and cracks appeared on the formation. Break! At this moment, Ao Chitian and the Heaven's End ruler attacked the fire pagoda in front of them from behind. Boom! The fierce collision almost broke the fire pagoda, and some metal materials flew in all directions. Crack! But at this moment, the Heaven's End Patriarch also broke the array formation. He spat out blood, and even the corners of his eyes were bleeding. He turned around and looked at Ao Chitian and the rest with a ferocious expression.
Dragon Palace, just you wait. We will not rest until one of you is dead. He shouted sternly and his figure slowly disappeared.
We will not rest until one of you is dead? Wang Xian was standing outside the formation. When he heard this voice, his face was filled with mockery. When the formation disappeared, he immediately flew into it. The Dragon King is here. The group of powerhouses from the imperial court looked at Patriarch of the World's End escaping in shock. When they saw Wang Xian, they whispered, Wang Xian. Master, the Imperial Star Lady was too weak. She could not see clearly in a battle of this level.
Bei Shuang saw Wang Xian and greeted him with a smile.
It's good that you're all right. Wang Xian nodded at them and landed on the World's End ruler. Let's go. Since the Horizon sect dares to attack my disciple, let them pay the price of blood and charge over, he said to Ba Qi and the rest with a grim expression.
Destroy the Horizon sect. Bachi roared loudly. Ao Chiqian's figure moved and landed on the Horizon ruler. Buzz. The next moment, the Horizon ruler was activated and flew towards the planet where the Horizon sect was located at a terrifying speed. The Dragon King and the rest are attacking the Heaven's End sect directly. It seems that the Heaven's End sect is arranged on a planet by our guardians. The Dragon King and the rest are attacking them. Isn't this breaking the rules?
What rules are they breaking? The Heaven's End Patriarch is here to kill Miss Bei Shuang. Why aren't the Dragon King and the rest attacking them?
Furthermore, the Heaven's End sect has broken the rules in this matter. Perhaps even if the Dragon Palace doesn't make a move, our Imperial Court will destroy them. The people from the Imperial Court said as they saw Wang Xian and the rest charging over. I'm sorry, everyone. I want to make a trip over.
Bei Shuang looked at Deacon Ing and the rest and said,
I'll go as well. I didn't even react earlier. That Patriarch of the World Margin sect is too shameless. A peak Immortal King actually assassinated Sister Bei Shuang. Let's go. Let's go and watch Wang Xian destroy them.
Imperial Star Lady immediately said, We'll go with you.
The rest of the Imperial Star Ladies pondered for a moment before saying, after such a thing happened, they naturally couldn't go to the abyss.
Let's go and take a look too. We're not in a hurry anyway.
Deacon Ing and the rest hesitated for a moment before deciding to go and take a look. The group immediately flew towards the location of the planets. After that, destroy their entire planet. Kill as many as you can. Tell the members of the poison-making department to avoid them carefully. On the Heaven's End ruler, Wang Xian said to Bachi with a cold gaze, It's the Dragon King. I'll inform them right away.
Bachi nodded his head and laughed coldly. Jia, destroy a big sect. Huff huff.
However, in a crack in the void, Horizon Elder Wu Lin Gao appeared in it, panting heavily.
His face was extremely ferocious and his body was filled with a brutal aura.
Damn it, it actually failed. Did the Dragon Palace know about the trap in advance? Or did they just happen to meet it?
How could it be so coincidental? He clenched his fists and roared angrily.
Many people saw me attack. Damn it, I broke the rules of the Imperial Court. No, I have to report to Protector D. Report to Protector D.
Horizon Elder Wu Lin Gao roared, immediately using his AI to contact Protector D.
Seeing that he didn't reply immediately, he immediately flew out of the God Country, swiftly flying towards the nearest planet.
The place his undying God Country was hiding was very hidden and it was very far from the Abyss battlefield. Even teleporting through an array would take a few hours.
No, I'll report to Senior Feng first. Wu Lin Gao flew for a few minutes. Suddenly having a bad feeling, he immediately told Feng Yazi about this. After which, he rushed towards the Abyss battlefield as fast as he could. What?
At this time, within the Abyss battlefield world and Patriarch Feng Yazi received the message, his expression changed and he stood up.
How is this possible? How did he meet the experts of the Dragon Palace by such a coincidence? And the other experts of the Imperial Court saw junior brother Wu Lingao attack. Feng Yazi's expression kept changing, and he was uncertain. Fighting is forbidden in the Imperial Court. If the Dragon Palace reports this to the Imperial Court, the World's End Great Sect might be punished and have to go to the Sovereign Protector. We also have to prevent the Dragon Palace from suddenly attacking.
He growled with a dark expression.
All undying disciples of the World Margin Sect gather. Feng Yazi roared with a thought. He contacted the World Margin Sect leader and the three elders. Forefather.
Within the Imperial Court's main hall, Sect Master Tianya and the three elders flew over. Seeing the forefather's gloomy expression, they were slightly shocked and quickly shouted.
Your Wu Zu has failed. He was attacked by 3 pinnacle undying king warriors of the Dragon Palace. Someone from the Imperial Court saw it and attacked. Our Tianya sect has broken the rules.
World Margin Sect Master Feng Yazi said with a dark face.
What?
Our ancestor actually failed. Our ancestor was discovered by the Imperial Court warriors. What should we do now? Just as he said that, Sect Master World Margin and the 3 elders asked with fear.
I'll go find Protector Emperor. You guys take charge of this matter. Gather all the disciples.
Be careful that the Dragon King will send people to attack. Patriarch Horizon immediately ordered.
It's Patriarch.
Sect Master Horizon and the others nodded.
Buzz.
Patriarch Horizon did not hesitate. His body moved and he left instantly.
Sect Master, we are now. An elder looked at the Sect Master beside him with an embarrassed expression.
Have all disciples above the godly monarch realm gather in the hall and wait for news. Send out disciples to stand guard outside. Sect Master Tianya clenched his fist and said, Yes.
The 3 elders immediately said. They ordered all disciples to wait here and ordered a few disciples to stand guard around.
Following that, Sect Master Tianya and the elders sat at the back of the hall and waited quietly. A group of experts from the World Margin Great Sect gathered together and discussed uneasily. They knew that the World Margin Great Sect seemed to have encountered a crisis again.
This was extremely aggrieved for the experts and disciples of the World Margin Sect. Ever since they were defeated by the Dragon Palace, they had lost their former glory.
Thinking back, who dared to provoke them on the Demon Island? All those who dared to provoke the World Margin Sect had to die. As the experts and core disciples of the World Margin Sect, they enjoyed all the glory, wealth, and women at their fingertips.
But now they were like stray dogs.
They're all Dragon Kings, and they're all damn Dragon Palaces. They'll definitely take revenge one day at a time, kill all of them, and torture all of their women to death.
In the Great Hall, a disciple of the World Margin Sect roared tyrannically.
Well, what's that? What a powerful divine weapon. What kind of divine weapon is this?
Who's on it? It's so fast and it's so powerful.
At the same time, at the front lines of the Imperial Court, the Horizon Ruler was flying at a terrifying speed. Some of the experts from the cold island of the Imperial Court looked at the Horizon Ruler in astonishment. Dragon King, the planet in front of us is the planet where the Horizon Sect is located.
A few minutes later, the Horizon Ruler appeared in front of the planet where the Horizon Sect was located. Do it, destroy it immediately.
Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression as he ordered immediately. It's the Dragon King. In the next moment, Ao Chitian leaped up and transformed into an extremely violent dragon. The ocean-pacifying divine needle appeared in his hand. He waved it and smashed it towards the planet where the Heaven's End sect was located from afar. Kill!
He let out a furious roar. It could be heard clearly within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Wang. At the same time, a devastating attack was unleashed from the Sky Edge Ruler.
Damn, what's going on?
This is...
The warriors and disciples who had been paying attention to the power of the Sky Edge Ruler were shocked when they saw Ao Chitian and the Sky Edge Ruler attack.
Peak Undying Warrior's destructive power, what are they doing? An Undying level 8 stared wide-eyed, shocked. Rumble.
2 terrifying attacks arrived in the sky above the planet. The vigilant warriors were all stunned. The attack of a pinnacle Undying. Flee. One of the warriors couldn't help but shout. Not good, Dodge.
And behind the planet palace, an elder immediately pulled up the World Margin Sect leader beside him and quickly hid far away.
Quickly run. Run back to the Undying country.
At this time, the World Margin Sect leader also reacted, feeling the destructive attack. He shouted in fear.
Rumble. At this time, vast amounts of energy landed on the planet. Some warriors who didn't react were stunned.
The destructive power of 2 pinnacle Undying Emperor warriors landed on the planet. The entire planet instantly crumbled. The group of God Emperor warriors in the hall were all shocked. Their fast reaction figures instantly vanished. However, most of them were the ones who didn't react. The vast energy landed in front of them. Instantly, over 10,000 Undying Emperor warriors were killed. And under this energy, many warriors were still dying at a terrifying speed.
Around them, some of the nearby warriors stared blankly at this scene.
The entire planet was instantly destroyed.
Who are they?
That's the Emperor's planet. Who are they to actually dare to cause trouble here at this time? A scream came from one of the surrounding warriors. That vast energy made their hearts tremble.
A planet was destroyed in an instant. They could sense that there were many experts on the planet.
Ao Yao quickly put away all the corpses inside. Wang Xian looked at the destruction of the planet and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. After this attack, other than the dead, the rest had all fled back to their god countries.
However, He could sense that in the current world margin sect, there were at most tens of thousands of immortal godly monarchs who had escaped. In other words, there were 30,000 to 40,000 experts who had died under the attacks of Ao Chitian and the world margin ruler. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao and the rest moved and immediately flew forward. Who dares to cause trouble in our imperial court? At this moment, the voices of the experts could be heard from the surrounding planets.
Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and saw many powerhouses from the imperial court flying over.
What's that sound? At the same time, on a planet not far away, Patriarch of the World's End, Feng Yatze, was standing in front of Patriarch of the World's End with her head lowered.
Patriarch of the World's End, who was standing in front of him, frowned slightly as he listened to Patriarch of the World's End's report. The sudden voice shocked both of them slightly.
This terrifying power was not something that an ordinary expert could unleash. Let's take a look first. Protector D moved and immediately appeared in the sky above the planet. Patriarch Horizon Feng hesitated for a moment and followed behind him. However, when he flew out and looked in that direction, his eyes instantly turned blood red. Dragon Palace. Dragon King. He let out an extremely angry roar and flew over with a bloody body. Damn it! Protector D's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. He moved his body and flew over immediately. Hee, Patriarch of the World Margin Sect, you are a little late. However, our grudge is not over yet. The incident of you attacking my disciple is not over either. Wang Xian said faintly when he saw him flying over. Dragon King?
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
The World's End sect?
What's going on?
The entire planet has been destroyed by the Dragon Palace. With that terrifying power, the Dragon Palace has sent out more than one pinnacle undying emperor. The imperial court forbids killing. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. And now the Dragon Palace is taking the initiative to attack the World Margin sect. The Dragon Palace's attack destroyed the entire planet. Many warriors from the World Margin sect must have died. Now that World Elder is here, are they going to fight? Around the front lines of the Imperial Court's Abyss battlefield, a terrifying rumble caused a huge commotion, instantly attracting countless people. In just a few minutes, billions of people had gathered around.
At a glance, they were densely packed, all of them discussing in shock. Everyone was clear about the grudges between the World Margin sect and the Dragon Palace. The World Margin sect had been defeated by the Dragon Palace, killing close to 20,000 Undying God King level warriors.
Now, the two factions were in a dispute again.
Dragon King, I'm going to kill you.
When the World Margin Patriarch Feng Yatze heard Wang Xian's words, his face revealed an extremely furious expression. He swept his gaze across the shattered stars and his body trembled. His blood-red eyes stared at the stars as a godly axe appeared in front of him and attacked him violently.
Ha, how dare a stray dog be so arrogant?
Boom!
Ao Chitian saw his attack and raised the ocean-pacifying divine needle in his hand to meet it head-on.
The terrifying aftershock from the collision spread rapidly to the surroundings. Not good, retreat quickly. This is the collision between two powerhouses at the peak of the godly monarch stage.
The expressions of some people who were close to him changed drastically. They hurriedly hid far away.
Stop! Boom!
At this moment, a terrifying hand appeared and blocked the aftershock of Ao Chitian and Feng Yatze's collision. Dragon Palace, how dare you break the rules of our imperial court and kill people here? Are you disrespecting our imperial court? A cold shout came from behind.
It's the protector of our imperial court.
Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed slightly.
They knew that the powerhouse of the imperial court had arrived.
This protector of the imperial court and elder of the World Margin sect has openly attacked my disciple. The World Margin sect has offended him first. Can't he let us, the Dragon Palace, take revenge?
Anyone who attacks their own kind in the imperial court will be punished by the imperial court. I want to know how the World Margin sect will be convicted for such actions. Wang Xian looked at the protector of the imperial court and asked with a twinkle in his eyes.
The reason why he dared to make a move this time was that the Dragon Palace had sufficient evidence.
The World Margin sect had violated the rules of the imperial court first. Naturally, the one who was punished was the World Margin sect. No matter what, This is not a reason for the Dragon Palace to blow up a planet and kill countless people, the Protector Emperor said expressionlessly. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian frowned slightly.
Phew, something happened here. Did the Dragon Palace make a move? That's the Protector Emperor. Looks like we finally made it. Let's go, let's go.
At this moment, near the abyss, a group of more than a dozen people came over on a special aircraft. They saw countless people gathered in front of them and were slightly shocked. Rushing in. Guardian. An elder from the world margin just attacked Sister Bei Shuang when we were heading into the abyss, violating the rules of our imperial court. Emperor Star Lady's gaze swept across the center, immediately speaking loudly.
Guardian, just as she said, the elder from the world margin sect ambushed an undying level 8 warrior violating the rules of our imperial court.
We and Deaconing witnessed it with our own eyes.
Beside Empress Star, the Empress who was in a small team with them also spoke. HM? That's the Empress of the Imperial Court. That's Empress Star, the current Empress. The other one who spoke was the former Empress, and beside them are the deacons of the Imperial Court. The Grand Patriarch of the World Margin sect actually ambushed a level 8 warrior, ambushing the disciple of the Dragon King. This is too despicable.
The surrounding crowd heard the Emperor Star Lady's words and were slightly shocked, discussing. It was your Dragon Palace that ambushed and killed our disciples first. The 4 elders of our world margin sect. Over 10,000 undying emperors were all killed by you. You deserve to die.
Forefather World Margin roared furiously.
Our Dragon Palace ambushed and killed you first?
If you can produce evidence, our Dragon Palace is willing to accept punishment. If you don't have evidence, don't speak nonsense.
This Protector of the Imperial Court, according to the rules of the Imperial Court, please deal with him fairly.
Wang Xian looked at the Protector and said.
The Protector frowned slightly and glanced at Feng Yatzi with an unhappy expression.
This matter has happened before by the World Margin sect. However, since the World Margin sect has once worked for our Imperial Court, we will spare their lives. If there is a next time, we will destroy them immediately. The Guardian Emperor announced calmly.
The words of the Guardian Emperor shocked countless people around him. Their eyes flickered as they looked around.
Let's go.
When Wang Xian heard his words, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes as he said directly.
Buzz.
The Heaven's End ruler was activated and Wang Xian and the rest flew into the distance in an instant. When they saw the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest leaving, everyone was stunned once again. Why did the Guardian protect the World Margin sect? It was the World Margin sect who broke the rules. The Celestial Emperor and the others were slightly shocked when they heard the Guardian's words, and their expressions turned ugly.
The other Celestial Emperor and Deacon Ing also frowned.
The Guardian must have his own thoughts in his decision. Let's not doubt it.
Deacon Ing said,
Lord Protector of the Imperial Court has actually protected the World Margin sect. The World Margin sect is the mortal enemy of the Dragon Palace. What does Lord Protector mean? Does Lord Protector have any dissatisfaction with the Dragon Palace? Some of the experts from the other forces around saw this scene and thought. Lord Protector's action revealed a lot of information. It could be said that a guardian could represent the attitude of the Imperial Court. Especially when they saw the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others leaving, it was even more intriguing. Dragon King, it's obvious that the Guardian of the Imperial Court is trying to protect the World Margin sect. Fuck! Should we fuck them? At the same time, the World Margin ruler was already far away from the previous area. Above, Ba Qi spoke with a murderous look on his face. Wang Xian's face was dark and he didn't say anything.
According to his plan, if the Heaven's End Patriarch attacked them and violated the rules of the Imperial Court, he would be punished by the Imperial Court.
However, the Protector of the Imperial Court was openly siding with the Heaven's End sect. Especially when Protector of the Heaven's End flew over to question them. He had already sensed that something was amiss. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. However, the friend of an enemy is also likely to be an enemy.
Since the Imperial Court was so blatantly siding with him, then. A hint of killing intent flashed across Wang Xian's eyes.
Ba Qi, tell the demonic fiend that our next target is not only the abyssal seed. We can also kill those who can be killed.
He said coldly. Wang Xian originally thought that he had a good relationship with the Empress and that the Empress had some status in the imperial court.
The relationship between the Dragon Palace and the imperial court would be better. However, he was wrong. They really didn't care about a disciple at the level of the Empress. Furthermore, they didn't have to worry about how the Dragon Palace would feel or how they would react. They could do whatever they wanted. The Horizon sect had a relationship with the imperial court, so the Guardians could directly protect them.
Although they didn't blame the Dragon Palace, it was already a message.
The Horizon sect had the protection of the imperial court, so the Horizon sect could sneak attack the people of the Dragon Palace. However, if the Dragon Palace attacked the people of the Horizon sect and was caught with evidence, the imperial court might punish the Dragon Palace.
It was the complete opposite treatment.
Furthermore, the Heaven's End sect and the Dragon Palace had already become archenemies. The Heaven's End sect would definitely seek revenge from the Dragon Palace in the future.
The Dragon Palace could not kill the people from the Heaven's End sect. When the Heaven's End sect increased their strength and came to kill the Dragon Palace, it was indirectly the Imperial Court killing the Dragon Palace. That was because they were protecting the Heaven's End sect. Wang Xian did not have to worry about the Imperial Court.
Although the strength of the Dragon Palace and the Imperial Court were far apart, the Imperial Court was already an enemy.
In that case, the improvement resources of the Dragon Palace were not limited to the Abyssal Seeds.
The Abyssal Seeds could be killed, and the powerhouses of the Imperial Court could be killed as well. Dragon King, the Dragon Palace can still give birth to 3,000 poisonous horned dragons. Let's give birth to the last 3,000 of them. Ba Qi's eyes sparkled as he asked. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head.
Dragon King, in my opinion, it's easier to deal with humans than the Abyssal Seeds. As long as we parasitize some of the powerhouses in the Imperial Court, we will be able to grasp the situation of a small team. Then Mo Sha and the rest will continue to ambush them as Abyssal Seeds.
I believe that it won't be long before the entire Imperial Court will suffer heavy losses. Ba Qi said coldly. Send someone to handle this matter. Wang Xian said with a twinkle in his eyes. It's the Dragon King. Ba Qi immediately nodded his head. To the current Wang Xian, everything in the chasm battlefield was an enemy and a resource for the Dragon Palace to increase their strength. Don't blame us for not treating our Dragon Palace seriously.
Wang Xian mumbled.
Brother Feng Yazi, I don't wish for such a thing to happen again. This time, because of you, we have completely offended the Dragon Palace. Although we don't put the Dragon Palace in our eyes, at this moment, the Imperial Court doesn't want any trouble to happen. At this moment, on a planet at the front line of the Imperial Court, Protector D spoke to Feng Yazi with a cold expression.
Thank you for your protection, Protector Emperor. We will definitely not give you any more trouble.
Feng Yazi lowered her head and replied. Don't go looking for trouble with the Dragon Palace anymore. The Divine Empire of the Night Cold Divine Empire will open in a month. You can try your luck there.
If you can obtain a great opportunity and find an opportunity to break through, you can kill anyone who breaks through to the rear Dragon Palace. Protector Emperor said solemnly.
Yes, thank you, Protector Emperor. Feng Yazi thanked him again before leaving.
Dragon Palace Dragon King.
As he flew out from Protector Emperor, killing intent surged in his eyes again.
Even though Protector Emperor had protected the World Margin sect this time, the World Margin sect had suffered heavy losses this time.
Over 30,000 Undying Emperor-level warriors had died, and there were only over 10,000 of them in the entire World Margin sect now. From 80,000 to 90,000 experts to more than 10,000 now, it was all because of the Dragon Palace. A blood feud that would not stop until one of them died.
I hope I can get a great opportunity in the Divine Empire of the Night Cold. Only then can I destroy the Dragon Palace. Only then can I take revenge. He muttered and clenched his fists. Dragon King, the corpses of the World Margin sect have all been collected. Other than the 30,000 Immortal King level experts, there are also countless Eternal God Lord level 6 and 7 disciples.
Ao Yao and the rest rushed over from a spot in front of the abyss and reported to Wang Xian. Return to the Dragon Palace and use all of them to increase the strength of the members of the poison-making department.
Wang Xian said directly. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded. All the resources were used to increase the strength of the poison-horned dragons. Currently, there were 3,000 poison-horned dragons in the Dragon Palace. If all the resources were used on them, then the strength of these 3,000 poison-horned dragon species would not be lower than an Immortal King level 5. After all, they had taken a lot of resources to upgrade them not long ago.
Half a month later, let Mo Sha bring them to parasitism, Ba Qi said coldly from the side. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly. Soon, the agreed time of half a month arrived again.
Mo Sha, what's wrong with you?
There are only 7 level 9 Undying God King Abyss Seeds. Damn. 7 is still not enough. The closer we get to the center, the harder it is to get. I spent quite a lot to get these 7. Furthermore, your strength can definitely be raised.
Ba Qi looked at all the Abyss Seeds corpses and could not help but ridicule. Mo Sha said speechlessly.
This time's harvest, 7 Undying level 9 seeds, 80 Undying level 8 seeds. The remaining 10,000 or so. The harvest was already terrifying enough. Dragon King, it'll be even harder to get such a harvest next. The closer we get to the center, the stronger the Abyss races get. The next time we get half of this harvest is already pretty good.
Mo Sha said bitterly. Even though they were getting stronger and stronger, the Abyss races near the center were getting stronger and stronger.
The races were getting bigger and bigger. And these races often fought with humans. It would be much harder to get more Abyss races. Especially those races with pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss races. It's all right. Next, we will shift our target to deal with the people from the Imperial Court. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he said, Deal with the Imperial Court? Dragon King, are we at war with the Imperial Court? Mo Sha's eyes flickered as he asked in surprise. Our Dragon Palace is not a match for the Imperial Court. There are some things that you can discuss with Ba Qi. He will tell you. Also, you can exchange some of this batch of Abyss Seeds into merit points. Don't use Poison 9's identity and don't expose the identity of the Dragon Palace. In order to avoid some situations, Wang Xian instructed Mo Sha and the rest.
It's the Dragon King.
Mo Sha nodded. Following that, Mo Sha, 8 points, Poison 9, and the other members of the poison-making department transformed into the images of middle-aged men and flew towards the planet where the merit points were exchanged for treasures. After a day, they exchanged the abyssal seed crystals for elixirs and flew back. This is the last exchange. Next, we will obtain the corpses of the abyssal seeds and bring them back to the Dragon Palace to absorb. Wang Xian looked at the elixirs in his hands and mumbled. Ba Qi, increase your strength first. Wang Xian swallowed all the pills and said to Ba Qi. With the pills in his hands, it was enough for him to increase his strength to the peak of the Immortal King realm.
However, his improvement was not as effective as Ba Qi's.
After Ba Qi increased his strength, he could easily parasitize a level 9 Immortal King realm powerhouse. After parasitizing, 8 points could do many things. It's Dragon King. 8 points had an excited expression on his face. Immediately nodding. Rumble.
10 minutes later, a terrifying energy shot out from his body.
His body looked even more peculiar. If it was said that his body was half liquid before, now it looked pitch black, but it was like a gas, even more terrifying. Keek. I feel that I am abnormally powerful now. I can easily parasitize an Immortal King level 9 powerhouse. Ba Qi looked at his body and roared in satisfaction.
Dragon King, with my current strength, I can totally parasitize an elder of the Imperial Court. Should I change my target?
Ba Qi said with a smile. No need. I will parasitize the sect leader of the World Margin sect. There are too many elders in the Imperial Court. There are about 200 of them. There is no need to parasitize the sect leader of the World Margin sect. The World Margin sect will basically be under my control. Wang Xian shook his head. All right then. For the parasitized Heaven's End sect, let Mo Sha be in charge. For the situation in the Abyss, let Poison 9 and a few other level 9 members be in charge. Ba Qi nodded his head. All right.
For now, let the 500 members parasitize the Divine King experts of the Imperial Court. Wang Xian nodded his head as well. Now, the Imperial Court was setting up the situation and was proceeding slowly.
It's the Dragon King. Ba Qi nodded his head. Following that, Wang Xian continued to raise the strength of the members of the poison-making department. Currently, Ba Qi had risen to the peak of the Immortal King level in the poison-making department.
Furthermore, after using up all the ammunition, the number of Immortal King level 9 experts in the poison-making department could reach 10, and the number of Immortal King level 8 experts could reach around 120. This force was extremely powerful. At its peak, the World Margin sect only had 15 Immortal King level 9 experts. Wang Xian discussed with Ba Qi, Mo Sha, and Du Jiu before coming up with a series of plans. Following which, Du Jiu brought his men into the abyss once again.
Ba Qi contacted his subordinates and flew towards the residence where the World Margin sect was currently at.
He wanted to take possession of the World Margin sect leader.
On the other hand, Mo Sha led his 500 subordinates and flew towards the planets of the Imperial Court.
Wang Xian sat there quietly and waited for the news.
Sect Master, the 3 elders have come to pay their respects.
A few hours later, in the mountain range where the powerhouses of the Heaven's End sect resided. This planet was the planet where the Guardian Emperor resided. No one dared to cause trouble on this planet. Now, the remaining members of the World Margin sect were living here.
Oh, let the 3 elders in.
Sect Master World Margin immediately said. In the entire World Margin sect, besides the old ancestor, the 4 of them were the strongest.
Some things were discussed by the 4 of them together. He wasn't too surprised by the arrival of the 3 of them.
Sect Master.
At the door, the 3 of them walked over side by side and said to the Sect Master inside, "Brothers, come here. I wonder what business you have with us." Sect Master Tianya said with a sigh, "It's nothing serious. I just want your life." An elder in the center opened his mouth and said to Sect Master Tianya.
Sect Master Tianya was stunned.
At this moment, a black mist instantly enveloped Sect Master Horizon. He.
A few seconds later, Sect Master Horizon let out a sinister laugh.
"Greetings, Sect Master." In front, 3 Sect Masters called out respectfully. I'll first absorb some memories." Sect Master Horizon sat there, absorbing the memories of this body. There's actually news about the Dragon Queen. Even the elders don't know about this news. An hour later, Sect Master Tianya suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling. He waved his arm and a communication stone plate appeared in his hand. He immediately compiled a message and reported it. It's pretty fast. At a place in front of the abyss, Wang Xian saw a series of messages sent over and smiled. However, his eyes started to flicker when he saw the contents.
There was not much information. The first message was that the 8-limbed parasitism had succeeded.
The second message was about the current situation. It also mentioned the divine kingdom of a fallen celestial emperor on the Night Cold Island. The third message was about Qing Yu and Lingxiu. A few years ago, the monarch had asked the World Margin sect to capture a few people who possessed a space beast. And this space beast was Xiaolan.
The World Margin sect had captured it for a year, and the space beast had escaped many times. Even the experts of the World Margin sect were shocked to find that the space beast had improved at a terrifying speed in a year. Then the space beast escaped from their demon island and flew toward the direction of the Imperial Court. At this point, the World Margin sect did not continue to pursue, but the Imperial Court began to pursue.
According to the information that the sect master understood, it seemed that the Imperial Court did not manage to capture the space behemoth and those few people. It seemed that they had entered the abyss. It has always been the Imperial Court that wanted to hunt down Qing Yu and Lingxiu. Wang Xian's expression changed and was filled with a violent killing intent. I didn't expect that the biggest enemy would be the Imperial Court. Very good, very good.
He murmured and slowly closed his eyes.
It was hard to imagine how Qingyue Lingxiu and the others survived the pursuit of the Imperial Court of the World Margin sect with such weak strength. No one could hurt Qingyue Lingxiu and the others. As long as there was someone, the Dragon Palace would make them pay a terrible price. The World Margin sect was one of them. The nightmare of the World Margin sect was not over yet. The next one would be the Imperial Court.
Mo Sha, after the 3,000 poisonous horned dragon species of the Dragon Palace have been upgraded, send out another 500 people to parasitize the powerhouses of the Imperial Court.
You, Dujio, and the rest set up a plan to kill the powerhouses of the Imperial Court with all your might. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes and said to Emosha, who was beside him, "It's the Dragon King." Emosha felt the killing intent in Wang Xian's body. His heart trembled slightly and he immediately said, it had been a long time since he had felt such a strong killing intent from the Dragon King.
It seemed that the imperial court had really angered the Dragon King. He took out his communication stone plate and immediately began to contact his subordinates.
Soon, a message came from one of his subordinates.
He had completed his first parasitism.
Dragon King, one of my subordinates has succeeded. As long as one parasitism succeeds, the rest will be much easier. Upon receiving the message, Emosha immediately reported to Wang Xian.
Okay.
Wang Xian nodded his head as his eyes sparkled. He looked at the abyss in front of him.
Was the Green Moon's spiritual beauty still in the abyss?
How did they manage to survive all these years? Were they all right? Time passed day by day. The war that threatened the entire Imperial star field was still going on. Every day, there would be deaths, but every day, there would be many warriors hunting and killing powerful abyss species. During the war, with such resources, there would be many warriors rising up. For example, a certain warrior had broken through from Undying level 7 to 8.
Which warrior broke through from level 8 to level 9?
There was even a leader who rose to pinnacle Undying level. In this war, some died and some rose. On the heroes list, many warriors had already shown their talents.
However, what made many people curious was who was the first on the heroes list, Du Jiao?
Who was the third-ranked Bachi?
And who was the fourth-ranked Emosha? 7th,
10th, 20th, 28th. Wait, who were they? Their mysterious identities also caused a lot of heated discussions on the AI. What's the current situation?
At the same time, in a main hall of the vast palace of the imperial court. Above the clouds, more than 10 figures stood in front. On a divine throne in front, an illusory old man asked faintly,
Grand Ancestor, the situation is still stable. Although the dark magic abyss species are strong, our side is already at the top. An old man reported, Grand Ancestor, the giant beast abyss species is expanding crazily. We have detected the appearance of the divine emperor-level abyss species. It won't be long before more experts are sent to suppress the Pingy Island. Otherwise, those who are close to the imperial court's protection will.
At this moment, an elder at the side reported,
the behemoth-type abyssal seed is growing too fast. The incident back then caused the current disaster. The phantom on the divine throne muttered. One could see that he was frowning slightly. Clearly, he had thought of something that shocked him. God Emperor Yelling's divine kingdom. See if we can add one more God Emperor. If we add one more, it will be much easier for us. We still have some time to prepare in Pingy's direction. The phantom continued to speak before it disappeared. Below, more than 10 elders also disappeared. Dragon King, the 500 poisonous horned dragons have all finished parasitizing. They are all in small teams. In addition, I have also contacted Poison 9 to get them ready. The plan has already been formulated. At a spot in front of the abyss, the demonic fiend reported to Wang Xian.
Let's move out. Wang Xian nodded and stood there quietly.
It's the Dragon King. Emosha nodded and took out his communication stone plate to send messages one after another. My minions, get ready.
At this moment, behind the meteorites in the abyss, hundreds of thousands of Immortal God King Abyss seeds were hibernating there.
3 Immortal God King level 9 Abyss seeds and 15 Immortal God King level 8 Abyss seeds were surrounding each other.
A seed in the middle spoke in human language. The one who spoke was Poison 9. After spending time with the 8-limbed demon fiend, he had also learned some of their essence.
Roar, roar, roar. Around them, a group of abyss seeds let out low roars.
There were around 6,500 of them, the rest were all true abyss seeds. However, with Poison 9 and the other Undying Emperor level 9 abyss species suppressing them, they were 80% obedient.
As for why they couldn't be 100% with their intelligence, they couldn't be 100% obedient.
But that was enough.
Uncle, do we have a target this time? After about 10 hours, a group of over 1,000 people flew into the abyss, a middle-aged man asked.
The target has been chosen. With our strength, we can take care of it. Of course, we don't have to be careless, everyone be alert.
The leading old man said. The 1,000 of them were all undying Emperor-level warriors.
The Emperor Court had 1,000,000 Emperor-level warriors and had been developing for 500 to 600 million years. Within the huge Emperor Court, there were many families, many teachers.
The clans were the people of the direct line. As for the divisions, they were the faction of a master and a grandmaster. After the outbreak of the Abyss War, most of the powerhouses of the Imperial Court fought side by side with their clans and divisions. The more than 1,000 of them were from the same division. With the same grandmaster, they were usually close to each other, and a senior led them.
It's too convenient for us to have an uncle master from the Emperor's Shadow Department.
An old man beside them couldn't help but laugh. Let's go in. Get into formation and start to be on guard. At this moment, when the group entered the abyss, they immediately got into formation. Some were good at being on guard, some were good at defense, and some were good at long-range attacks. It was clear and distinct.
Although the abyssal species knew how to use the terrain, compared to humans, there was still a huge gap in intelligence and coordination. The Imperial Court had powerful detection personnel who had set up a perfect formation. When they worked together, they were often able to resist the abyssal species that were 1.5 times or even twice their strength. This was also the reason why the humans gradually gained the upper hand.
Wang.
Amongst the 1,000 people, a middle-aged man's palm moved slightly, sending out messages one by one.
We have a target, it's an hour away from us, we'll rush over first. They only have an undying level 9 warrior. At the same time, in a certain part of the abyss, Poison 9 looked at the communication stone plate in front of him, immediately communicating with his subordinates. Go, let's hurry over.
Roar, roar.
He roared furiously and immediately flew toward a spot of light on the communication stone plate. Fly from the inner part of the abyss to prevent encountering other humans. Poison 9 continued to transmit his voice and ordered a group of abyss species to take the lead and fly over. Roar, roar, roar. The group of abyss species did not hesitate and directly followed behind. Their speed was very fast. Within the abyss, some of the races would at most howl and not attack them. Poison 9 responded, borrowing a path and swiftly approaching the target.
The enemy has 1,050 people, 1 undying level 9, 5 level 8, 23 level 7. They are much weaker than us, don't let one go. Also, one of them has us brothers, we'll just pretend to kill him.
Poison 9 ordered as he flew.
The Poison Department members immediately replied,
We're still 200 million kilometers away. Hide behind the surrounding meteorites. Don't reveal yourself. Poison 9 saw that they were getting closer and closer. He immediately ordered his underlings and the abyss species.
Howl, howl.
The group of abyss species roared in response, not daring to disobey their leader's orders.
Let's go, we'll check the situation ahead, don't let anyone discover us. Poison 9 said to the other 2 underlings that had the Undying Emperor level 9 abyss species.
Yes.
The 2 nodded, immediately getting closer.
Everyone be careful. Ahead of us is the abyss race. There are 10 Undying Emperor level 8 abyss races, 600 Undying Emperors, the remaining 300,000 or so. We have to finish this quickly.
As Poison 9 and the rest were scouting ahead, the old man's voice reached everyone's ears.
Uncle, we've discovered the abyss races ahead. Alert the surroundings. Everyone get ready. They all reported and gave orders. Over 1,000 Undying Emperors were excited.
At the very front, over 10 people were observing the abyss races ahead, their eyes gleaming.
3 Undying level 8 abyss races are in the center.
2 are 50 million kilometers to the right. 5 are 60 million kilometers to the left.
Information came one after another. The group began to adjust their formation. There are a few seeds on alert. They are coming to our side. Attack. The order to attack was given. The orderly team immediately moved forward, charging towards the seeds. Kill! A cold voice came from the Undying level 9 old man at the front. He charged towards the 5 Undying level 8 abyss seeds on the left. The terrifying power immediately covered them. Howl, howl, howl. The group of abyss seeds saw the sudden appearance of the humans. They immediately roared and charged towards them. Stupid beasts! You dare to invade our Imperial Court? Die!
The Imperial Court powerhouses immediately released terrifying attacks and attacked the abyssal races.
With their powerful strength, Tens of thousands of abyssal races were killed in an instant. Under the situation of predetection and under the suppression of their strength, it was much easier for them to kill the abyssal races. This was also the reason why the imperial court gradually gained the upper hand. After all, the abyssal races did not have the intelligence of humans. It was already the limit for them to be able to set up a favorable terrain. It was impossible for them to form an army formation. As for their detection, the effect could not be compared to that of humans. I estimate that they will be able to kill all the abyssal seeds within 5 minutes. You go to the back and make preparations to cut off their escape route. The abyssal seeds did not have strong detection abilities, but the members of the drug manufacturing department did. At this time, Poison 9 and 2 members of the poison department were hiding behind a meteorite, watching the battle from afar.
Poison 9 and the others were all parasitic undying level 9 abyss species. With the investigative abilities of the team ahead, they couldn't detect them at all.
Yes. A member of the poison department nodded and immediately flew back, gathering a group of abyss species to fly over. Following that, Poison 9 ordered another member to scout the surroundings to ensure that when the time came to act, there would be no human reinforcements. Don't make a sound. Each of you will lead a small team to surround them and cut off their escape route. A group of abyssal seeds flew over. Poison 9 immediately ordered a group of over 6,000 parasitic members. Roar, roar. A group of parasitic members immediately let out low roars in response. Each of them led a small group of abyssal seeds and flew towards the right front. At the front, the battle continued. At the back, the members of the poison department led the abyssal seeds and weaved a large net. They quietly waited for their arrival. Die!
Just as Poison 9 had expected, 5 minutes later, all the abyssal seeds were killed.
Ha ha ha! A bunch of beasts. They still want to fight with us. An expert could not help but shout excitedly. Marshal Uncle, only a dozen or so are seriously injured. Not a single one died, a great victory.
A middle-aged man reported happily.
All right, put away all the corpses of the abyssal seeds. We'll go back and rest for a few days before returning. The leading old man also said in a good mood. Yes.
The rest of the group immediately nodded excitedly and put away all the spoils of war with smiles on their faces.
Return! A shout rang out, and the group of 1,000 people flew out of the abyss with smiles on their faces.
Compared to when they had arrived, they were now much more relaxed. Even their formation was somewhat loose.
The old man in the lead did not say anything. They had not fought for long, and there would not be any danger on the way back. Not good. Be careful. The group flew out. After flying for a few hundred kilometers, the old ancestor in the lead suddenly felt that something was wrong. A bad premonition came over, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately roared loudly. Roar!
Roar!
Roar! However, as soon as he finished speaking, roars sounded. Abyss seeds rapidly rushed out from behind the meteorites in the surroundings. The leader, Poison 9, and the other 2 locked onto the old man in the middle, their eyes filled with violent killing intent.
There's an abyssal seed ambush. How is this possible? Why are they suddenly ambushing the surroundings?
Be careful. At this moment, the expressions of the experts from the imperial court changed drastically, and they immediately picked up the weapons in their hands. Roar, roar! However, before they could react, the abyssal seeds that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had already charged over. Damn! This abyss species is very strong. We can't fight them. Flee! The leading old man felt the terrifying power of Poison 9 and the others and immediately shouted. 3 undying level 9 abyss species were enough to take his life.
What's more, from his senses, there were a total of 15 undying level 8 species in this group, completely crushing them. At least 3 times their strength.
This made him extremely fearful.
How did this group of abyss species suddenly come to their back and ambush them here?
The abyss species didn't have such intelligence. However, the scene before them made them have no choice but to believe. Howl, howl, howl.
Poison 9 and the rest locked onto this undying level 9 warrior. Seeing that he wanted to escape, their sharp claws clawed at him.
In terms of coordination, it was definitely not something the other abyss species could compare to.
Damn it, they actually sealed all my positions. These three abyss species often work together to fight. Seeing the three abyss species sealing him, his heart sank, an ugly expression appearing on his face. He knew that he was in trouble this time, huge trouble. Not good, there are too many abyss species, the other party's strength is too strong, there are thousands of undying level emperors. They actually have over a dozen undying emperor level 8 abyss seeds. Save me. At this time, a panicked voice came from the side, causing the old man's heart to sink. It was over. This time, not only was it hard for him to escape, the rest of them could all be destroyed. Howl! Howl! Poison Nine's furious howl resounded. The three surrounded the old man and attacked fiercely. Some experts of the imperial court had already died down below. It was only a matter of time before this battle wiped out all of them. The revenge of the Dragon Palace had also officially begun. The battle lasted for half an hour. The result was no surprise. Even though over 100,000 of the abyss seeds died, the imperial court didn't leave a single one. Half an hour is too long, our strength is 3 times that of the enemy, yet we still took half an hour to kill them. We need to review this. Our advantage is sneak attacks. While ensuring victory, we can let our spies within the Emperor Court to intentionally force a level 9 Undying to retreat to the side of the Emperor, and then launch a sneak attack. If that's the case, dealing with an Undying level 9 should be 10 times faster. After the battle ended, Poison 9 stood there muttering. Third boss, all the corpses have been collected. From their group, we've even gotten quite a number of abyssal seed corpses and many treasures. At this time, a poison department member flew over and smiled at Poison 9. That's not bad, killing them will give us 2 portions of the harvest. Poison 9 revealed a smile on his face. Let's go. Before Brother M.O. Shah and the rest contact us, let's go and hunt some abyssal seeds to replenish the strength of our tribe. As he spoke, he led the group of abyssal seeds and left immediately. Dragon King, the first team has been dealt with by Poison 9 and the rest. Not a single one is left. At a spot in front of the entrance of the abyss, M.O. Shah received a message from Poison 9 and said with a smile on his face, "All right, let's continue." Wang Xian nodded his head. At this moment, he was like a big boss in the dark, watching his subordinates hunting down everything. He smiled gently. Next, when the abyssal seed gained intelligence, and when the imperial court had the dark line of the abyssal seed, when the experts of the imperial court were all kept in the dark, and when they entered the territory of the abyssal seed, everything would create a tragic abyssal battlefield. According to some news, many powerhouses have died in the abyss this month. I heard that there are at least tens of thousands of them. Many teams of the imperial court were directly annihilated. Many elders-level powerhouses have died. The current abyss is too dangerous. Indeed, many powerhouses have died. Could it be that a powerful abyssal seed has appeared in the abyss this month? A month had passed. Those at the front lines of the imperial court and the AI were panicking these few days. During this period of time, the number of people who had died suddenly increased explosively. This number of deaths was something that even some of the experts, elders, and deacons within the imperial court could feel. Some clans and divisions hadn't seen a single person for a few days. They entered the abyss and never returned. This made many experts extremely fearful. With such a high death rate, who would dare to enter the abyss? Some experts who had come to the imperial court to do meritorious deeds had stopped entering the abyss after noticing some changes. This made the situation on the battlefield even more tense and dangerous. Everyone, what's the situation in the abyss recently? At that moment, within a planet's main hall, old men slowly appeared. The last one was holding a walking stick and had white hair and a long beard. We haven't found out anything about the situation in the abyss, but over the past month, over 10 teams from our imperial court have entered and never come out. Over 15,000 undying emperors may have died there. An old man said with a solemn expression, frowning. How many elders have gone missing? The old man with the walking stick asked. 11 elders have fallen. The death rate has been too high recently. The situation is getting urgent. The old man who replied shook his head, frowning slightly. The abyss here cannot have any problems. The Pingy battlefield is about to erupt. We have to stabilize this place first. The old man with the walking stick said in a deep voice.
I will personally go and check it out in the next 2 days. An old man said, You guys have to stabilize things here. The divine kingdom of the Night Cold Empire is about to open. We old guys are going to enter and take a look. The old man with the walking stick said,
Great uncle, don't worry about pursuing opportunities. Leave this place to us.
An old man said with a smile. All right. The old man with the walking stick nodded with a smile and disappeared. Around them, half of the old men followed him and disappeared. Soon, there were only 5 people in the hall.
It's time to investigate the situation in the abyss. Our disciples have fallen a lot during this period of time.
The leading old man among the 5 said.
I'll go check again tomorrow.
An elder on the left said. I'll follow behind a team to see if there are any special abyss species. An elder on the right also said.
Good, we have to stabilize this side. Otherwise, it'll be even more difficult if the war over at Pingy erupts.
They nodded and slowly disappeared. Dragon King, the harvest this time is not bad. We have obtained a total of 15 Immortal King level 9 corpses. 11 of them are elders of the Imperial Court. At the entrance of the abyss, Poison 9 and the rest met with Wang Xian and spoke excitedly. This time, Poison 9 and the rest had stayed in the abyss for a month. After a month's harvest, they had obtained more than 20,000 Immortal King level corpses.
Most of them were the corpses of the powerhouses of the Imperial Court.
Boss Dragon King, why don't you increase my strength? Mo Sha rubbed his hands and said to Wang Xian with a smile. Sure. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head.
After you increase your strength, you can enter the abyss and let Poison 9 deal with the parasites of the Imperial Court.
He added, I know. Mo Sha nodded and looked at Poison 9. For the time being, all of you should stop. Wait until my strength has broken through before taking action.
In the past few days, Wang Xian, Mo Sha, and the rest had been paying attention to the situation on the Imperial Court's side.
At the same time, they were paying close attention to some information on the AI. The Imperial Court had lost so many experts in the past month that it had caused some panic. Many powerhouses of the Imperial Court reported this matter to the elders and guardians.
They could guess that the Imperial Court would definitely react to this.
At the very least, they would send peak Immortal King level powerhouses over to investigate. This required the poison horn dragon species that entered the abyss to have peak Immortal King level existences. Otherwise, it would be very easy for problems to occur. Yes. Poison 9 nodded his head. Wang. At this moment, Wang Xian's communication stone trembled. When he saw the message sent by the Bachi, he squinted his eyes.
The god country of the Night Cold God Emperor is about to open,
he muttered as he looked at this message.
God Emperor Night Cold was a void god emperor from hundreds of millions of years ago. The current Night Cold island was named after God Emperor Night Cold.
At the same time, the members of the Night race were also descendants of God Emperor Night Cold. God Emperor Yi Lung's god country was the most precious treasure of the Night race. No one could enter the center of the god country. The god country would open once every 100,000 years. It was said that anyone who could enter the god country would have a chance to break through to the void god emperor realm and travel through the void.
Every time it opened as the strongest faction in the Imperial Star Field, the Imperial Court would naturally send experts to enter.
The Night race had no way of dealing with the experts from the Imperial Court. They might as well curry favor with the Imperial Court and welcome them to search for opportunities.
The Night race was so tactful. This also resulted in the good relationship between the Night race and the Imperial Court. This time, God Emperor Yi Ling's divine kingdom was opened once again. The experts at the peak of the Immortal King realm of the Imperial Court were qualified to enter. At the same time, the 2 forefathers of the World Horizon Great Sect were also qualified. A remnant kingdom of the Void God Emperor. This is not a small opportunity.
Wang Xian muttered. It was a pity that the Dragon Palace did not have the qualifications to enter. The people of the Night Clan and the Imperial Court could not allow the people of the Dragon Palace to enter either. Continue to improve. These resources will allow the Dragon Palace to receive a huge boost once again. He thought to himself.
Mo Sha was able to rise to peak stage Immortal King. Along with the 8-point Heaven Array Ao Chitian and the Dragon Machine, the Dragon Palace could be considered to have 5 peak stage Immortal King experts.
Along with the sky formation being able to take on a few at the same level, the Dragon Palace could take on 10 pinnacle Undying fighters. Of course, this had to be done in advance. As for the God King level 9 fighters, the poison department could reach 14 after this upgrade.
Other than them, the Dragon Palace had 30 Undying level 9 fighters, 44 level 9 fighters.
This power was very strong. In the next half a month, the members of the poison-making department all went silent. Other than the members of the Imperial Court leeching on some of the higher-ranking figures, there were no other gains.
However, Wuxia was still rather satisfied with the lack of gains.
With the recent improvements of the poison-making department, the number of Undying level 8 powerhouses had increased by more than 100. In the past half a month, the Poison Horn Dragon had leached over 20 Undying level 8 powerhouses of the Imperial Court. Level 8 warriors were considered executors in the Imperial Court. They were considered mid to high-level warriors.
What's going on? There's nothing special about the Imperial Court.
Why did they suddenly lose so many people last month? And in this half a month, the two elders of the Imperial Court had investigated several times, but there were no results.
And in this half a month, some of the teams that entered the Abyss had almost the same number of casualties as before.
Such a situation made the few guardians of the Imperial Court frown. It would have been fine if it had been an accident last month, but if it had not been an accident, it would have been dangerous. That meant that a pair of eyes were watching them. Let's observe in secret for a few more days. The few guardians could not keep exploring the Abyss. They often entered the Abyss, which would attract the attention of the peak abyssal species in the Abyss.
Once locked on by a few of the king's most powerful abyssal seeds, they are all in grave danger.
Jie, Immortal God King Peak. At this time, located in the Dragon Palace, Masha Face excited to float in the sky of the Dragon Pool. Excited to roar. Go, it will be safer for you to go into the Abyss when you are stronger.
Wuxia said to Masha with a smile on his face.
During this half a month, Wuxia returned to the Dragon Palace. Alright, Dragon King. With my current strength, I can form a huge tribe with tens of millions of abyss seeds in the Abyss. Emosha said with a smile. The strength of a peak immortal king was at its peak in the Abyss battlefield.
If he could find an opportunity to parasitize a peak abyss seed, he would be able to control a huge tribe with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of abyss seeds. It's not easy to parasitize a peak-level immortal king-level abyssal seed. We also have to pay attention to whether this level of abyssal seed would attract the attention of an emperor-level abyssal seed.
Wuxia said faintly. Don't worry, Dragon King. I will consider it. Emosha nodded his head. Alright, let's go. Wuxia nodded his head. He and the 9,000 members of the poison-making department immediately flew towards the Imperial Court battlefield. In the entire Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue, Heaven Array, and Bachi and Emosha were the ones who he was most at ease with.
In terms of cunning and insidious, Heaven Array might not even be as good as Bachi and Emosha.
These two fellows could be said to be pure villains.
If the Dragon Palace didn't have Wuxia to restrain them, they would probably be the villains and criminals in the starry skies of the universe.
The members of the poison-making department entered the mother nest while Wuxia, Heaven Array, and Emosha were transported through the teleportation formation. Boom! 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 Kiki! Kiki!
All of you trash from the Imperial Court, just wait for your deaths.
Kiki! Sooner or later, we will exterminate you all. When Wuxia and the rest came out from the teleportation planet at the front line, a huge rumbling sound was heard. Wuxia and the rest were stunned for a moment. They realized that the planet beneath them was cracking slowly.
They moved and quickly dodged to the side. Following that, a voice filled with ridicule rang out. Upon hearing this voice, everyone on the surrounding planets was slightly shocked. Their faces revealed a look of shock.
You're courting death.
You dare to steal from our Imperial Court. Stay here.
At this moment, two voices filled with anger came from a planet. In an instant, 5 vast figures flew out and attacked from afar.
TSK, you think you can keep me here?
Our revenge has just begun. The Imperial Court. Wait for destruction.
Pay a heavy price for everything you've done. The mocking voice continued to come from afar, followed by the voice getting further and further away.
The 5 protectors of the imperial court left a trace behind with a terrifying power and chased after them. Damn, what's going on? Stealing the treasures of the imperial court? Is it that fierce? Who is this hero?
He must be a good friend.
Mo Shah, who was by the side, heard the arrogant tone of the voice and said with a stunned expression,
Who in the entire Imperial Star Field would dare to steal the treasures of the Imperial Court under the protection of the 5 guardians of the Imperial Court? This voice and this aura. Hovering in the sky, Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where the voice had disappeared. He frowned slightly.
This voice, this tone, and the remaining faint aura gave him a very familiar feeling.
He remembered that when he was in the boundless star field, there was a person who stole the treasure of the eternal Thunderbolt. At that time, the Lord of the Thunderbolt was extremely furious. And this aura made Wang Xian have an aura of origin that was close to him. It was as if this aura came from his own body. Is it him?
Back then, out of the 9 dragon souls on Earth, 8 of them have already been obtained by him. Only one of them is outside. He is also the only one who obtained the Earth Dragon Soul, the Son of Heaven. A familiar voice and a familiar aura. The son of the Earth Dragon could be said to be the true son of the Dragon God. The fact that he was able to tangle with 5 peak stage Immortal King meant that he had completely become the Earth Dragon God.
The son of the Earth Dragon is here. Could it be related to Qingyu and the rest?
Wang Xian recalled the words of the voice and mumbled. Our revenge has just begun? The Earth Dragon's Son of Heaven's revenge. Who else's revenge?
Who is that person?
He actually plundered all the treasures in the Merit Exchange Hall. I heard that the interspatial ring that was used to store the corpses of the Abyss Seeds was stolen by that person. Who is that person from? How dare he do such a crazy thing? How dare he snatch the treasures of the Imperial Court here? Hiss!
A pinnacle Undying Emperor warrior? That person is a pinnacle Undying Emperor? Does he have a grudge with the Imperial Court? The Merit Exchange shop has many treasures, especially the corpses of the Abyss Seeds. Who knows how many days they've accumulated?
At this time, the surroundings were filled with shocked discussions.
Someone dared to rob the Imperial Court. This was extremely shocking news. The majestic Imperial Court had stood in the Emperor Star Field for hundreds of millions of years. It had dominated the Emperor Star Field for hundreds of millions of years. It was one of the strongest forces in the entire resplendent starry sky.
There was actually someone who dared to come here and create trouble for the faction that the Void God Emperor was overseeing. He even said that he wanted to destroy the Imperial Court. One could imagine how shocking this was. The entire teleportation planet has been destroyed. All the Merit Exchange halls on it have been robbed. This is really a talent.
Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and saw that the entire planet had been cracked open. One hall after another had been destroyed. A faint smile appeared on his face.
He is indeed a talent. Mo Shah, who was at the side, was also slightly impressed. This level of theft was very strong. Let's go. Let's continue to add some happiness to the Imperial Court. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he flew straight into the abyss.
Mo Shah and the rest immediately followed behind.
Damn it, that damn fellow. All the Abyss Seeds that our Imperial Court has accumulated over the past 2 months have been stolen by that fellow.
In front of a starry sky, an unnamed old man stood in the void as he roared with an extremely embarrassed expression.
It had been a long time since they were this angry.
Even during the Battle of the Abyss, even half a month ago when a batch of powerhouses from the Imperial Court went missing in the Abyss, they were not this angry.
This time they were really angry. Firstly, it was because someone had provoked their Imperial Court. Secondly, the losses this time were too great.
At the teleportation planet, all the abyssal seeds that the powerhouses had hunted for the past 2 months were gathered. After they exchanged for merits, the corpses of the abyssal seeds had been placed there. In their opinion, would anyone still dare to come to their Imperial Court to cause trouble?
No one. Therefore, they had never thought that someone would steal all the abyssal seeds' corpses today. Moreover, there were also a large number of medicinal pills and other treasures. The loss of these items would cause even their Imperial Court to feel heartache.
If their God Emperor Great Ancestor knew, he would definitely be incomparably furious. It's that fellow from the behemoth-type abyssal seed. I didn't expect him to cross such a long distance to come to our side. Damn it. Half a month ago, our Imperial Court's experts suffered so many casualties. It must be him who did it,
an old man said with killing intent.
Those huge beast-type abyss seeds were the biggest mistake our Emperor Court made back then, and also our biggest negligence. However, before long, we will definitely wipe them all out. An old man roared with killing intent. Let's go back, this time it's our negligence.
An old man's eyes gleamed as he said, turning and flying towards the front line of the Emperor Court's abyss battlefield. The other 4 people followed behind helplessly.
Little ones, follow me. This time, I want to parasitize a peak-level Immortal God King Abyss Seed. Next, watch my performance.
In front of the abyss, Mo Sha led more than 8,000 subordinates into the abyss with a face full of fighting spirit.
Wuxia watched quietly from behind.
In the next few days, everyone was still in the shock of the Imperial Court being robbed. The AI was discussing this matter.
The situation in the abyss was much calmer.
What made Wang Xian curious was that the Imperial Court had released a piece of news. Half a month ago, a large number of disciples in the abyss had died. It was related to the person who stole the treasures of the Imperial Court. When Wang Xian saw this news, he was slightly stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. He didn't expect the Imperial Court to blame the son of Heaven Earth Dragon for this. However, based on the current situation, only the son of Heaven Earth Dragon had such a motive. Who would have thought that there would be such an existence like the Dragon Palace's poison-making department? It's good to give the blame to the son of Heaven Earth Dragon. He smiled gently and sat steadily in front of the abyss entrance. He looked at the information on the AI and communicated with Fiend Eichi and the others from time to time.
Currently, Eichi was the sect master of the great sect of the world's end. There was nothing much going on.
Furthermore, half a month ago, the 2 forefathers of the World Margin sect had gone to the Cold Night Island to enter the God Emperor God Country, and 8 Points was the boss.
He could even destroy the World Margin sect whenever he wanted to. However, the 2 forefathers of the World Margin sect had yet to be killed, and 8 Points had yet to destroy the remaining disciples and experts of the World Margin sect.
Time passed day by day, and Mo Sha, in his words, was developing in a wretched manner. They led their underlings into a large race of abyss. The entire race was close to 100 million abyss species, led by a pinnacle undying God King. He was thinking of a way to parasitize this pinnacle undying God King. According to his plan, it would take some time before he could gain the trust of this pinnacle God King and find an opportunity to use poison to heavily injure him.
After he was severely injured, he would successfully parasitize and use the vitality liquid to recover to his peak.
This was Mo Sha's plan. Wang Xian did not rush him. Once he parasitized a peak-stage king god abyss species, it would be much more convenient for him to kill the abyss species or the powerhouses of the Imperial Court.
In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed.
Boom! Boom!
Boom!
You are my descendant. You are qualified to inherit my mantle. Half a month later, on the Cold Night Island. At the center of the Cold Night Island, there was a rain field that covered a radius of billions of kilometers.
This area was covered by rain all year round.
The vast and heavy rain had been falling for hundreds of millions of years.
And at this moment, at the center of the rain field, there was a gray palace standing in the center.
The entire palace had 81 side halls, and the central hall was about 10,000 kilometers in size.
The palace was not very big in the entire rain region, but at this moment it was emitting an incomparably vast divine radiance. The divine kingdom, which was dead silent a moment ago, was slowly emitting a luster at this moment.
The surrounding rainwater also slowly turned into rain mist, becoming hazy. At this moment, a voice filled with pressure, like the voice of the 9 heavens, resounded throughout the entire region.
When they heard this voice, the bodies of the millions of people around the rain region trembled.
Someone will inherit the mantle of a God Emperor, and a God Emperor will be born. You are my descendant. Do you have the right to inherit this God Emperor's mantle? This
means that our night race will have a God Emperor.
Ha ha ha, Tianxing, our night race. Ha ha ha, our night race has a God Emperor. I wonder which ancestor obtained the mantle of Ancestor Yiling.
That's great, that's great. Our night race can rebuild its glory again. God Emperor, Void God Emperor. Every opening of the God Emperor Divine Kingdom in the surrounding rain domain was a crucial matter for the entire night race.
They prayed that an ancestor would be able to obtain the mantle and regain its glory.
This time, an ancestor finally succeeded.
Wang!
At this moment, the area in front of them trembled. A palace door in the sky above the divine kingdom suddenly opened slowly.
More than 10 figures flew out from inside. Congratulations to the Night Clan. Patriarch Yi Yuan has obtained the inheritance and inherited the legacy of the late emperor. A group of people flew out. Some of the imperial court's protectors congratulated them.
Ha ha, Big Brother has inherited the legacy. Our Night Clan finally has another divine emperor expert born.
Among the more than 10 people who flew over, an elder shouted with a flushed face.
Congratulations, Patriarch, for inheriting the mantle and becoming an emperor.
Congratulations, Patriarch, for inheriting the mantle and becoming an emperor. The surrounding millions of people immediately knelt in the direction of the Void God Nation and shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, today, I have inherited the mantle of the ancestor and restored the might of the Night race. At the same time, I also thank the Imperial Court for taking care of me. In the future, the Imperial Court will be the best ally of the Night race.
I was able to obtain the inheritance of my ancestor this time thanks to the full support of the two forefathers of the Heaven's End Great Sect. From now on, the Heaven's End Great Sect will be the most loyal friend of our Night Clan.
The matter of the Heaven's End will be the matter of our Night Clan.
All of you obey my orders. At this moment, a vast voice came from the highest palace of the Divine Empire.
The moment his voice faded, the two elders flew out.
The two of them were similarly filled with excitement. The two of them were very lucky to enter the God Emperor Divine Kingdom this time and had walked to the end.
However, they were not after God Emperor Yilong, so they did not have the qualifications to inherit the God Emperor's mantle and inherit the Void God Kingdom. However, they had helped an ancestor of the Night race obtain the throne. Furthermore, they had agreed that the Night race would help their World Horizon Great Religion do something. That ancestor of the Night race, Yi Yuan, was naturally so excited that he agreed without any hesitation. He directly promised that the Night race and the World Horizon Great Religion would be his best friends, and that the matters of the World Horizon would be his matters in the future. To be able to obtain the promise of a Void God Emperor, this trip would be a huge profit.
In the future, in the entire Emperor Star Field, their world margin great religion was second only to the Imperial Court's Night race. The rise of the world margin great religion was just around the corner.
All of you obey. Everyone from the Night race immediately responded loudly. The birth of a Void God Emperor, all the Night race members knew what this meant. They naturally followed the old ancestors' orders 100%. After I enter closed-door cultivation for a few months, I will lift up the Void God Nation. After the last voice came from the palace door slowly closed. Congratulations to everyone from the Night race. We will take our leave. When God Emperor Day and Night Abyss lifts up the Void God Nation, our great ancestor will come to congratulate you. The group of Imperial Court protectors cupped their hands at the Night race ancestors before leaving.
Imperial Court guardians, take care.
The few Night Clan forefathers cupped their hands with smiles on their faces. Two members of the World Margin Great Sect. My elder brother is able to inherit our ancestors' legacy this time. Thank you for your help. In the future, the World Margin Great Sect will be our Night Clan's benefactor.
After the Imperial Court guardians left, the few Night Clan forefathers immediately looked at the two forefathers of the World Margin Great Sect who had disappeared in front of the Divine Kingdom. They spoke very politely and warmly.
They also knew that the reason why Yi Yuan could become a God Emperor this time was because of the help of these two. Yi Yuan would naturally repay them, and so would their Night race. The mantle of the ancestors of the Night race can only be inherited by the members of the Night race. We only helped a little.
The two ancestors of the World Margin replied politely.
Haha. Our Night Clan will never forget your kindness. Our God Emperor also said that your matters will be our matters in the future. Our Night Clan knows that some small matters have happened in the World End Great Sect. Don't worry. Our Night Clan will help you settle them. A Night Clan forefather said with a smile and a relaxed expression. Thank you, everyone from the Night Clan. When World Margin Patriarch and the others heard this, They clenched their fists and bowed to express their gratitude. Ha ha ha! We should be thanking the two of you.
Everyone from the Night Clan laughed loudly.
Father, grandfather, the patriarch is going to become a god emperor. That's great. That's great. At this moment, a young man walked over excitedly and said to the current Night Clan patriarch and the others, "Haha, that's right, young emperor. After your ancestor lifts up the void god country, I'll ask the ancestor to help you raise your strength. God emperors have unfathomable means, and they can directly raise you to the undying god king realm." The Night Clan leader smiled and patted the young man's head. Young Emperor Yi was the first child he wanted after breaking through to the peak undying god king realm. It could be said that he was the son of an old man, and he doted on him very much. This time it was his direct ancestor's breakthrough. His position and his son's position were no longer the same as before. "Yes, thank you, father." Young Emperor Ye's eyes revealed an excited expression. With his ancestor becoming a god emperor, his position would undergo an earth-shattering change. In the past, if one said that he was the young master of the Night Clan with a noble status, some of the warriors and disciples of the imperial court could completely ignore him. Even offending him wasn't a big deal. The experts of the other large sects could also completely disregard him. But it was different now. His ancestor was the Divine Emperor. Now, other than the Divine Emperor's son and the top experts of the imperial court, everyone in the entire imperial star field gave him face.
The leader of the large sects?
The ancestor of the large sects. He had to be polite when meeting him. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, a dark look flashed across his eyes. Not long ago, he was the one who forced him to kneel and humiliate him. This grudge. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he looked at Patriarch Horizon and the others with a smile. The Supreme Sect had a grudge against the Dragon Palace, and he also had a grudge against the Dragon Palace.
I want the Dragon King to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. And the Empress of the Emperor Star.
Young Emperor Yi thought to himself.
The news regarding the Rain Domain on the Night Cold Island was not immediately announced. The current Yu clan, Yi Yuan, had yet to truly step into the realm of the Celestial Darge. He still needed some time to absorb it.
When they were truly enemies, it would be the time for the world to celebrate. Wang Xian did not know what happened on the Night Cold Island. He also did not know that the threat of the Dragon Palace was being born. However, Wang Xian received a piece of good news from Mo Sha. Roar, roar, roar. In the abyss, a peak Immortal King Abyss species raised its head excitedly and took out a communication stone plate to send out messages one after another. The demonic fiend has succeeded. At a spot in front of the abyss, Wang Xian smiled when he saw the message sent by the demonic fiend.
After more than half a month, he had been hiding beside a peak godly monarch-level abyss seed for more than 10 days.
Today, he finally managed to parasitize it. After parasitizing it, the demonic fiend also managed to control the entire race. Over 100 million abyss species, of which 10,000 were undying emperors, 10 were level 9 undying emperors. These 10 were all parasitized. After controlling an entire race, Masha could do many things. At least, even if the emperor court had 2 or 3 pinnacle undying emperors entering the abyss, Masha wouldn't be afraid. Within the abyss, he knew how to use the terrain better than the other abyss species. Poison 9. Contact the demonic fiend and continue the hunt.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he said to Poison 9. It's the Dragon King. He's already in contact with the demonic fiend.
Poison 9 nodded immediately and said, "The Imperial Court will suffer even more losses from the hunt this time." Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Currently, the 1,000-strong people from the poison-making department had taken over the various squads of the Imperial Court. The Abyss also possessed sufficient strength. Under the cooperation of both the inside and outside, as long as they entered the Abyss, they would not be able to come out alive. Everything that happened next was just as Wang Xian had expected. In the next 5 days, 3 squads from the Imperial Court entered the Abyss. 3 teams, about 2,000 people, were all surrounded and killed by Mo Sha and the others.
With Mo Sha's command and the mole of the poisonous horned dragon, it was extremely easy to kill them. Moreover, in just 5 days, the death of 2,000 experts was too short and did not cause any ripples.
However, on the 5th day, Wang Xian suddenly received bad news from the Ba Qi. Dragon King, this is bad. Fuck. 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 Over at the Cold Night Island, the Yi clan's patriarch Yi Yuan is about to become the emperor. Yi Yuan was able to become the celestial emperor because of the help of the two patriarchs of the world's end. Now, the two patriarchs of the world's end say that the matter of the world's end is the matter of the Yi clan. The Yi clan will help the world's end great sect to deal with our dragon palace. They also say that the celestial emperor will take action and destroy us directly. In addition, the patriarch of the world's end and the young master of the Night clan, young Emperor Yi, came over just now to discuss revenge with us. That little brat, young Emperor Yi, actually disrespected you, Dragon King. Dragon King, may I have your instructions?
When Wang Xian saw this news, he was slightly stunned. An extremely solemn expression appeared on his face.
There was an expert of the Night clan who was about to become the Celestial the Arch. Furthermore, he would help the world's end sect to deal with their dragon palace.
A Celestial the Arch is helping the world margin sect.
Wang Xian's face sank and his brows were tightly knitted. This could be said to be a huge crisis for the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, the relationship between the Imperial Court and the Night Clan has always been very good. Now that a Celestial the Arch has appeared in the Night Clan, even if the Night Clan makes a move against us, the Imperial Court will definitely not say anything. In fact, they will even agree to it. However, Dragon King, I have an idea. If we can parasitize the two patriarchs of the world margin sect, the situation can be changed. Ba Qi's message continued to be sent over. Wang Xian was deep in thought.
Did they say when they were going to attack us?
Wang Xian asked Ba Qi with a sullen face.
Dragon King, according to the news, it is possible that they will attack us after Yi Yuan of the Night Clan has completely become a celestial Darch.
According to Patriarch Horizon, it will take a few months for Yi Yuan to become the Celestial Emperor. We have to be prepared during these few months. Ba Qi replied.
A few months?
Wang Xian frowned slightly. If he were to parasitize the two patriarchs of the world margin sect, he could definitely do it within a few months.
This way, the crisis could be resolved.
It shouldn't be a big problem,
he muttered. The resources at the demonic fiend's side were enough for the Dragon Palace to produce 2 peak-stage Immortal King Realm experts.
With the help of Ba Qi and the others, it wouldn't be difficult to parasitize the two patriarchs of the world margin sect. Keep an eye on the news from the Night Clan. I have to parasitize the two patriarchs of the world margin sect in advance.
Wang Xian sent a message to Ba Qi asking him to pay attention to the situation.
Yes.
Ba Qi nodded.
With the alliance between the world margin sect and the Night Clan, there were experts from the Night Clan who had advanced to the Void God Emperor realm. This brought some pressure to Wang Xian.
Sky Array, how many peak Immortal King experts do you think can fight against a Void God Emperor?
Wang Xian looked at the Sky Array and asked. Dragon King, the Void God Emperor, and the Immortal King are a huge threshold. However, if I were to combine 10 existences like Aochitian, who have just stepped into the Void God Emperor realm, I can definitely fight against a first-level Void God Emperor.
The Sky Array pondered for a moment and said,
in a cross-level battle, under normal circumstances, 10 Dragon Palace members of the same level could fight against those who were 1 level higher than them. However, there might be more of such a large realm.
10.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Apart from the Heaven Array, there were only 4 members of the Dragon Palace. It would be difficult to increase the number of members by 6 in a few months. Let's level up as soon as possible. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. Once they really became enemies with the Imperial Court, the Dragon Palace would have to face almost the entire Imperial Star Field. At that time, the pressure would be even greater. The current Dragon Palace was still too weak for such a behemoth. At least, the Dragon Palace had more than 400,000 members, and not even half of them were godly monarchs. Just the godly monarchs of the Imperial Court alone numbered in the millions. Wang Xian did not know the exact number.
In the next 10 days or so, Mo Sha and Poison 9 Miles joined forces and began a frenzied massacre.
When more than 10 days passed, the Imperial Court sensed another situation.
The number of the Imperial Court's powerhouses was decreasing at a terrifying speed.
In the past 20 days, All the powerhouses of the imperial court who entered the abyss had not come out again. The same situation happened more than a month ago. According to the feedback from all the disciples, all the teams and powerhouses of the imperial court who entered the imperial court have been killed. The problem has also happened on the Night Clan side. We also found a situation. Some teams that don't belong to our imperial court and the Night Clan are safe and sound. On a planet at the front line of the imperial court, 8 old men stood in a palace. One of them said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Is it that guy?" An old man beside him said with a dark expression, "I don't know, in just 20 days, over 20,000 of our undying emperors have died, and over 100,000 of our God Lord level disciples." The old man who spoke continued, "Since the start of the Abyss War, over 70,000 to 80,000 of our emperor-level disciples have died. Damn it! In these few days we've entered the abyss to kill."
An old man in the middle roared angrily, "The 8 of us can't all charge over directly. Otherwise, the same situation as before might happen. At most, 2 or 3 of us will lead a team into the abyss.
If we fight, it's best not to have more than 5 people." In the palace, an old man said.
The other 7 people had grim expressions. They nodded slowly with unpleasant expressions.
If too many peak God King level experts entered the abyss, it might attract the attention of the black magic system Abyss God Emperor.
If this kind of existence's abyss seed flew over, it could easily kill them. Even if it was a God Emperor level existence that did not charge over, as long as it roared angrily, it could instantly order all peak God King level abyss seeds to surround and attack.
When the Abyss War had just erupted, the 10 protectors of the imperial court had charged into the battlefield to wantonly kill the abyss species.
With a roar from the abyss, all the abyss species had surrounded and attacked it with all their might. One of the protectors had died under the siege of peak God King abyss species.
Hence, the imperial court did not dare to let a large number of peak God King experts enter to hunt for them for the time being. The 2 of us will lead the team and lead 200,000 disciples into the abyss to hunt a large-scale abyssal race to relieve the pressure.
An elder looked to his side and said, "All right, the 2 of us will go together."
Another elder immediately nodded. "Be careful. 2 of us will follow behind the other disciple teams to see what the situation is like. Who is targeting us? Or is there a special abyssal race?"
The others said with sparkling eyes.
"All right, let's split up."
Everyone nodded and immediately got ready to move.
At the same time, Poison 9 also received this news from the parasitic poisonous horned dragon's subordinates.
Recently, many deacons and elders had reported to the Guardian that a large number of teams had died. More than 20 days in a row, the Imperial Court's team had entered the Abyssal Seed and never returned. There must be something fishy about it, and the Imperial Court would certainly be on guard and investigate. When they started to form a team of 200,000, Poison 9 immediately received this information.
After all the information was sent to Mo-Sha, he became slightly serious. 2 pinnacle undying God King warriors leading a team into the abyss?
Other than them, there are probably other pinnacle God King warriors doing other operations. We have to be careful,"
he muttered, his eyes gleaming. "How about we find allies and fight them head-on?"
Mo-Sha squinted, his eyes gleaming. He had been in the abyss for over 2 months. He had some understanding of the situation around here. Currently, there were a total of 15 pinnacle undying emperor abyss species. At the same time, there were over 10 huge abyss species.
The largest one had at least 1 billion abyss species, with 3 peak undying emperor abyss species in the lead.
The other peak undying emperor abyss species all had at least 100 million abyss species under them.
They were all in their own positions. Many of their underlings were free to move about.
If they could persuade a few of the abyss species, when the pinnacle emperor brought his people over, they would charge over.
Who was afraid of who? It's completely possible we can fool them. As long as 2 or 3 races agree, even if 3 or 4 pinnacle emperor warriors come, they won't be afraid. Who knows, they might even kill a pinnacle emperor warrior.
Mo-Sha muttered.
Very quickly, a few hours later, Mo-Sha received the news that the 2 guards had already gathered 200,000 disciples and warriors to fly into the abyss. Over 20,000 undying emperor-level warriors, the rest were all eternal God Lord level 8 and above. They had locked onto a race with a pinnacle God King abyss species guarding the border. However, they didn't want to kill that pinnacle god king abyss species, they only wanted to wipe out all of its underlings. Upon receiving this news, Mo Sha squinted his eyes. His body moved, swiftly flying towards the larger abyss species that were closer. Roar, roar, roar. Masha flew over and roared at the leading peak god king abyssal seed. Roar, roar, roar. When the peak god king abyssal seed saw him flying over, its ice-cold eyes stared at him and issued a warning. Between the abyssal seeds, if it was not for the existence of a god-emperor level being suppressing them and ordering them not to allow them to kill each other, it was likely that they would kill each other without the need for humans to deal with them. Even with the emperor level being suppressing them, the races were still on high alert. It was hard for the two races to help each other and work together. There's a human warrior leading a large number of warriors to attack a race over there. Let's go kill them together.
Mo Sha sent a message.
Howl, howl.
The pinnacle undying emperor roared, staring coldly at him without any response.
Mo Sha was helpless. He continued to speak. Howl, howl, howl. Howl, howl, howl.
Howl, howl, howl. He roared at the pinnacle undying god king for over 10 minutes, only then did the pinnacle undying god king show hesitation. Howl, howl, howl. Quick, brother, we'll surround them, kill the human warriors, and devour them, delicious food.
Mo Sha continued to persuade the pit seed.
Howl.
After close to 20 minutes, the pinnacle god emperor pit seed finally had some interest, roaring.
Quick, quick, call your underlings and we'll head over immediately. The delicious food is waiting for us.
Howl, howl, howl. Mo Sha's mouth was dry as he howled.
Howl, howl. The pinnacle undying emperor turned around and roared at his underlings. Howl, howl, howl. Behind him, the underlings all roared.
Howl.
The underlings stared at Mo Sha, gesturing for him to lead the way.
Mo Sha felt helpless within. He immediately nodded and led the way, calling his underlings of over 100 million underlings along the way. He had originally wanted to persuade a few more pinnacle god emperor level underlings. After seeing the situation, he completely gave up on that idea. Unless he used a powerful force to order them, otherwise it would be too hard to persuade a few pinnacle god emperor level underlings to work together. And in Mo Sha's eyes, these underlings were too brainless.
If you led your underlings to kill them, you had to secretly stab them in the back.
This abyssal seed was simply shouting from 100 m away, "I'm going to stab you." Wasn't this clearly telling the enemy? However, Mo Sha had no choice. The same level abyssal seeds wouldn't listen to his orders. They didn't care about him at all. For him to be able to persuade it to work together was already not bad. We'll lock onto that pinnacle undying god king abyss species. The rest will be left to you. Destroy this race. Leave no one alive.
At this moment, the two guardians of the imperial court had already led 200,000 disciples into the abyss.
They locked onto a large-scale abyss species. This battle was a battle of morale, raising the morale of the imperial court disciples. Kill. With the guardians here, we'll destroy this group of abyssal seeds. Kill. The situation that had happened in the abyss the last time and the situation that had happened this time had indeed caused many imperial court powerhouses to be fearful. In just 2 short times, more than 30,000 imperial court godly monarch powerhouses had fallen. Among them, all the elder-level powerhouses had also died. Many monarch god king experts were already fearful of the current abyssal seed. That was because they would be the ones to disappear the next time they entered the abyss. This time, the Protector personally led the team and led them to hunt the abyssal seed. Many experts also understood that this was to increase the morale of the monarch god king experts. And under the leadership of the 2 elders, the monarch god king experts and disciples were indeed filled with confidence. Staring at the 100 million over abyss species before them, all the warriors and disciples charged forward. Pin that beast down.
The 2 guardians stared coldly at the pinnacle undying emperor abyss species in the center, rushing over.
Howl, howl. In the center of the abyss species, the pinnacle undying emperor abyss species raised its head and stared coldly at the 2 warriors of the imperial court. It wasn't afraid at all, charging straight at them. Howl, howl, howl. A terrifying aura spread out. The violent howl immediately ordered all of its underlings to charge at the humans.
Howl, howl, howl.
In an instant, an earth-shattering howl resounded within a 10 billion kilometers radius.
Kill, kill, kill.
The warriors of the Imperial Court locked onto the powerful Abyss races. An overwhelming energy spread out.
Battle eruption.
This level of battle could be considered a relatively large-scale battle.
However, this kind of battle had happened more than a dozen times since the outbreak of the war. It was not the first time that the Imperial Court's guardians led teams into the abyss to hunt abyssal seeds.
In the surroundings, some small-scale abyssal races immediately hid when they saw such power. Kill, kill. We have a full-scale suppression on our side. The advantage of humans was that they could judge the situation and know how to make use of their own advantages. As the saying went, if the enemy was weak, they would attack. If the enemy was strong, they would retreat. It was the same for the Imperial Court side. They knew that the strength of this race was not as strong as their 200,000-strong army. So they attacked. The abyssal races were a little dumbfounded. Under such circumstances, they were thinking of tearing apart all the humans and devouring them.
In an instant, the Imperial Court had gained quite a bit of suppression. The abyss seeds were all killed.
Ha ha ha, awesome. Kill, kill, kill.
The warriors of the Imperial Court were filled with fighting spirit as they killed the abyss seeds.
Powerful weapons lined up in formation to defend. The abyss seeds couldn't get in.
This made the warriors of the Imperial Court look excited.
Howl, howl, howl. Above, the pinnacle undying god king abyss seed fought against the two emperor's guardians, roaring from time to time.
However, with the two guardians holding it back, it could only passively resist. The two guardians knew it would be hard to kill it, they didn't fight it to the death. The battle continued. In half an hour, at least 40 million of this race's abyss seeds had been killed.
Fuck, this bunch of stupid fellows. They know that they can't win, yet they still don't run.
At this moment, Mo Shah, who was fooling an abyssal race, led a group of abyssal species and flew towards the battlefield. When he saw the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but ridicule.
If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely lead his underlings and run away immediately. And he would even flee to the other races of the abyss. When that time came, would the humans still dare to chase? Big brother, lead your underlings and charge over. I'll block their path of retreat. Mo Shah immediately roared at the pinnacle undying god king beside him. Howl, howl, howl.
However, the pinnacle undying god king seemed to not hear him, his bloodthirsty eyes staring straight ahead at the battlefield. He roared.
Roar, roar, roar. The underlings behind it also raised their heads and roared.
It was as though they were telling the other side that they were coming.
Mo Shah's expression darkened when he heard their roars. If they knew how to cooperate and surround them from the back, wouldn't they be able to finish them all in one go? Damn it! What a stupid thing! Mo Shah roared and ordered his underlings to follow behind him. He flew towards the back path of the Emperor Court's underlings. What he wanted was to kill all of them. As for the two guards, with their strength, they couldn't kill them. Shit! Why are there other races here to help? At this time, in the air, the two guards that were restraining the pinnacle undying god king heard the roar from the side, their expressions changing. Why would there be other abyss races supporting them? Didn't the abyss races not have orders from the strong and wouldn't support them? What's going on? Could it be that they've evolved? The two Imperial Court guardians couldn't help but howl. In the past battles, the abyss races rarely cooperated with each other. As for such support, they didn't have it at all. Why would there suddenly be a powerful race rushing over to support them?
This made them doubt whether the abyssal races had evolved.
The powerful abyssal races were not retarded. It was just that the environment they lived in was filled with bloody slaughter and devouring evolution. There was basically no communication. The strong were king, so there were no other schemes. There was only killing and killing.
When fighting with humans, the powerful abyssal seeds had undergone a slight evolution and knew how to provide support.
They guessed in their hearts.
If the demonic fiend knew their thoughts, it would definitely vomit blood. In the mind of the powerful abyssal seeds, there were several orders from the divine emperor-level abyssal seeds. One was to prevent the abyssal seeds from killing each other. The other was to help each other among the abyssal races.
The first order was executed by the abyss species. The second order was not executed by the abyss species. In the bones of the abyss species, the other abyss species were also prey. To cooperate with each other like humans, it was basically impossible.
Maybe the god emperor level existence knew about it and didn't bother about it. Stop them. We can't let that peak undying god emperor level abyss species charge into our imperial army. An imperial court guard roared with an ugly expression. They realized a very serious problem. It was possible that the powerful abyss species intelligence had increased. Maybe this was also the reason why so many of the imperial court disciples were killed. All the imperial court disciples. Retreat from the abyss. Retreat from the abyss. Another imperial court elder immediately ordered. The expedition this time was in trouble. Oh no! There are two more powerful large-scale abyssal races rushing over. Maintain the formation, retreat to the rear, and retreat from the abyss. Immediately, the dozen or so elders in the lead of the 200,000 people immediately ordered loudly. They were also caught unprepared by the sudden attack of the two large-scale abyssal races. Roar, roar, roar. The 200,000 powerhouses of the imperial court looked at the abyssal races that were attacking them with extremely grave expressions. Under the elders' hindrance, they retreated one by one. At this time, Mo Shah and his subordinates were already about to rush to the position behind them. Mo Shah originally wanted to cover the rear, but the reactions of the powerhouses of the imperial court were too fast, so they were unable to cut off the rear. Even so, they were still able to clash head-on with the 200,000 warriors. With their strength, they were able to keep quite a number of them. And the abyss race that Mo Shah had used all their strength to lure over, chased after them. The pinnacle undying god king abyss race wouldn't help the one that was surrounded. Its blood-red eyes stared at the 200,000 warriors, filled with bloodlust. Damn it! Go block one and ask the other protectors to help. In the air, two protectors were surrounding a pinnacle undying emperor abyss seed. When they saw the two leaders of the abyss races rushing towards their disciples, their expressions changed. They only had two pinnacle undying emperors, they couldn't hold down three of them. One of the protectors gritted his teeth and moved, swiftly attacking the closest pinnacle undying emperor abyss. So, at the same time, a fiery red flame flew out from his body, bringing along a long and eye-catching red line as it shot straight into the sky. A very eye-catching signal flare stood within the abyss. It could be seen from far away. This was the Emperor Court's unique request for reinforcements. And it was the highest level. This time, not only were there two protectors, three of them had entered the abyss. However, they were still searching for the reason why their disciple had gone missing recently. Hold on. Our Lord Protector of the Imperial Court will come over to support us very soon. Hold on. An elder shouted sternly when he saw the signal flare rise into the sky. Kiki. The demonic demon parasitized the peak stage king god abyss seed let out a strange roar. He burst out with all his might and arrived in front of the 200,000 Imperial Court disciples. Not good. Defend. All attacks attack this abyss seed. An elder of the Imperial Court looked over, his heart couldn't help but tremble as he shouted with an ugly expression. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, waves of terrifying nomological power covered Mo Shah. Roar. Mo Shah laughed sinisterly and let out an angry roar. A wave of black flames directly charged forward. Bzzz, bzzz. All the black flames were instantly corroded. In the next moment, Mo Shah's body had already charged forward. Pung, pung, pung. His 5,000-meter body directly attacked the group of people in front. When Mo Shah's attack arrived, a scream resounded. In an instant, over 1,000 people in front were instantly killed by Mo Shah. He opened his mouth and swallowed them into his stomach to save them. Howl, howl, howl. Mo Shah excitedly raised his head and howled. His gaze staring at the undying level 9 elders within, he immediately attacked. Not good. Protector, save us. We can't stop this peak undying abyss seed. A terrified voice came from the warriors and disciples of the Imperial Court. Facing the terrifying Mo Shah, they all dodged to the side. Such an existence wasn't something they could fight against. Howl, howl. Mo Shah roared madly, rushing to an elder. That elder's body trembled. I'll fight it out with you. He let out an angry roar as a fist covered in flames shot towards Mo Shah. Pung. However, what greeted him was a huge claw that grabbed his body.
The dark corrosive power was corroding his life force. Die!
Mo Shah's wild tail swept out and instantly around 5,000 to 6,000 people died under his attack.
Run!
An elder saw this scene and ordered with some fear. The formation immediately spread out and everyone hurriedly hid in the surroundings. Roar, roar, roar.
However, in the short period of time when Masha attacked, they missed the best time to leave the abyss.
The group of abyssal seeds behind them had already approached.
There were 2 abyssal races and hundreds of millions of abyssal seeds. Among them, there were many powerful abyssal seeds. With so many of them, how could they defend? Not good.
It's over. If the Guardian doesn't come over, we'll all be finished.
When the 200,000 warriors of the Imperial Court saw the overwhelming number of abyss species attacking them, they were all panicking. An undying pinnacle god king abyss species was wreaking havoc here, and now there were hundreds of millions of them attacking.
In less than 10 minutes, they would be destroyed.
Beast, you're courting death.
At this time, an angry roar resounded. From afar, a silhouette with terrifying power rushed over.
Howl! Mo Shah's gaze swept over, seeing an Imperial Court guard rushing over, his face filled with fear. Howl, howl, howl. His body moved, immediately attacking the surrounding Imperial Court warriors. None of them could withstand his attacks.
The terrifying power raged, killing over 100 of them every second. These were all Emperor God warriors, and Mo Shah's targets were all above level 5.
Within a short period of time, the number of elders that had died at his hands had reached 3.
Moreover, when the protector of the Imperial Court rushed over, he could kill at least 2 more.
Roar!
Mo Shah's excited and savage roar sounded as he continued to kill the surrounding experts of the Imperial Court.
We're almost there. After swallowing an elder, Mo Shah sensed that the protector of the Imperial Court had flown over. Roar! His body moved and directly met the protector. Little ones, increase the speed of the hunt. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the members of the poison-making department. It's the boss! It's the boss! The members of the poison-making department immediately replied loudly. Their bloodthirsty eyes stared at their targets and immediately charged over. Roar! Why would 2 abyssal races suddenly appear?
The Imperial Court's protector who flew over saw 3 races besieging the Imperial Court's disciples. He let out a furious roar with an extremely ugly expression and shouted loudly. This group of beasts seems to have evolved. They actually know how to support us. Some of our recent disciples should have died at the hands of their besieging.
One of the Imperial Court's protectors replied with a gloomy face.
As for why only their Imperial Court's powerhouses had died more than the rest of the unspecialized teams, they had now automatically ignored it.
Because the support of these 2 races in front of them had caused their Imperial Court to suffer heavy losses. We'll hold off the peak abyssal seed. You guys charge out. The last guardian who arrived roared furiously. Escape! Quick! Quick! Escape! Save me, I don't want to die.
Form up and charge together. At this moment, the 200,000 people of the Imperial Court had been completely dispersed by the demonic specters. Now that they were attacked by hundreds of millions of abyssal creatures, it was already very difficult for them to escape.
It was also somewhat difficult for them to form a team to charge.
Everyone come to my side.
At this time, an elder's voice sounded. He waved his arm and a hat-like weapon floated in the air above him. It slowly expanded and became a domain. Pong, pong, pong.
Around them, the attacks of the abyss species landed on it and were blocked.
As the warriors of the Imperial Court, many of them had powerful trump cards and life-saving methods. This elder's life-saving treasure could only be broken by a pinnacle undying emperor. Furthermore, everything within a 100 radius was covered. He immediately brought a few hundred warriors and disciples into the area and rushed outside.
You guys wait here, I'll come and save you later.
He roared and flew outside. I'll fight it out with you. A deacon of the Imperial Court was surrounded by hundreds of powerful abyssal seeds. With a face full of despair, he roared and took out a ball that was shining with a luster. Boom!
The next moment, the ball directly exploded. The terrifying destructive force formed a vacuum within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. All the abyssal seeds in the surroundings were all killed by the explosion.
Even hundreds of Imperial Court disciples were directly killed by the explosion.
Tens of thousands of abyssal seeds were directly killed.
It was tragic, incomparably tragic. Some of the Imperial Court powerhouses around saw this scene, and their faces revealed extremely embarrassed expressions. Damn it! In the sky, an Imperial Court protector swept his gaze below, and his expression was extremely embarrassed. They originally wanted to personally lead a team to raise the morale of their disciples, but they didn't expect such an outcome. Out of the 200,000 experts and disciples, it was already considered not bad to be able to escape 1/10 of them this time. Kill! Die! Ah! Roar, roar, roar! Following that, the fierce battle continued. Under the siege of a group of abyssal races, the 200,000 experts and disciples of the Imperial Court quickly died.
Half an hour later, only a few thousand people in the entire Imperial Court were struggling to survive.
The rest had either escaped or died.
Let's go, don't get entangled with them. In the sky, the 3 guards looked extremely unsightly when they saw the situation.
One of them roared, wanting to get rid of the undying Pinnacle Emperor Abyss Seed. The other 2 guards saw the situation and nodded helplessly.
They retreated out of the abyss.
The 3 Pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss species couldn't stop them from leaving. They could only roar angrily. Howl, howl, howl.
Wuxia scanned his surroundings, the corners of his mouth curled up.
Howl, howl, howl. He roared madly and immediately rushed over. Howl, howl, howl. The other 2 Pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss species also roared madly and rushed over. In the void, there were many corpses of the Abyss species. At this time, it was time to split the spoils. The 3 leaders roared and the other Abyss species immediately left the area. Wuxia stared at the high-level corpses and immediately flew over. Howl, howl.
The other 2 leaders roared at him.
Howl, howl. Howl, howl. Following that, what made Wuxia feel helpless was that there were more roars. The 3 of them almost started fighting.
There was nothing they could do. The other 2 abyssal seed leaders wanted to obtain more corpses. Wuxia told them for quite a while before distributing them.
If there wasn't an order from a divine emperor-level abyssal seed existence, without his persuasion, they would probably start fighting over these corpses. Wuxia muttered, this was also one of the reasons why it was hard for the abyss species to work together. Roar, roar, roar. Wuxia brought some corpses and roared at his underlings before leaving. How are the spoils of this battle? How much have we lost? Tally it up. Wuxia immediately communicated to his underlings. Roar, roar. A few undying level 9 underlings immediately nodded and began counting.
Boss, 15 undying level 8 corpses, over 30 level 7 corpses, over 3,000 above.
13 brothers have fallen. Some unlucky ones were killed by the terrifying weapon explosion. They have all been absorbed by the soul-returning branches. Very quickly, one of the underlings reported to him. Not bad. Wuxia nodded indifferently. He still had 4 undying level 9 corpses in his stomach. In his hand was the corpse of an undying level 9 abyssal seed, which had been killed by the Emperor. All in all, Wuxia and the rest had gained quite a lot this time. The Emperor had suffered heavy losses. The support of the abyssal races, could it be that these abyssal seeds have really evolved?
At this time, at the entrance of the abyss, the 3 guardians of the Emperor looked at the disciples in front of them with dark expressions. There were 200,000 people when they came, but now there were only about 8,000 people, less than 1/10 of them. It was supposed to be a battle of morale and 2 guardians were leading the team, but it turned out to be this kind of situation.
This was a huge blow to the Imperial Court. Damn it! It's possible that the abyssal seed has really evolved, and now it's going to be troublesome. A guardian next to him growled angrily.
The stupidity of the abyssal species was not due to their brains, but because of their living environment.
Now that they had more contact with humans, they might also know how to think about how to unite and how to fight against humans. This kind of evolution was indeed something that the Imperial Court did not want to see.
Once the abyssal species joined forces and cooperated, the Imperial Court would have to pay several times the price if they wanted to kill the abyssal species again.
This was the territory of the abyssal races to begin with. No matter how smart and cooperative they were, it would be difficult for the Imperial Court to withstand it.
We must report this matter to the great ancestor.
One of the protectors said in a deep voice. The other two nodded in agreement. As such, the danger of the abyssal battlefield had increased by a lot. They had to report this matter to the great ancestor.
Following that, everyone flew towards the frontline planet of the Imperial Court with an unpleasant expression.
What happened in the abyss was quickly reported by Wuxia.
When Wuxia saw this information, a faint smile appeared on his face.
He continued to order Wuxia to wait for an opportunity to take action and hunt down the abyssal seeds and the powerhouses of the Imperial Court.
However, on the second day, an extremely unexpected incident was reported to Wuxia. A message was sent directly to his artificial intelligence.
Honorable Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The outbreak of the Abyss War threatens the entire Imperial Star Field and the entire human race. As a member of the human race, the Dragon Palace has been listed in the recruitment order by the Imperial Court.
The Dragon Palace is required to send out at least 2/3 of their forces.
There was a message with a sentence on top and a message about the situation of the forces of the Dragon Palace. Wuxia looked at the message and fell silent.
The communication device, the artificial intelligence, was manufactured by the Imperial Court and was also maintained by the Imperial Court.
As long as the Imperial Court wanted to, they could investigate the artificial intelligence of everyone. They would be able to find any communication records. And on this information, it was about the Imperial Court's understanding of the Dragon Palace.
Dragon Palace, a pinnacle undying formation master, a normal pinnacle undying with the powerful war machine Dragon Peak and the powerful treasure sky Horizon ruler, they could contend against pinnacle undying fighters. Dragon Palace, 23 undying level 9 fighters, 66 undying level 8 fighters.
There were 100,000 Immortal King level and above powerhouses. This was the Imperial Court's understanding of the Dragon Palace's strength, and it was transmitted to his brain. When he saw this information, he pursed his lips.
Is this a forced recruitment?
Order every force to send 2/3 of their forces to the Abyss battlefield.
He mumbled and frowned slightly.
Such a message could be considered an order.
Sending a message directly, how dare you not send people over?
Wuxia could almost imagine that if he rejected the order of the Imperial Court, he would definitely suffer a devastating blow from the Imperial Court. This was a mandatory requirement for all the forces to participate in this war.
It's really overbearing. However, the Imperial Court also has the right to be overbearing. He mumbled and looked at the artificial intelligence in his hand. With the artificial intelligence in his hand, the Imperial Court could already lock onto his exact location. It seems that using the communication stone plate to communicate is the better choice.
Wuxia said indifferently, a thoughtful look on his face. It was impossible for the Dragon Palace to disobey the Imperial Court's orders now. Based on the Imperial Court's understanding of the Dragon Palace, sending 2/3 of their forces meant that the Dragon Palace would be sending over 40,000 godly king powerhouses.
If they were to send over 15 level 9 immortal godly monarch powerhouses, they could choose not to send Horizon Ruler over, but they had to send over Dragon Peak.
This force is about the force that the Dragon Palace revealed when they went to the Northern Line. Now the Imperial Court knows about it. He calculated in his heart as he looked at Sky Array. Sky Array, go to the Dragon Palace and send Dragon Peak over. Get all the powerhouses from the Sky Eye Arrow Division and Strange Demon to come over. Wuxia said directly to Sky Array.
It was impossible for the Dragon Palace to turn a blind eye to the recruitment of the Imperial Court. It was also impossible for them to disobey it. The Imperial Court had more than one divine emperor. Their orders could not be disobeyed.
It's the Dragon King. Sky Array nodded. The Imperial Court wants to use this method to reduce their losses. Wuxia could understand the thoughts of the Imperial Court. In the consecutive months of the Abyss War, the Imperial Court had lost nearly 100,000 divine kings.
They could only use this method to reduce the Imperial Court's losses.
If all the powerhouses of the Imperial Court were to come, the Abyss battlefield here would probably be solved. After all, the combined forces of the entire Imperial Star Field were still very powerful. There's one more thing. I can't let some of the forces on the Demon Island get too close to the Dragon Palace. For example, the Beichuan Sex Dragon Python Group. Wuxia calculated in his heart. Due to the reason of the World Margin sect and the situation with the Night Race, Wang Xian had to cut ties with these factions. Otherwise, he might be implicated in the future. The situation was not good for the Dragon Palace. The crisis of the Night Race had not been resolved a few months later. Wang Xian moved his body and flew toward the planet in front of the Imperial Court battlefield. Have you heard? The Imperial Court has given an order that all the powerhouses in the Imperial Star Field must enter the Abyss battlefield. All the slightly stronger forces must send out 2/3 of their forces. Of course I've heard about it. This seems to be an order from the Imperial Court's Divine Emperor powerhouses. I heard that 2 guardians of the Imperial Court led 200,000 powerhouses and were attacked by the Abyss tribe yesterday. Almost all of the 200,000 powerhouses died. It's said that the Abyss is extremely dangerous now. That's why the Imperial Court issued this order. The Imperial Court's recruitment order. Who would dare to disobey it?
When Wang Xian flew over, he could hear the endless discussions around him.
The huge losses suffered by the Imperial Court's strong warriors yesterday and the recruitment order issued by the Imperial Court today had shaken the entire Imperial Star Field.
Wang Xian moved his body and flew toward the position of the Imperial Star Lady. Wang Xian! Master!
When Wang Xian and the rest rushed over, the Imperial Star Lady and Bei Shuang sensed his arrival and immediately went forward to welcome him. You guys didn't go out.
Wang Xian looked at them and asked.
Master, now that someone said that the Abyss is extremely dangerous, we haven't entered it yet.
Bei Shuang and the rest walked over and spoke.
Wang Xian nodded slightly. Although the Abyss was dangerous, Bei Shuang and the rest would definitely not be in any danger.
All the members of the Dragon Palace, Missouri Shah, and the rest knew that Bei Shuang was the Dragon King's disciple. It was too late for them to protect her. How could they possibly attack them? Master, have you received the recruitment order from the Imperial Court?
The patriarchs and sect masters of our Bei Chuan sect have received the recruitment order.
Bei Shuang continued to speak. Not many people from the major sects and forces of the Demon Island had entered the Abyss battlefield.
I've received it.
Wang Xian nodded slightly and looked at Bei Shuang. Next, go and tell the Bei Chuan sect and the other major sects like Duan Tian Jioshu last month to maintain some distance from our Dragon Palace.
Bei Shuang was slightly taken aback when she heard his words. A look of astonishment appeared on her face. What's wrong, Wang Xian?
Did something happen?
Emperor Star walked over and asked with a frown. Previously, when the Patriarch of the World Margin sect launched a sneak attack on Bei Shuang, the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace destroyed the entire planet and killed countless powerhouses of the World Margin sect. The Emperor Court's way of handling things was slightly biased towards the World Margin sect, which made the Dragon Palace unhappy. Di Xingnu could also see some problems. Now that he had said something like this,
you will know what's going on in the future. Wang Xian didn't say much. Di Xingnu frowned slightly and didn't continue to ask.
I will tell the sect master and the rest. Bei Shuang, who was beside him, nodded thoughtfully. The Imperial Court wants all the forces to gather in 4 days. I will stay here for a few days. Wang Xian said indifferently and chatted with Imperial Star Lady Bei Shuang and the rest for a while. The Imperial Court's recruitment order said that all the factions would gather here in 4 days.
4 days was enough time for the Sky Array to control the Dragon Peak to rush over.
According to Wang Xian's estimation, there should be an expert at the level of the Void God Emperor to suppress the situation in 4 days. It was just that he did not know if the Imperial Court would have other orders in 4 days. Fortunately, the Dragon Palace had a newly born Venom Horn Dragon, so the Dragon Palace was able to learn some news about the Imperial Court and the Night Clan in time. Otherwise, he would have to consider whether he should run away from such a disadvantageous situation. Look, that's the Dragon Peak of the Dragon Palace. I heard that this Dragon Peak of the Dragon Palace is incomparably powerful. Back then, it relied on this Dragon Peak to suppress the World Margin Great Religion. That is the 9 Sky Palace of the 9 Sky Great Religion. It is also an incomparably powerful precious treasure. I did not expect that the 9 Sky Palace would send someone over this time. That is the Sky Severing of the Ping-Yi Island. All the great religions of the Demon Island have arrived. Only the Demon Island has yet to erupt into an abyss war. I heard that something has happened on the Pingy Island as well. The major sects of the Pingy Island are all there to suppress the situation.
4 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the front line of the Imperial Court's Abyss battlefield, many huge war machines were flying over. No force in the entire Imperial Star area dared to disobey an order from the Imperial Court, especially when the Imperial Court directly stated the number of warriors from this organization. It meant a warning, a reminder.
Unless you wanted to escape to another star area, otherwise you would be bound by the Imperial Court.
On the Demon Island, including the Dragon Palace, which was considered the 4 great religions, the other organizations also sent over 100. Any organization with over 100 undying emperors would receive the Imperial Court's recruitment order.
Dragon King, just the Immortal King level powerhouses from the Demon Island alone, there are almost 100,000 of them, not including our Dragon Palace. Other than the 3 major sects who didn't come, there are also tens of thousands of Immortal King-level powerhouses from Pingy Island. Wang Xian, Tiancheng, and the others flew towards a planet. Tiancheng scanned the surroundings and said softly, "There should be 200,000 Immortal King-level powerhouses coming." Wang Xian said faintly, 200,000 Immortal King powerhouses. This was not even counting the people from the Cold Night Island. This was the junction between the Cold Night Island and the Imperial Court. The members of the Cold Night Island's night race and another major sect were on the battlefield. However, when Wang Xian scanned his surroundings, he could see members of the night race flying towards the planet in front.
The planet in front was a planet gathered by the Imperial Court. All the forces would gather there 4 days later. Wang Xian, Tianchen, and the rest arrived at a square.
When they arrived, there were already many people in the square. Their arrival had attracted the attention of many factions.
Everyone had witnessed the strength of the Dragon Palace. Among the big sects, perhaps only the Night Clan was stronger. Of course, the other factions did not know that an elder of the Night Clan was about to become the Divine Emperor.
There was no doubt about the strength of the Dragon Palace. Some of the powerhouses from the other factions could not help but look in their direction. Last month, the Northern Stream sect and the other factions had also arrived. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest, they showed a hesitant expression. However, they did not come over to greet them.
They understood what Bei Shuang had said to them.
For Bei Shuang to be able to tell them to stay away from the Dragon Palace, it was definitely because of the Dragon King's deep intentions.
The group of forces did not go forward either.
Other than the Dragon Palace, Zhou was considered a relatively powerful force.
Some forces from the Night Cold Island are here too.
At this moment, a message came from the side. Wang Xian looked over and saw many experts flying over. Dragon King, Ba Qi, and the rest are here. Du Zhou's voice came from the side. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and nodded his head slightly. He was beside the group of experts from the Night Clan. The 2 patriarchs of the World Margin sect, Sect Master Tianya, and the 3 elders were also flying over. Patriarch, it's that Dragon King.
Ba Qi and the rest sensed Wang Xian's aura and spoke to the patriarch beside them in a deep voice.
Ba Qi had completely taken over the role of parasitizing the World Margin sect master. The 2 World Margin patriarchs did not have any suspicions.
Ha! The 2 of them looked over. Killing intent immediately shot out from their eyes as they stared at Wang Xian. Is that the Dragon King?
Puzzled voice sounded from the side.
Father, it's him. It's that fellow. Back then, he made me kneel down directly at the heroes' assembly. A young voice that was filled with anger replied.
The person beside him was the current clan leader of the Yi clan. The young man beside him was young Emperor Yi. Don't worry, my brothers from the World Margin sect. In 2 months at most, our patriarch will completely become an emperor. At that time, a dragon palace will be easily destroyed. The clan leader of the Yi clan said faintly and patted his son at the same time. He said this to his son as well. That's right. As long as our patriarch becomes an emperor, a dragon palace will be easily destroyed, and the Dragon King will be easily killed. Young Emperor Ye's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he said excitedly, "Hee hee. Thank you, Clan Leader Yi and Young Master Yi." When the 2 elders of the World Margin sect heard their words, the killing intent in their eyes slowly disappeared, and a smile appeared on their faces.
No need to thank me. We are all on the same side from now on.
The clan leader of the Yi clan said with a smile. Hee hee. Then we will fight side by side with the Yi clan in the abyss. The two old men from the World Margin Great Sect said.
Haha, we also hope to fight side by side with the World Margin Great Sect. The Night Clan leader also laughed. This also indicated that the World Margin Great Sect was willing to stand on the side of the Night Clan.
Their Night Clan was about to have a Void God Emperor, but there were not many Peak God King experts. With the two forefathers from the World Margin Great Sect, they could supplement their peak-level combat strength. As they spoke, they walked to the front.
Eh?
Why does the World Margin Great Sect have such a good relationship with the Night Race?
What's the situation?
The World Margin Great Sect seems to be very close to the Night Race. Their arrival instantly attracted the attention of all the factions.
After all, they were the strongest faction outside the Imperial Court.
And the Night Race and the World Margin Great Sect were mixed together, so there was something else going on. Everyone understood the situation between the Horizon Sect and the Dragon Palace. Could be said that they would fight to the death. Now that the Horizon Sect and the Night Clan were close, what about the Dragon Palace? The enemy of the enemy was a friend. What about the friend of the enemy? Although it was not 100% of the enemy, it was still 70%.
Everyone was slightly surprised.
Is the Dragon King not letting us get close to them because of the Night Clan? The Dragon King has received some news.
The Beichuan sect, the Dragon Python group, and even the Great Sect leader from last month looked at each other and frowned slightly.
They looked in the direction of the Dragon King. When they saw that the Dragon King was not surprised by this scene, their eyes flickered slightly.
Humph. At this moment, the members of the Yi clan and the Great Sect leader of the World Horizon walked straight to the front. When they were closer to Wang Xian and the rest, Yi Xiaowang looked in their direction and snorted coldly.
Wang Xian looked at him without any change in his expression. The powerhouses of the Imperial Court are here.
However, at this moment, a voice rang out causing everyone to look forward. At the front, 10 old men appeared out of thin air. When they saw these 10 old men, everyone felt a chill in their hearts.
The guardians of the Imperial Court, powerhouses at the peak of the godly monarch realm.
The 10 guardians appeared but did not say anything. They stood in a row to the left and right, leaving a spot in the middle.
In the middle, there was a chair. When everyone saw the 10 guardians of the Imperial Court standing on both sides and saw the empty seat in the middle, they were slightly shocked.
Their hearts trembled as they watched quietly. Wang Xian looked at the seat and his pupils constricted as well. It was just as he had expected.
Today, the Emperor of the Imperial Court would shake the entire scene. Buzz. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the chair.
A white light enveloped his entire body. The blurry figure made it hard for people to see clearly.
There was no strong pressure spreading to the surroundings. However, at this moment, everyone was shocked to realize that the surroundings seemed to have changed. The surroundings were enveloped by a white light and filled with a holy radiance.
The figure sitting on the chair was like the Lord of Light. They were his believers.
The entire area was under his control. This was the power of a divine ability. This divine ability was different from the divine ability at the weak realm. This was a law divine ability that could truly change the world.
A peak godly monarch could touch the stage of a divine ability. If one truly grasped a divine ability, it would also be a key to advancing to the Void God Emperor realm.
Greetings, Lord God Emperor. At the next moment, the leaders and experts of all the factions reacted and immediately greeted respectfully.
We have called you all here this time for the survival of the humans in the Imperial Starfield. The crisis this time is not as simple as you think.
The black magic type Abyss Seed and the giant beast type Abyss Seed are all threatening our Imperial Starfield. The moment the Imperial Court is defeated, the entire Imperial Starfield will fall, and the humans will become the food of the Abyss Seed. The God Emperor, who was shrouded in light, sat there and directly spoke. Amen. Hearing his words, all the experts were slightly startled. Lord God Emperor, what does the black magic type giant beast type Abyss species mean?
Is the Abyss species really that powerful?
The God Emperor, who was shrouded in light, stopped speaking. An ancestor from the 9 heavens great religion could not help but feel his heart tremble as he asked.
The black magic-type behemoth system is our collective name for the two races of the Abyss. The behemoth system is a newly rising race of the Abyss. It has two void god emperor-level existences. As for the black magic-type system, it is the collective name of the two ancient void god emperor Abyss races in the Abyss. Currently, the battlefield here is only controlled by a black magic-type Abyss god emperor. The god emperor who was shrouded in light introduced with a calm voice. Hiss this. Everyone was slightly startled when they heard this god emperor's words. Their faces were filled with shock. The current battlefield was merely controlled by an Abyss god emperor of the void god faction, and there were even 3 of them. The battlefield at the boundary between Pingy Island and the Imperial Court will soon erupt. That is a huge beast-type offensive battlefield, and the situation is 10 times more dangerous than here. At that time, a true void god emperor-level battle will erupt. The god emperor who was shrouded in light continued speaking. At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Initially, they thought that the Imperial Court was trying to reduce their losses. Now, it seemed that the Imperial Court was feeling the danger. Next, we have to stabilize the battlefield here as soon as possible and recruit all the factions to enter the Abyss to hunt for abyssal seeds. You will also receive the courtesy of a hero. Killing abyssal seeds can be exchanged for merit points, and merit points can be exchanged for treasures. Also, the Imperial Court might organize a large-scale attack. At that time, all the factions must participate. After the God Emperor who was shrouded in light said this, his figure immediately disappeared. It was as if his true body had not arrived just now, but only an illusory figure had arrived. Our great ancestor has also said the basic things. If we recruit you to hunt abyssal seeds, you can also obtain the merits of our Imperial Court. However, since we have recruited you, we are not here to let you mingle. We will set up missions according to the strength of each faction and accumulate the necessary merits. Otherwise, our Imperial Court will force you to carry out some missions. The celestial emperor of the Imperial Court disappeared. A protector took 2 steps forward and said, the leaders and powerhouses of the factions nodded slightly. They had already expected this. Buzz. The old man waved his arm and a number of cards flew towards the leaders of the factions. There were more than 200 of the major factions present. According to their strength, the Imperial Court allocated different points. Wang Xian took the hand card that flew in front of him and looked at it indifferently. 1 billion merit points. That means we have to kill 10 Immortal King level 9 abyssal seeds. He mumbled and smiled faintly. Dragon King, are we going to get 1 billion merit points? Du Jiu stood at the side and raised his eyebrows slightly. Wang Xian nodded slightly. Merit points. I'm sure all of you know that as long as you complete the corresponding merit points, you will complete the mission. All of you can use the names of your respective forces to accumulate merit points and enter the heroes list. A court protector said as he pointed to the right. There was an incomparably huge merit monument. On it, there were many eye-catching names and rankings. This was the hero list. As long as one entered this list, their name would spread throughout the entire Imperial star field. It was different from before. The current hero list had a slight change, adding a faction's hero list. All the major forces were hunting for abyss seeds. If a force could be ranked on this list, it would naturally be the best. Hero list. Wang Xian looked over and raised his eyebrows. The leaders of the other forces around were also eager to try. If they could be ranked on this hero list, it would be a huge for their forces. Some disciples of the forces may have already come to the Imperial Court. As long as you change the name of the AI and add a prefix to the name of the force, such as a certain someone from the Night Clan, the merit points will not only increase individually, but the entire force will also increase. Of course, the merit points can only be exchanged for items once. The protector continued to say, "Oh." As soon as he finished speaking, Poison 9, who was at the side, raised his eyebrows slightly. He directly took out his AI and looked at it. A smile appeared on his face as he moved it slightly. After he was done with the operation, he looked at the position on the hero list. As expected, there was a change in Du Jiu, who was ranked first on the hero list. He had 4621,000,001 merit points. Dragon King, look. Dujio opened his mouth and pointed at the first place on the hero list as he said to Wang Xian.
Okay.
Wang Xian looked over and smiled.
Hey look, the number 1 name on the heroes list, Poison 9, has changed. It has become the Dragon Palace's Poison 9. The person who is ranked first is actually a member of the Dragon Palace.
At this moment, many experts around were paying attention to the heroes list. When they saw the change in the number 1 spot, they were immediately noticed by everyone. Some of them exclaimed in shock.
For 100 million points, that means the Dragon Palace has already killed 4 undying level 9 abyss species. This, a warrior from a large sect said in shock. The expressions of the other powers changed too. In the front, the 2 forefathers of the World Margin sect and the warriors from the Night Race looked over too, raising their eyebrows. However, they didn't notice that the hands of the sect leader and the 3 elders moved. A brain flashed past. And so, the rankings changed again.
3rd place, 8Chi of the Dragon Palace. 7th place, 8-5 of the Dragon Palace. 20th place, Demon 6 of the Dragon Palace.
28th place, Demon Mountain of the Dragon Palace. First, when everyone was shocked that the first-ranked Poison 9 had suddenly become Poison 9 of the Dragon Palace, and that the Dragon Palace had received over 400 million points, my ranking changed again. Look at the 3rd-ranked name changing too. It's now the Dragon Palace 8Chi. Not only 3rd, the 7th-ranked Dragon Palace 85. Damn it, it's a member of the Dragon Palace. There's also the 20th-ranked Dragon Palace Demon 6 and 28th-ranked Dragon Palace Demon Mountain. And, very quickly, all of the Powers Warriors noticed the other changes. On the ranking, 7 or 8 names suddenly changed, without exception. All of them had the word Dragon Palace added.
The first-ranked Poison 9 had over 400 million points, which meant that he had killed 4 undying level 9 abyss seeds, and the 3rd-ranked 8Chi had over 300 million points. It also meant that he had killed 3 undying level 9 abyss seeds.
The 7th 85 had over 100 million points, which meant that he had killed 1 undying level 9 abyss seed. Along with the other rankings, the Dragon Palace's points had already reached 800 to 900 million. Is the Dragon Palace mission over? The Dragon Palace sent their best men to hunt down the abyssal seed?
Some of the forces of the strong and leaders of slightly shocked said.
Yeah. Ranked 4th Masha is now in the abyss to hunt abyss seeds. Plus Masha points. Our Dragon Palace points have already exceeded 1 billion.
At this time, standing on one side of the 9 Poison said with a smile.
His voice was not concealed in the slightest, and everyone around could hear him clearly. Poison 9's words caused the surrounding people to be slightly stunned once again. The Devil Fiend ranked 4th is also a member of the Dragon Palace? It's really possible. Look at the 20th and 28th place, both surnamed Devil. Just how many abyssal seeds has this Dragon Palace hunted to actually accumulate so many merits? Hearing Poison 9's voice, everyone looked up, their faces full of shock.
The 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 7th on the hero list were all people from the Dragon Palace. How many powerful abyssal seeds did the Dragon Palace kill?
Even the protectors of the Imperial Court looked at each other and pursed their lips. In this way, the Dragon Palace could complete the 1 billion merit points assigned to the Dragon Palace. I didn't expect the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace to keep such a low profile and kill so many abyssal seeds without realizing it. Our Imperial Court would like to express our gratitude to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. A protector of the Imperial Court cupped his hands toward Wang Xian and said with a smile,
It's generous of the Imperial Court to offer so many treasures. Our Dragon Palace is here to earn some treasures and resources.
Wang Xian replied with a smile. The Imperial Court would also like to thank the Dragon Palace for contributing so much to the Imperial Starfield. The protector of the Imperial Court continued to speak politely.
Everyone, each of your forces has a fixed minimum contribution. Of course, the more you complete, the more treasures you can exchange for. Next, you can either act together or kill them individually.
Then, the guardians of the Imperial Court said to the rest of them, Yes. The leaders of the forces nodded respectfully. All the forces will enter the abyss tomorrow. Good luck to all of you.
The 10 guardians said one last sentence and left immediately.
Dragon King, Are we going to hunt the abyssal seeds together? Dragon King, can you bring us along? Although our forces are not strong, we are definitely not weak. After the 10 guardians of the imperial court left, some factions looked at Wang Xian and the rest and could not help but ask. There were so many powerhouses from the Dragon Palace on the heroes list. This represented the strength of the Dragon Palace.
Furthermore, they were new here. If they had the Dragon Palace to bring them along, it would be easy for them to hunt down the abyssal seeds.
Sorry. Wang Xian shook his head lightly at them and flew straight out.
The Dragon Palace actually killed more than 10 Immortal King level 9 abyss seeds. Their battle record is probably not much lower than the Imperial Court.
I didn't expect the Dragon Palace to be so strong. Seeing Wang Xian and the rest leaving, some factions and experts shook their heads and sighed.
Humph.
At the Night Clan of the Horizon Sect, young Emperor Yi snorted softly.
Hee, let's go. After the forefather becomes an emperor, our Night Clan will be the leader of this abyss battlefield.
Let's prepare for a few days and see if we can hunt down and kill a powerful abyss clan.
The clan leader of the Night Clan said with a faint smile. Clan leader of the Night Clan, if we work together, we can destroy 1 or even 2 large-scale abyss clans.
The 2 forefathers of the world's end said in a deep voice. We can do that. We can't let the Dragon Palace show off their might.
The clan leader of the Night Clan nodded his head faintly.
With the alliance of the Night Clan and the world's end sect, with 3 to 4 peak stage Immortal King level powerhouses leading the team, they could completely destroy a powerful abyss race.
Dragon King, do we have any action tomorrow?
Wang Xian and the rest flew out of the planet. Du Zhou asked with a smile on his face. Just now, the Dragon Palace was in the limelight. Even the protectors of the Imperial Court were shocked. The Imperial Court has ordered all the forces to enter the abyss tomorrow. They probably want to clear out the abyssal seeds. By then, there will be 10 pinnacle Immortal King level powerhouses or even more who will enter. This is undoubtedly to avoid the siege of the powerful abyssal seeds.
Under the circumstance of reducing the risk, we can attack a large-scale tribe.
Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said, since the Dragon Peak was sent over, he would get the demonic fiend to cooperate and exterminate a large-scale tribe. Oh right, Sky Formation. How's your research going these 2 days?
Wang Xian looked at the Sky Formation at the side and asked. The Heaven Formation had been following him for a period of time. However, the Heaven Formation was researching something.
Teleportation formation. It was a teleportation formation that could be used in the abyss. Once the teleportation formation was activated, they could escape instantly. The abyss was special. Space could no longer be torn apart. Teleportation could not be used here. It was almost impossible for other array formation masters to build a teleportation formation. However, the Heaven Formation was different. He was the strongest array master in this starry sky. Now that he had become a dragon wizard, his talent had increased by dozens of times. Dragon King, we are experimenting now. We will be able to build it in 2 days at most. By then, we will be able to teleport directly.
However, there is a weakness. We cannot teleport Dragon Peak. Dragon Peak is too big. The Heaven Formation said to Wang Xian.
It's fine. If we were to teleport, we would definitely encounter a crisis. The Dragon Peak can also cover it up. With your teleportation formation, our safety can be guaranteed. After the teleportation formation is successfully developed, we will be close to the success of the teleportation talisman. The Heaven Formation said with a smile on his face.
The teleportation formation needed a fixed point for teleportation. As for the teleportation talisman, one only needed to crush the teleportation talisman to be able to wrap themselves up and teleport within a second.
This was a great way to save one's life in the abyss. Continue your research. Let's go to Dragon Peak. Wang Xian nodded and said with a smile as he flew straight towards Dragon Peak. After the Heaven Formation's life-saving talisman was completed, the Dragon Palace would be able to better deal with the upcoming crisis. Even if they were to face the Imperial Court's night race, they would have a great ability to escape. All the factions will enter the abyss next. Tell Mo Sha to be more careful. Also, tell Mo Sha to look for an abyss race that is easier to hunt and see if he can hunt a peak Immortal King level abyss race.
Upon arriving at the Dragon Peak, Wang Xian said to Poison 9. It's the Dragon King.
Dragon King, how are the Imperial Court and the World Margin sect? Do you want to parasitize some powerhouses of the night race? Poison 9 nodded and asked.
There's no need for that for the time being. The night race has joined forces with the World Margin sect. With the 8 prongs there, some information should be able to be transmitted over quickly.
Let's go. We'll enter the front of the abyss. Wang Xian looked ahead and spoke to the sky array. It's the Dragon King. The sky array drove the Dragon Peak forward quickly. In the Dragon Peak, there were more than 60,000 immortal godly monarchs from the Dragon Palace. A large portion of the members from the Heaven's Eye Arrow Division, the Thorn Dragon species, and the Starwood Dragon species had arrived.
Let's go to the abyss immediately to investigate some information. We must complete the mission set by the Imperial Court.
Everyone, we must be vigilant. Not long ago, 2 guardians of the Imperial Court led a team of 200,000 disciples and powerhouses and were all killed. We must be vigilant. Let's see if we can find a force to cooperate with.
When Dragon Peak flew into the abyss, the other forces also flew into the abyss and began to investigate the situation.
A day passed quickly. On the second day, all the forces gathered in front of the entrance of the abyss.
All the forces immediately enter the abyss. I hope that all the forces can work together to deal with the abyssal seeds in the abyss. Not long after, the voice of an Imperial Court Protector sounded.
Located in the center, the Imperial Court Protector led at least 10 million Imperial Court powerhouses into the abyss.
In the surroundings, there were people from other factions to reduce the pressure. They were also much safer. Let's go, we'll enter as well. Wang Xian said to the Heaven Array. When the Imperial Court entered the abyss, they could also alleviate the pressure on the Dragon Palace. When the Dragon Palace hunted the abyssal seeds back then, they relied on other factions to attract the firepower. In addition, the Dragon Palace had a strong offensive power.
When the Dragon Palace entered the abyss, they did not immediately hunt the abyssal seed inside. The Dragon Peak floated at the edge of the abyss and waited quietly. Similarly, the other factions did not enter the abyss rashly to launch an attack. Instead, they were investigating the situation. At the beginning, it was relatively calm.
Wang Xian stood on the command platform of the Dragon Peak and waited for the news one by one. Similarly, he was also waiting for the completion of the Heaven Array formation.
Dragon King, the World Margin sect, and the Night Race are preparing to attack an abyss race tomorrow. The 2 patriarchs of the World Margin sect and the 2 peak stage Godly King stage powerhouses of the Night Race are leading the team. The target has been chosen. Dragon King, the Imperial Court is preparing to attack an abyss race tomorrow. There will be 2 guardians of the Imperial Court leading the team. On the evening of the second day, Wang Xian received 2 messages.
One was sent by Ba Qi and the other was sent by an expert from the parasitic Imperial Court.
2 messages.
The World Margin sect and the Night Race actually sent 4 peak Immortal King level experts.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and immediately sent a message to Mo Sha.
He also sent him the location of the abyssal race that the World Margin sect and the Night Race were planning to kill tomorrow.
He wanted to see if he could get Mo Sha to create some trouble for them. It would be best if he could trap and kill some of their powerhouses. As for the Imperial Court, Wang Xian was not prepared to make a move.
All right, Dragon King. I will go and trick the strongest abyss species tomorrow. If I can trick them, the World Margin sect and the Night Race will suffer heavy losses.
All right, Dragon King. I have information on an abyss species right next to the species that I am currently controlling. Tomorrow, the Dragon Palace can hunt them down. I will install some of my own people in this species. When the time comes, I will pass the information to Poison 9. Very quickly, news came from Mo Sha's side.
Wang Xian nodded. In the abyss, the largest race had 3 peak-level Undying God King abyss races. Adding Mo Sha and the abyss race that they attacked, there were 5 peak-level Undying God King abyss races. At that time, the World Margin sect and the Night Race would suffer heavy losses.
Of course, there was a prerequisite. Mo Sha could trick the abyss race to help. And the information that Mo Sha sent over was about an abyss race. There was a peak Immortal King level abyss race and 13 Immortal King level 9 abyss races.
This was a huge race with more than 200 million abyss races.
However, with the power of the Dragon Palace, they could easily destroy it.
Use all of your strength tomorrow to destroy this abyss race as quickly as possible.
Wang Xian passed the information to the heaven array and said to him,
"It's the Dragon King. The teleportation array will be completed tomorrow. Furthermore, I have set up a layer of defense on the Dragon Peak that can withstand an attack from an Emperor God. This attack will be long enough for us to escape." The heaven array nodded.
As a former Emperor of the Void, he was extremely confident in what he would do.
Yes, there shouldn't be any Void God Emperor level Abyss Seeds taking action. Even if they do, there should be some divine emperors from the Imperial Court guarding the back.
As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at the back. This time, the Imperial Court had sent out tens of millions of elite disciples. There was definitely the divine emperor of the Imperial Court guarding the back to prevent any accidents. The relationship between the Dragon Palace and the Imperial Court was still very harmonious on the surface. If there were any divine emperor-level abyssal seeds rushing over, the divine emperor of the Imperial Court would probably intervene to stop them. Therefore, the battle tomorrow should be very safe.
Wang Xian liked this kind of safer battle the most.
Just in case. Heaven's formation smiled faintly. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. It was absolutely right to be fully prepared.
Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, the demonic fiend swayed its huge body and flew towards the strongest abyssal race in the center.
There was a huge corpse in his mouth. Masha was not doing this for anything else. Instead, he was going to contact the three-peak divine king abyss species to make preparations for the World Margin sect and the night race tomorrow. The Dragon Palace controlled a peak divine king abyss species. This was something that no one or faction could have imagined. Roar, roar. A low roar came from the deep and dark abyss. Roar, roar, roar. In front of them, behind the group of meteorites, there was an incomparably large abyssal race densely packed around them.
One abyssal race after another floated in the surroundings. At a glance, they were densely packed and there was no end to them.
The first roar attracted the attention of this huge race. At least billions of eyes were looking over, filled with fear and warning. This was the largest race in the abyss with billions of powerful abyss species. In the center, three pinnacle undying god king abyss species were lying in space, roaring towards the source of the sound. Howl, howl. At this time, the howl from ahead continued. A huge silhouette slowly approached.
And the meaning of this howl was, "Three big brothers, I'm here to visit the three big brothers."
This howl made the three pinnacle undying emperor abyssal seeds slightly suspicious. One of them stood up, his gaze still cold as he looked ahead.
Roar, roar.
The roar continued. This voice was directed at the surrounding abyss seeds. It meant that the brothers had to make way. I'll pay a visit to the three bosses.
At the same time, a powerful energy was released. The abyss seeds all had fear on their faces.
The one who came was naturally Masha. Roar, roar.
A warning voice came from the abyss seed that stood up.
Masha howled. His voice was a little fawning and low as he flew straight towards the three undying pinnacle god lords.
The three abyss seeds stared at him suspiciously.
Howl, howl. Three bosses, a brother over there asked me to give this to you. That brother said that a human wants to kill it and it's race tomorrow. I hope the three bosses can go over and help. Masha said, respectfully placing the huge corpse in front of him. Howl. The three pinnacle undying emperor abyss species looked at Masha, their gazes landing on the corpse.
This was the corpse of an undying level 8 abyss species, one that had been killed by the emperor.
Howl. One of the undying emperor abyss species raised its head, directly swallowing the corpse.
The other two swallowed as well.
Howl, howl. Masha immediately roared from the side. In order to trick the three undyings, he had put in a lot of effort. Following which, Masha continued to lure the three undyings, saying that they would attack the humans tomorrow, exterminating the humans and completing the God Emperor's orders. All sorts of words were said to please them from time to time. Hence, deep roars could be heard from within the abyss. Time passed very quickly. Masha had been grinding his lips, and he was almost about to sell his body. Dragon King, the teleportation formation has been set up. I am connected to the main Dragon Palace. Once we encounter a crisis on the level of the Celestial Emperor, we will be able to escape to the main Dragon Palace in an instant. The next morning, the Sky Array told Wang Xian a piece of good news.
Very good. In that case, let's get ready to move.
Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and said immediately, "Yes." The sky formation nodded his head.
All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, get ready to face the battle. Wang Xian shouted softly and ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace.
"It's the Dragon King. In the Dragon Peak." All the members of the Dragon Palace replied with fighting spirit.
"Let's go."
With a light shout from the sky array, the Dragon Peak slowly flew forward. The area of the Dragon Peak was comparable to the size of a star. It was much larger than the meteorites in front.
The Dragon Peak headed straight for the large-scale abyssal race.
Buzz buzz. At this moment, 2 messages came from the communication stone plate in front of Wang Xian.
The Imperial Court was heading towards a large-scale abyssal race. At the same time, the Horizon Sect and the Night Race were also heading towards an abyss race.
The Horizon Sect and the Night Race had deployed a total of 4 peak stage Immortal King level powerhouses. They were prepared to hunt down the peak stage Immortal King level abyss race. Furthermore, their strength was not weaker than the Imperial Court's.
There were 13 Immortal King level 9 and more level 8 and 7. They were determined to get it.
"I wonder how the demonic fiend is doing."
Wang Xian mumbled to himself. He retracted his attention and stared at the abyss in front of him. "I'll surround the peak Immortal King abyss seed later. I'll use the world's end ruler and Ao Chitian. I'll control the dragon machine to kill it quickly. However, it's best to hide it completely and not reveal our strength," Wang Xian said to the heaven array.
"Don't worry, Dragon King. With such a long distance and surrounded by 3 monsters formed by the formation, even the Celestial Emperor wouldn't be able to spy on us." The heaven array nodded.
"Okay."
Wang Xian nodded and landed on the screen in front of the heaven array. On this screen, he could detect the abyssal seeds in the surroundings. It was only half an hour's journey away from their target.
Half an hour wasn't close, it was even very far.
"We're almost there. We'll charge straight over." Half an hour later, the screen in front of the sky array was filled with red dots.
His gaze turned cold. He controlled Dragon Mountain and charged straight at the huge meteorite.
Rumble.
The meteorite instantly crumbled. Over 200 million abyss species ahead had long noticed Dragon Mountain's arrival. The leading pinnacle Undying Emperor abyss species had long noticed the arrival of Dragon Mountain.
However, the aura that Dragon Mountain emitted didn't make it feel threatened. Howl, howl, howl. It stared at the Dragon Mountain that was rushing towards them, raising its head and roaring. Howl, howl, howl. In an instant, over 200 million abyss species let out earth-shaking roars. Following closely behind, they all charged towards Dragon Mountain. Members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division, shoot. Kill them all. Starwood dragon species, hunt. Thorn dragons, hide your figures and prepare to hunt. Mao Zedong, Ao Xingmu, and Ao Yao's orders rang out.
This was not their first battle. They did not even need Wang Xian to give the order.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless arrows shot straight ahead.
Every arrow carried a terrifying piercing power and attack power.
Thorns extended out from the Dragon Mountain and covered the area ahead.
Dragon King Chitian, attack. Tian Chen waved his arm, and in front of the abyss, terrifying thorns gathered to form a huge thorn monster. 3 thorn monsters swiftly formed and locked onto the pinnacle Undying God King abyss seed.
They surrounded it directly.
Roar, roar, roar. When the peak-level Immortal King abyssal seeds saw the incoming thorny thorns, it revealed a fearful and hesitant expression.
However, at this moment, the 3 thorny monsters had already arrived in front of it. The thorny thorns began to surround it one by one. "Let's go!" Wang Xian shouted softly and flew towards the space surrounded by the 3 thorny monsters with Ao Chitian in an instant. "Dragon weapon!"
Wang Xian shouted again. A gigantic dragon weapon appeared in front of him. With a move of his body, he directly entered the head.
Buzz.
A feeling of being connected by blood was transmitted.
"Kill!" Wang Xian stared at the abyssal seed that was at the peak of the Immortal King realm in front of him. His eyes were filled with coldness. "Kill!"
After charging into the encirclement of the 3 thorny monsters, Wang Xian let out a loud roar filled with fighting spirit. Entering the body of the dragon machine, he could feel the power of a peak-stage Immortal King.
With a thought, the dragon machine that was like armor directly attacked the peak-stage Immortal King abyssal seed in front of him. It had a terrifying destructive power and was extremely powerful. Roar, roar.
The peak-level Immortal King Abyssal Seed let out an angry roar and directly met Wang Xian's attack.
Bang! A huge collision sound was heard. The body of the peak-level Immortal King Abyssal Seed was directly sent flying backward. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly. Just by relying on the strength of the dragon machine, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to kill this abyss seed.
This reminded Wang Xian of the time when the Heaven Formation was used to deal with the dragon machine.
The Heaven Formation relied on the Dragon Peak Formation. Every monster formed from thorns could kill an existence of the same level on their own.
However, it took him half an hour to deal with the dragon machine. He only managed to capture it after using all his strength. The strength of the dragon weapon could be said to be able to withstand the attacks of 3 peak-stage Immortal Kings.
This was also the reason why Wang Xian controlled the dragon weapon to collide with this peak-stage Immortal King Abyss Seed, causing it to fly backward. Destroy it in 2 minutes. Wang Xian's eyes shone and he immediately roared. Roar! Ao Qiyan roared furiously. His huge body and the sea-pacifying divine needle were wrapped with blood-red chains as he attacked the peak-stage Immortal King Abyss Seed directly. Wang, on the world's end ruler, Ao Jian and the rest floated above, attacking one after another. Around them, 3 thorny monsters that could kill the same level, brandishing their terrifying brambles, they attacked too.
In an instant, the surroundings of the pinnacle Emperor God Abyss Seed were covered. There was no room to escape.
Roar, roar! When the peak-level Immortal King Abyss Seed saw this scene, a look of fear appeared in its eyes as it roared. Pong, pong, pong!
Ao, ao, ao!
In the next moment, attacks landed on its body, causing it to let out a miserable cry. It was not something it could withstand. Facing Wang Xian and the rest, this peak-level Immortal King Abyss Seed had no ability to resist. Looks like I won't have 2 minutes. Wang Xian looked at the peak-level Immortal King Abyss species that didn't have the ability to resist. A smile appeared on his face as he attacked directly.
Outside, the Dragon Palace had over 60,000 Immortal King-level powerhouses fighting against over 200 million Abyss species.
Out of these 200 million Abyss species, there were less than 20,000 Immortal King-level powerhouses. The combat strength of a level 9 Immortal King was all locked onto by the Dragon Palace powerhouses. When the whistling sound of arrows sounded, millions of Abyss species were killed. Around the area, over 10,000 dragon stingers were like ghosts, easily killing the Abyss species. None of the Abyss species could escape their assassination. The entire large race of the Abyss was swiftly harvested. Howl, howl, howl.
Howl, howl, howl.
However, just as the Dragon Palace was fighting a large-scale abyssal race, tens of millions of experts of the Imperial Court, under the lead of the Imperial Court's guardian, also attacked an abyssal race. Compared to the battle on the Dragon Palace's side, their side was even more shocked.
In terms of numbers, they were shocked.
Ha ha ha, Brother Feng Yazi. In 5 minutes, we will destroy this peak divine king abyssal race. At the same time, at another location, the World Margin Great Sect and the Night Race's army had arrived in front of a large abyss race.
The Night Race leader and the rest laughed loudly as they spoke to the 2 forefathers of the World Margin Great Sect. Their gazes locked onto a pinnacle God King Abyss Seed, instantly surrounding and attacking it.
All right, in 5 minutes, we will take care of it. To avoid any accidents, let's end this quickly. The Worldly Horizon Great Sect's Patriarch and company roared as their eyes were filled with killing intent as they locked onto the peak stage Godly Monarch Abyssal Seed. Boom! Just as the Imperial Court's Dragon Palace's Worldly Horizon Great Sect's Night Race and company were completely clashing with the large-scale abyssal race, the entire abyss suddenly lit up brightly. A figure of light instantly flew towards the depths of the abyss. Roar! Following that, a roar that shook the heavens and earth was heard. The entire abyss seemed to tremble. Ha! At this moment, the entire battlefield trembled. Is the Celestial the Arch of the Imperial Court fighting against the various Celestial Thearchs of the Abyss? Wang Xian was slightly shocked when he saw the area covered by the thorns. Following that, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Kill!
The great ancestor of the imperial court is holding back the celestial thearch-level abyss species. Let's kill him.
Over at the Night Clan's Utianya sect, all of the clan leaders who understood the situation roared with their eyes shining. All disciples, don't have any scruples, kill. Kill! All of the Night Clan's warriors roared with fighting spirit. The attacks of the two forefathers and the clan leader became even more violent. Howl, howl, howl. The pinnacle god king species that was being surrounded let out an enraged roar. Below, many of his underlings were swiftly killed. Tianya and the Night Clan working together to destroy a pinnacle god king was a piece of cake. Howl, howl.
Three big brothers, my brother is asking for help, the humans are attacking them, let's go save him.
Three big brothers. Yesterday it was this brother of mine who gave you delicious food. Let's rush over. We can devour even more delicious humans. Howl, howl. Big brothers. Let's rush over. At the same time, at a corner of the abyss, an undying pinnacle god emperor abyss seed surrounded the three other abyss seeds of the same level and roared, sending messages.
The three pinnacle god emperor abyss seeds were hesitant, looking in one direction. Howl, howl.
Finally, an undying pinnacle god emperor abyss seed in the center raised its head and roared.
Howl, howl, howl. Around him, countless pinnacle god kings raised their heads and roared with killing intent.
When the pinnacle god king saw this, his eyes gleamed. Brothers, let's charge. Exterminate this group of humans. Charge, charge, charge. This pinnacle god king was naturally Mo-Sha. He roared madly and charged towards the world margin great sect and the night race. The other three immediately followed.
Boom. Boom.
Boom. Led by the three peak-level godly monarch abyss seeds, the entire race followed behind in a mighty manner. Three bosses. I'll lead my subordinates to block their path of retreat and obtain more delicacies.
Mo-Sha let out a wild roar. His subordinates, who were not far away from him, immediately responded and flew directly to the rear of the world margin great sect and the night race. Mo-Sha had a clear location from Eight-Limbed and the others. With a clear combat strength, he naturally knew how to deal with them.
Roar!
Roar! Roar! The other three peak divine king abyssal seeds responded. Their bloodthirsty eyes stared greedily at the battlefield ahead.
Ha ha ha! We've injured them. Brothers, let's work harder.
Within the abyss, the Night Clan leader and the Night Clan forefathers attacked the undying pinnacle god king seed before them. Seeing the large amount of blood flowing from his body, they were excited.
All right.
The two forefathers of the world margin sect roared with smiles.
Ever since they returned from the cold night island, the future of their world margin great religion was bright. Today they had two choices. One was to join the night race and become a relative of the night race. With the favor of the night race's void god emperor, the night race would not mistreat them and would even place great importance on them. Two was that they could re-establish the glory of the world margin great religion, and the night race's void god emperor would help them. Their world margin was bright. Killing these abyss seeds could also accumulate resources for their world margin great sect. Hong hong hong. The attacks of the four landed on the peak undying god king abyss seed in front of them one after another. The powerful force forced it to resist with great difficulty. At most half an hour, we will be able to wipe out this entire race. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they roared softly. Roar, roar, roar.
However, all of a sudden, roars could be heard.
The roars were getting closer and closer, shocking everyone from the Night Clan and the World Margin sect. What's happening? The four pinnacle undying emperor warriors also felt this scene, their expressions changing, immediately looking towards the direction of the roars. However, in the next moment, they opened their eyes wide.
Shit, what's going on?
Their gazes swept over. They instantly changed, their expressions unsightly as they stared at the dark abyss races.
The three pinnacle undying emperor races in the lead were even more terrifying. They could predict that in 10 seconds at most, the three pinnacle undying emperor races would fly over.
Damn it. How can there be such a huge race rushing towards us? Damn it. The Night Clan leader's expression was incomparably ugly as he let out a low roar. His heart sank slightly. Oh no! How could such a situation happen? What a huge abyss race. Not good, Clan leader Yi. We are not a match for this race.
The World Margin Sect's patriarch Feng Yatze swept his gaze over and roared in a deep voice.
All disciples, retreat immediately. All disciples, retreat immediately. The Night Clan leader gritted his teeth unwillingly, clenching his fists as he roared loudly.
Let's first block these 3 peak Undying God King Abyss seeds.
One of the Night Clan ancestors had an ugly expression as he welcomed the 3 peak Undying God King Abyss seeds. The 2 ancestors of the World Margin sect immediately followed. The arrival of the 3 peak Undying God King Abyss seeds completely broke their situation. Most importantly, the strength of this race was too strong. It wasn't something the Night Clan and the World Margin sect could withstand. At this time, all the disciples had to quickly retreat, otherwise they would suffer heavy losses. The Emperor Court has news that the Abyss species within the Abyss might have evolved. Looks like it's true. The Night Clan leader's expression was ugly as he thought to himself. The Imperial Court had suffered heavy losses last time, similar to their current situation. During the battle, a large number of abyssal seeds suddenly appeared and attacked.
As a result, the 200,000 Imperial Court experts and disciples were almost completely wiped out. They did not expect that they would actually run into them today.
Flee! Flee! The group of experts and disciples looked to the right at this time, and their expressions changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately fled to the back under the organization of the experts from the Night Clan and the World Margin sect.
Attack quietly, hee.
However, at this moment, Mo Sha led a group of abyssal races and flew over quietly.
Under his control, under the control of the group of poisonous horned dragons, not a single abyssal race in the entire race dared to roar loudly and reveal their violent positions.
Mo Sha had separated from the huge abyssal species from the start, flying towards a location closer to the edge of the abyss. When he saw the experts of the World Margin sect and the night race wanting to retreat, his face was filled with savage excitement. Roar, roar, roar. Little ones, kill them. Seeing the distance approaching, and seeing that everyone from the night race's World Margin sect was retreating, Mo Sha let out a savage roar. Rumble. The next moment, he brought with him a terrifying power as he attacked the 2 forces in front of him. This time, the night race and World Margin sect sent a total of 2 million elites. Most of them were disciples of the night race.
Not good, there's another abyss race here.
Patriarch, Patriarch, save me. There's another peak Undying God King Abyss race here. When Mo Sha flew towards them, the warriors and disciples of the Night Clan and the World Margin sect all had expressions of fear. A pinnacle Undying God King Abyss seed was flying towards them. What awaited them was a massacre.
Rumble. Mo Sha raised his head and spat out a ball of sulfur-like flames.
In an instant, hundreds of thousands of experts and disciples were enveloped by the sulfur-like flames.
Dodge immediately.
Everyone who was retreating in an orderly manner shouted out in fear. Many experts tried their best to dodge the terrifying sulfur-like flames. However, Mo Sha's round of attacks instantly struck 200,000 to 300,000 experts and disciples, causing them to let out miserable cries. Some of them died immediately. Rumble. The flames on his body rushed straight into the crowd of Sky and Night Race disciples.
The flames engulfed the surrounding corpses and were immediately absorbed into the space ring. Not good. Damn it, why is there another race?
At this time, the Night Race ancestor looked over, his eyes bloodshot as he roared madly.
Brother Yi will defend against these 3 pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss species. You go and help.
The 2 ancestors looked over, their hearts sinking. They immediately roared. Beast, die! The Night Race ancestor didn't hesitate, his face filled with rage as he charged over. If it was any later, the entire Night Race and World Margin sect disciples would have been slaughtered by that pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss species. Mo Sha saw a pinnacle Undying Emperor rushing over. He smiled sinisterly. With a sweep of his tail, the surrounding 100,000 warriors were instantly killed.
I'll block the pinnacle Undying Emperor. You guys kill the Night Clan and the World Margin sect. 2 consecutive attacks killed another 100,000 members of the Night Clan and the World Margin sect. Mo Sha saw the Night Clan patriarch flying over. He communicated to the back.
At the rear, the entire clan under Emosha's control had also arrived. In a short span of a few dozen seconds, his attack had destroyed 500,000 to 600,000 members of the World Margin and the Night Clan. All disciples flee. All experts lead disciples to immediately flee from the abyss. The Night Clan's patriarch's gaze swept across the area below, his face solemn as he roared sternly. In the abyss, the area where the disciples of the Night Race's World Margin sect were located was in a tragic state. The sudden appearance of Mo Sha and the others caused a large number of the disciples of the two forces who were originally filled with fighting spirit to die. Especially in this situation, the sudden appearance of Mo Sha blocked their first steps of retreat. At this time, in front of them, the densely packed billions of abyss seeds had already rushed over. Most importantly, more than 100 million abyssal seeds were attacking them from the right side of their retreat route. At this moment, everyone from the Horizon Great Sect and the Night Clan looked extremely embarrassed, their hearts beating violently. Why were they so unlucky? All disciples, follow me. Fly towards the left and find an opportunity to leave the abyss. An elder from the Night Clan saw this scene and roared in a deep voice. All elders and deacons stay behind to defend against the attacks of the abyss. Another elder of the Night Clan roared. Yes, yes. After a series of responses, all the warriors came to the back and attacked the abyss. All warriors lead the weaker disciples to fly, flying extremely fast. The World Margin sect leader looked over and roared. Yes. The group of undying Emperor warriors immediately used their energy to lead the other disciples to flee to the left. Roar, roar, roar. Behind them, the group of abyss warriors roared, all of them letting out earth-shattering roars. Countless energies shot forward. The group of warriors from the forces behind struggled to resist, immediately fleeing. Ah! However, at this time, a Night Race elder suddenly let out a scream, his body flying backwards. Fifth elder. The few executive elders looked over, their expressions changing. However, at this time, 5 undying level 9 abyss species pounced on the elder. Damn it! Let's go! Fifth, we'll take revenge for you. An angry voice resounded. The rest of the elders immediately turned and fled. At this time, they couldn't help at all, otherwise they would be covered by the endless abyss army. 1 undying level 9. 5 undying level 9 abyss species pounced over and killed the Night Clan elder. One of them had a smile in his eyes as he communicated. Continue, kill. Another abyss species communicated. The 5 of them continued to charge forward. Beasts. From the side, they saw their own disciples running for their lives. Seeing an elder fall, they roared angrily. As they fought, they led their disciples to retreat, paying attention to their disciples. Oh! Not long after, a few more screams sounded. 2 deacons and an elder had fallen. Roar, if this continues, even if we can escape, we will suffer heavy casualties. In the sky, the Night Clan leader and patriarch's hearts were bleeding. Our Night Clan requests the support of all the major powers. If we are willing to lend a hand, we will definitely repay them tenfold. The Night Race's patriarch roared with a gloomy expression. His cry for help spread far and wide. Oh? What happened to the Night Race? The Night Race has joined forces with the World Margin Great Sect. This time, their side has the most peak Divine King experts. What's happening now? In the central region, the 2 Imperial Court protectors were slightly alarmed when they heard this cry for help. They were well aware of the strength of the Night Race and the World Margin sect this time. Could it be that other races are going to attack them? The 2 of them looked at each other and were slightly shocked. However, they could not get away at this moment. At the back, all the powerful disciples of the Imperial Court were also slightly shocked. Did they succeed? At this moment, at the location of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian was looking at the peak of the Immortal King-level abyss seed that was on the verge of death. When he heard this voice, he raised his eyebrows slightly and revealed a smile on his face. The Night Race was asking for help, which meant that the demonic fiend had brought them great trouble. Pooh! Dragon King, it's done. At this moment, Ao Chitian said with a smile on his face. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the corpse of the peak of the Immortal King-level abyssal seed. Let's get rid of the other abyssal seeds, he said with a smile on his face.
The Night Clan and the World Margin sect were in deep trouble while the Dragon Palace was reaping the fruits.
After getting rid of this pinnacle God King Abyss Seed, Aochitian began to hunt the other Abyss Seeds. This was easy for him. The group of Undying Level 9 Abyss Seeds were easily killed by Aochitian, following which it was a one-sided massacre.
In less than 5 minutes, over 200 million corpses were all collected.
1 peak-level Immortal King Abyssal Seed and 13 level 9 Immortal King Abyssal Seeds. After this, I'll parasitize the 2 ancestors of the World Margin sect.
Wuxia squinted his eyes and said with a smile.
Once he parasitized the World Margin sect, the Dragon Palace would be able to obtain more information and gain more initiative. Dragon King. There's a large number of abyssal seeds flying towards us from the right, just as Wang Xian was flying to the command platform of Dragon Peak. The Sky Array spoke. Wang Xian looked at the screen in front of him. Dense red dots appeared on the screen. These red dots were moving rapidly towards him. He raised his head and looked towards the right. Following that, he narrowed his eyes slowly. Hee. What a spectacular sight. Gradually, figures appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. A group of more than 1 million people were flying in their direction frantically. Behind them, there were billions of abyssal seeds. In the sky, there was still a huge battle.
For Peak Stage Godly Monarch Experts versus 5 Peak Stage Godly Monarch Abyssal Seeds.
Looks like Mo Sha did a good job this time. Wang Xian mumbled with a smile. The Yi clan and the World Margin sect were enemies now. The more severe their losses, the more advantageous it would be for the Dragon Palace. There's a huge mountain in front of us. That's the Dragon Peak. It's the Dragon Peak.
Right at this moment, an elder leading young Emperor Yi fled to the front of the million-plus members of the World Margin sect.
The elder swept his gaze forward and suddenly saw the huge mountain in the abyss. He growled in a low voice.
The Dragon Peak of the Dragon Palace?
Young Emperor Yi asked with a dark expression. Yes, it's Dragon Mountain. The Dragon Palace has a pinnacle Undying Emperor guarding it. If they are willing to help, we can be saved. The elder roared with his eyes wide open. This Dragon Palace will save us?
Young Emperor Yi's expression changed.
The elder beside him also had an ugly expression. Our Night Clan is requesting for reinforcements from the Dragon Palace.
The elder gritted his teeth. At this moment, he could only try his best.
Interesting.
Requesting for reinforcements from us.
When Wang Xian heard the elder of the Night Clan, a mocking expression appeared on his face. What a bunch of fools! He shouted directly.
What a bunch of stupid things!
When Wang Xian shouted, his words were heard by everyone in the surrounding area. His sarcastic voice made everyone from the Night Clan turn pale when they heard it.
The leader of a force said that they were a bunch of stupid things?
If this news were to spread out, the Night Clan wouldn't be able to afford to lose face. However, some of the experts and disciples of the Night Clan also understood that it was too difficult to get the Dragon Palace to help them. The main reason was that they were too close to the Horizon sect.
However, the core disciples also knew why they were so close to the Horizon sect.
This Dragon King deserves to die.
Young Emperor Yi, who was running at the forefront, growled with a murderous look on his face. They originally didn't have much hope, however the Dragon King's public humiliation made them even angrier.
However, they couldn't do anything about it. Wait for the Patriarch to become Emperor. The first one to destroy the Dragon Palace. The elder beside young Emperor roared with a dark expression. Damn it!
In the air, the Yi clan leader and Patriarch who were struggling to resist the 5 pinnacle Undying God King Abyss Seeds had extremely ugly expressions when they heard this.
Let's go. We'll draw the 5 pinnacle Undying God King Abyss Seeds over to Dragon Mountain and let Dragon Palace draw some firepower. Those 5 pinnacle Undying God King Abyss Seeds will definitely attack Dragon Mountain. When that time comes, even if Dragon Palace doesn't make a move, they will. The moment we can spare one person, we can lead a group of disciples and escape. At this time, World-End Patriarch Feng Yazi's voice resounded in their minds.
Feng Yazi and the others were filled with hatred towards the Dragon Palace.
They were naturally happy to see an opportunity to cause trouble for the Dragon Palace and alleviate their troubles. All right, let's go. We'll lead these beasts towards Dragon Peak.
The leader of the Night Clan didn't hesitate at all and immediately shifted the battlefield towards Dragon Peak. In a battle of their level, the speed of moving the battlefield was extremely fast.
Especially against the Abyss species, it was much easier. Dragon King, they want to draw the 5 Pinnacle God King Abyss species towards us. At this time, the Sky Array saw the 9 Pinnacle God King warriors moving towards them. Seeing their intentions, it immediately said,
if a battle of this level were to take place near the Dragon Peak, given its size, it would definitely be affected.
They wanted to force the Dragon Palace to make a move. Humph! Wang Xian let out a soft shout and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Powerhouses of the Night Race and the world's end. I advise you not to lead the battlefield here. He opened his mouth and shouted coldly. Ha ha ha, we are no match for these abyssal seeds. We didn't lead them here because we were forced here.
The clan leader of the Night Race laughed out loud in a sinister manner and cut off all ties with them. In that case, we will help you deal with these 5 peak stage Immortal King Abyssal Seeds. However, in order to prevent our Dragon Palace disciples from being attacked by other Abyssal Seeds, we need to defend ourselves.
Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian smiled sinisterly. He gestured to the Sky Array beside him. Ha ha ha, we are here to help you. Don't let the other Abyss species hinder us. With a wave of the Sky Array's arm, all the disciples of the Dragon Peak fled in the direction in front of them. 3 thorny monsters instantly formed.
Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Ao Xingmu was the first to charge out. All the other Starwood dragon species flew out at the same time. One by one, thorny vines appeared in front of them and set up an extremely powerful thorny defense. This defense covered an area of over 1 billion kilometers, blocking the escape routes of all the disciples and warriors of the Night Clan and the World Margin sect.
Dragon Palace, what are you doing? The members of the Dragon Palace suddenly attacked. A barrier appeared in front of them. In the sky, the Night Clan leader saw this scene. His expression changed. He roared with killing intent. Of course, I'm prepared to help you guys deal with a peak Immortal King Abyss seed. Wang Xian stared at the leader of the Night Clan and said mockingly, boom, boom. As he spoke, the 3 thorny monsters flew slowly into the sky.
The Dragon Palace was indeed prepared to deal with a peak Immortal King Abyss seed. Mo Sha, let's kill one of them. Don't let the powerhouses of the Night Clan and the world's end go down to support us. At the same time, the Sky Array sent a voice transmission to Mo Sha. Mo Sha nodded his head without leaving a trace.
Ao Qitian, go over and cooperate with the Sky Array to kill that peak-level undying godly monarch. Ao Jian, bring the world's end ruler and the dragon machine over too.
Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly. With a wave of his arm, he passed the mother nest to Ao Jian.
It's the Dragon King, Ao Qitian replied. Ao Jian led the 3 level 9 undying godly monarch experts and flew up into the sky immediately. Night Race Warrior, our Dragon Palace will help you take care of a peak undying level Abyss seed. The Sky Array spoke to the Night Race ancestor in the sky, controlling the 3 brambles and immediately attacking one of them. The 3 brambles immediately drew it over. The brambles covered the surroundings, forming a single space. Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, and the others moved and directly entered the space covered by the brambles.
Ha! Seeing that the Dragon Palace had really made a move, the Night Clan leader and the others were slightly stunned. Dragon King, immediately remove your defenses immediately. However, the Night Clan leader looked down and roared with an extremely ugly expression.
I'm sorry. I'm an array master. I need to control the 3 brambles formed by the array. At this time, we can't let the other Abyss species get close. We're also helping you,
Sky Array said with a laugh.
Damn it. They did it on purpose. The Night Clan's patriarch and the others cursed with extremely gloomy expressions. The Dragon Palace did it on purpose, but the Dragon Palace did help them block a peak stage godly monarch Abyss species. Even if they were seen by others, they couldn't say anything.
After all, it was the Night Clan and the World Horizon Great Sect who deliberately lured the battlefield here.
The other party was an array master. What could they say about such behavior? The array masters who were approached were very weak.
The Night Clan and the Dragon Palace were obviously tricking the Dragon Palace, but the Dragon Palace was also clearly tricking the Night Clan. Patriarch, save us. At this time, the most panicked people were undoubtedly the more than 1 million people who were escaping below. They saw the huge defense in front of them blocking their way. As long as they paused for even a moment, they would be drowned by the countless abyss seeds behind them. Everyone was a little scared. I'll withdraw. You guys help me block the abyss seeds in front of me. I only need a few seconds. The Night Clan leader looked over, gritting his teeth as he roared. Without a peak undying Emperor Abyss Seed, their pressure was much less. At this time, they had a chance to withdraw and save a bunch of disciples. All right, World Margin and Night Clan leader immediately shouted, preparing the three of them to stall the 4-peak undying Emperor Abyss Seeds. Howl, howl, howl. However, at this time, an incomparably berserk voice resounded. Emo Sha went berserk. Howl, howl, howl. Emo Sha's God King Pinnacle Abyss Seed had been peacefully fighting with World-End Patriarch Wu Lin Gao. Now that he saw the Night Clan leader trying to get rid of a peak undying God King to save his disciples, he immediately went berserk. A wave of energy attacked the Night Clan leader. Damn it! Stop right there. Wu Lin Gao's expression turned cold when he saw Emo Sha attacking the Yi Clan leader. The pagoda released terrifying flames as it attacked Emo Sha. Emo Sha immediately tried to defend, but he still attacked and interfered with the Yi Clan leader. Beast! The Yi Clan leader's expression changed when he saw this scene. The Abyss Seed looked ordinary just now, but now it suddenly went berserk and stopped him from saving people. This made him extremely angry. Patriarch, save me. Ah! At this moment, cries for help were heard again. The Patriarch of the Yi Clan looked over, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. The disciples of the Yi Clan and the disciples of the Horizon had already arrived in front of the defense set up by the Dragon Palace. Facing such a terrifying defense, they couldn't break it at all. And the moment they stopped, the Abyss Seed behind them had already attacked. The elders and deacons at the back were the first to arrive. However, even though they were the top warriors of the night race, facing the overwhelming attacks, they still couldn't resist for long. Especially the poisonous dragon seed and the others, they usually had 4 to 5 or even 5 to 6 of them attacking an elder or deacon. Facing such an attack, even an undying level 9 elder couldn't withstand more than a few attacks. From the time they escaped till now, 4 of them had died. They had 9 elders following them this time. As for the sect leader and 3 elders, they weren't attacked. After all, they were on the same side. They're catching up. Catching up. A terrified voice came from the mouths of more than 1 million disciples. At this moment, the Night Clan disciples no longer had any fighting spirit. The elders, deacons, and billions of abyss species were chasing after them. They didn't have the strength to resist. Their only goal now was to escape and run for their lives. Damn the Dragon Palace. They've blocked the road ahead for us. Elders, Patriarch. We can't hold them off for long. The elders and deacons at the back shouted in fear. Roar! 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 As soon as they finished speaking, countless abyssal creatures had already rushed over. Everyone, don't panic, resist. Wait for the Patriarch and the others to rescue us. The elder at the front shouted with a stern face but a weak heart. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. In the sky, the violent demonic fiend blocked the support of the clan leader of the Yi clan, making his face extremely violent. He looked down. The abyssal seed had already fought with the disciples. In just a moment of collision, more than 100,000 disciples had died. Even if a group of experts and disciples had killed hundreds of thousands of abyssal seeds, the number of abyssal seeds was too many. The largest abyss species in this region, along with Emo Sha and the one that was attacked, there were 3 large species. Just the undying Emperor level 9 species alone had over 60. How could they defend against them? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Right at this time, within the abyss species, terrifying attacks spread out. At least 20 undying level 9 abyss races attacked at the same time. No! The group of elders and deacons at the front saw this terrifying attack and their hearts pounded violently. Beast, get lost! The Night Clan leader in the air couldn't sit still anymore. He extended his arm and a finger turned into a resplendent gold light. This finger directly fell off and attacked Emosha.
Emosha felt the threat from this finger. His expression changed slightly and he hurriedly dodged to the side.
So, Hong. The golden finger tore through the air. Emosha dodged, but his speed was too terrifying and pierced through his tail.
His entire tail directly emitted a violent explosion and exploded.
Howl howl. Emosha felt the intense pain. He let out a scream, not daring to continue. Rumble rumble rumble.
Ah!
However, at this time, the sounds of explosions and screams could be heard from below.
The Night Clan leader's blood-red gaze looked over. His body couldn't help but tremble.
Over 1 million people under this terrifying attack, at least half died.
Especially the undying emperor. This time, their losses were too huge. Howl! He roared, his entire body emitting golden light, looking extremely terrifying. Leader, save us.
The disciples saw their leader flying over and shouted in fear. Go!
The Night Clan leader waved his golden light, enveloping everyone. A powerful energy moved him to the side.
Howl 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 howl. However, the countless abyss races ahead didn't fear the arrival of the pinnacle Undying fighters.
Especially the level 9 Undying fighters, they all attacked one by one.
The Night Clan leader's expression changed, waving his arm forward. Rumble.
The thorny defense set up by the members of the Dragon Palace was broken. He led his disciples and flew forward.
He was a pinnacle Undying Emperor, but against 60 or so Undying level 9 warriors, along with the countless other abyss species, he had to flee.
Howl, howl, howl.
Suddenly, a scream came from above.
The sudden sound stunned everyone and even all the abyss species. The Night Clan leader and the others stared wide-eyed at the source of the sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They were looking at a space that was surrounded by thorns. However, at this moment, the thorns were withdrawn one by one. Everyone saw an incomparably huge corpse lying quietly inside.
The peak-level Immortal King Abyss Seed had been destroyed.
Hee. I originally wanted to help you guys by eliminating this peak-level Immortal King Abyss Seed. It seems like there's no need. Wang Xian looked over and smiled at the clan leader of the Yi clan. The clan leader of the Yi clan's expression changed drastically. He scanned the corpse with some fear. How long has it been? 2 minutes?
A peak-level Undying Godly Monarch Abyss Seed was actually destroyed by the Dragon Palace.
Such strength?
The Dragon Palace actually destroyed a peak-level Undying Godly Monarch Abyss Seed so quickly.
Hiss! They are so powerful. The powerful disciples of the Night Clan and the World Margin sect who were enveloped by the golden light were also slightly shocked when they saw this scene. Ha ha ha! Let's go! Wang Xian laughed heartily and said directly.
Buzz!
Ao Qitian and the rest kept their corpses and entered the Dragon Peak.
The Dragon Peak rumbled and flew out of the abyss.
As for the abyssal seeds, they could not catch up with the speed of the Dragon Peak. As for the countless abyssal seeds, in order to avoid accidents, he did not continue to kill them. After all, the Night Clan and the Horizon sect would not join forces with them to kill the abyssal seeds.
Let's go!
Seeing Long Feng leave, the Night Clan leader and the rest's expressions changed. They didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately roared. He led a group of disciples and swiftly flew out. In addition, the World Margin sect forefather and the Night Clan forefather immediately got rid of the 4-peak Undying Emperor Abyss Seeds and fled. Howl, howl, howl. Countless Abyss Seeds saw them escape and roared as they chased after them. However, with a peak Godly Monarch leading them, they quickly pulled away.
Damn Dragon Palace, if it wasn't for them this time, we.
After getting rid of the Abyss Seeds, the Night Clan Patriarch roared angrily. He didn't finish his sentence. Without the Dragon Palace, they would have suffered heavy losses as well. This time, we've completely made the Dragon Palace's wedding dress, a World Margin sect elder said with a dark expression. This time, they had killed the Abyss Seed and suffered heavy losses. In the end, the Dragon Palace used this opportunity to kill a pinnacle Undying God King Abyss Seed. Leader, we've lost 6 elders, 18 deacons and over 8,000 Undying God Kings. At this time, an elder flew over, his expression extremely ugly. Cough, cough, cough. This grudge. Our Knight clan will remember.
The Knight clan leader said coldly.
This loss was a huge blow to their Knight clan, especially the loss of 6 undying level 9 warriors. Their Knight clan's strength was much stronger than the other large sects. However, 6 level 9 warriors was a huge number. Before the war broke out, their Knight clan hadn't lost an undying level 9 warrior in tens of millions of years. Father, after the forefather improves, destroy the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace.
In the front, young Emperor Yi flew over and said with a savage expression. The Knight clan leader nodded coldly, looking at his broken finger. His expression was even more unsightly.
Using a technique to break a finger, this kind of damage was almost hard to recover from. Dragon King, we've made a huge profit this time, haha.
One side was happy while the other side was sad. Within Dragon Mountain, even the Sky Array was laughing. This time, they had just destroyed a large race, a pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss Seed, 13 Undying Level 9 and over 200 million Abyss Seeds. Finally, they had killed another peak-level Undying Godly Monarch Abyss Seed.
In other words, just these resources alone could increase the Dragon Palace by 3 peak-level Undying Godly Monarchs. The number of other experts was even higher. Yes, Wang Xian smiled. The rewards this time were indeed huge.
Also, Dragon King, I think we can let Mo Sha return after this battle. Tianqin suggested from the side.
It's indeed time to return. He nodded slightly.
They had initiated today's battle together with the Imperial Court and the Knight clans Tianya. There was a divine emperor powerhouse who had personally entered the depths of the abyss to carry out a game of suppression.
If it were any other time, the Dragon Palace would very likely be targeted by the divine emperor in the depths of the abyss if they attacked an abyssal race like this. Even if there was no need to target them, as long as the god emperor in the depths of the abyss gave an order, the Dragon Palace would suffer heavy losses.
Mo Sha seems to have quite a number of resources over there.
Heaven Array spoke. Wang Xian nodded. Mo Sha had caused the Imperial Court to suffer heavy losses last time. He should have obtained quite a number of corpses.
In addition to his current race, there were more than 100 million Abyss Seeds. This was another huge harvest.
I just don't know how many peak Immortal King level powerhouses I can add. Wang Xian mumbled and immediately sent a message to Mo Sha. At the same time, Mo Sha, who was in the abyss, received Wang Xian's message and squinted his eyes slightly. My minions, get ready. Destroy all the abyss species. Let's go back.
Mo Sha immediately sent a voice transmission to all his members.
Yes, boss. The group of poisonous horned dragons immediately replied.
Following that, Mo Sha led all his subordinates to an extremely secretive place. With a single command, they began the massacre.
In this tribe, the powerful ones were all parasitized by the poisonous horned dragons. There were more than 8,000 poisonous horned dragons controlling their bodies. In less than a minute, they destroyed all the other abyssal seeds. After they kept the corpses, they immediately flew out. According to the coordinates sent by Wang Xian, Mo Sha and the rest flew over in less than an hour. Dragon King. Mo Sha flew over with a smile on his face. Sky Array. How many resources do you have over there? Before Wang Xian could reply, Sky Array could not help but ask. Kiki, Dragon King. I got quite a lot of resources this time. 1 peak Undying God King Abyss Seed Corpse. 25 level 9 Undying God King Abyss Seed Corpses. Mo Sha couldn't help but laugh.
1 peak corpse was the one he had parasitized. There were another 10 level 9 corpses in the race, along with the Knight race warriors he had killed, along with the Imperial Court and the other Abyss Seed corpses he had found. There were a total of 25 level 9 Undying God King corpses.
With Mo Sha, Ao Chitian, Long Mo, Ba Chi, and the resources in my hands, I can produce 7 peak-level Undying God King experts. Dragon King. I have the confidence to fight against a level 1 Void God Emperor. The Sky Array was calculating by the side as his eyes gleamed. A few days ago, Wang Xian had asked about the Sky Array. If he wanted to fight against the Void God Emperor, he and the 10 peak-level Undying God King experts from the Dragon Palace were sufficient.
Currently, the resources of the Dragon Palace were sufficient to produce 7 peak-stage Immortal King Realm experts.
With their strength, they were sufficient to fight against the God Emperor.
When Wang Xian heard his words, his eyes sparkled and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Currently, other than the Heaven Array, the Dragon Palace had 4 peak stage Immortal King Realm experts. With the addition of 7, it could reach 11.
What about the God Emperor who has just broken through? Wang Xian asked Tianqin. Dragon King. The Celestial, the Arch of the Night Race, relied on the inheritance of his ancestors to achieve a breakthrough. He is the weakest among the Celestial Thearchs who have just broken through. However, because he has the treasures of his ancestors, he is similar to an ordinary being who has broken through to the Celestial, the Arch realm.
If such a breakthrough did not take hundreds of thousands or millions of years to accumulate, I would be able to pin him down if I were to have 8 or 9 peak stage Celestial Arch. After all, the strength of the dragon machine is also very strong,
Tianqin said confidently. He was once a godly monarch, and he was one of the outstanding ones among the resplendent starry sky godly monarchs. If he said that he could pin him down, he would definitely be able to do so. This was the confidence of a former supreme expert in the void. Do you know how many godly monarchs there are in the imperial court?
Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he asked.
According to what I know before I died, there should be 3 of them. One of them might have reached the 2nd stage of the godly monarch of the void. The Emperor Starfield is among the 7 great regions. Among the 7 forces in the starry sky, it is ranked at most 5 or 6. Heaven Array said.
I wonder when the Dragon Palace will have a void god realm. Hee, let's go in exchange for treasures to increase our strength.
Wang Xian smiled and said. Buzz! Dragon Peak flew quickly toward the frontline planet of the Imperial Court.
When Dragon Peak came to the front of the planets, he found that many forces around them had also come out of the abyss.
The most eye-catching one was the Imperial Court, which had tens of millions of people flying over from the abyss.
The Emperor Court warriors and disciples were all smiling. It was obvious that they had gained a lot this time, and they didn't lose much either.
That's Dragon Mountain. I heard that the Dragon Palace went to fight a large-scale abyss race. I wonder if they succeeded.
With the Dragon Palace's strength, they naturally easily destroyed the entire abyss race, and I heard that the Night Race's World Margin sect managed to escape to the Dragon Palace. And the Dragon Palace took action and destroyed another peak Undying God King Abyss species.
The Dragon Palace's strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Are you serious? We didn't even manage to wipe out the pinnacle Undying God King race this time. The Dragon Palace actually managed to wipe out 2. The news from the Night Race is still fake? I heard that the Dragon Palace even tried to stop the Night Race from escaping. This time the Night Race was the most unlucky. They were attacked by 3 large-scale races, and attacked by 5 pinnacle Undying God King races.
I heard that the powerful Abyss race's intelligence has evolved. This time, the Night Race is really unlucky. However, if our Guardian didn't go to Ping-E Island, we would have been able to destroy 1 or 2 peak Undying Emperor Abyss races. Right now, there are people saying that the Dragon Palace is stronger than the Night Race. I wonder if that's true. When Dragon Mountain flew over, the warriors and disciples of the Imperial Court, Jiao Shao and the others also noticed. Regarding the battle not long ago, they were well informed and knew many things.
Everyone from the Night Clan had heard the cry for help and the power of the Dragon Palace. Many had only just learned about it.
Looking at the huge and majestic Dragon Mountain, everyone had looks of respect on their faces. Even some of the elders and deacons of the Imperial Court had a hint of respect towards the Dragon Palace.
Killing 2 peak-level Immortal King Abyss Seeds was not something that an ordinary faction could do. The Battle of the Abyss had begun. The Imperial Court had only killed 1 peak-level Immortal King Abyss Seed.
Let's go to the Merit Exchange Office,
Wang Xian said to the Sky Array and the rest. They flew straight into the eye-catching hall of a planet. Dragon King. Seeing Wang Xian and the rest arrive, some of the staff members in front of the hall greeted them respectfully.
The current Dragon Palace was a well-known existence in the entire Imperial Star Field. On the list of heroes, the experts from the Dragon Palace occupied the majority. This represented their strength.
The Dragon Palace was also ranked first on the list of powers points.
Get the manager of your Hall of Merit over here,
Wang Xian said to a staff member immediately. It's the Dragon King. The staff member didn't dare to be negligent and entered immediately.
I heard that the Dragon Palace has just killed a large-scale abyss species in the abyss. Are you here to exchange for merit treasures? Soon, an old man walked over respectfully and asked with a smile. Yes, I would like to trouble the manager to bring over a large number of elixirs. Our Dragon Palace is prepared to use all of our merit points to exchange for elixirs. Spiritual herbs and divine fruits are also acceptable. There are no restrictions on their effects.
Wang Xian looked at the old man and said directly, "Ha!" The old man was stunned for a moment before he asked tentatively, "Dragon King, do you have 2 corpses of peak-level Immortal King Abyss Seeds?"
Yes, 2 corpses of peak-level abyss seeds, 13 corpses of level 9 and more than 40 corpses of level 8. Does the Imperial Court have so many elixirs, spiritual herbs, and divine fruits to exchange for?
Wang Xian nodded his head. Yes, our Imperial Court naturally has so many treasures. Dragon King, please wait for a moment. We will go and prepare them now, the elder in charge said immediately. Wang Xian nodded his head as well.
The corpses of abyss seeds were exchanged at the Imperial Court. It was slightly more than the resources absorbed by the dragon transformation pool.
However, it was impossible for Wang Xian to take out all the corpses of abyss seeds. It was also impossible for him to take out the corpses of the experts of the Imperial Court. He was here to exchange for elixirs. There was another point, which was that Wang Xian was going to upgrade himself this time.
After upgrading himself, he would have the combat strength of a peak Immortal King.
Congratulations, Dragon Palace. Congratulations, Dragon King. You have reaped great rewards this time. In less than 5 minutes, an old man walked in and said to Wang Xian with a smile.
Without the presence of the Celestial Emperor of the Imperial Court, we wouldn't have the chance to hunt down these abyssal seeds.
Wang Xian looked at the protector of the Imperial Court and said politely, "That's because the Dragon Palace has the ability to do so. After this, no one will be able to surpass the achievements of the Dragon Palace. We also have to thank the Dragon Palace for their contributions to the humans of the Imperial Starfield. The Dragon King wants to exchange for pills, herbs, and divine fruits. We can satisfy him here," the old man said with a smile. "All right, this is the corpse that we need to exchange for the abyssal seed." As Wang Xian spoke, he handed over a few interspatial rings. The old man took them and took a look. Then, he nodded and took out a few interspatial rings to do some conversion.
"Dragon King, please check it."
The old man handed over the interspatial ring and said, "Thank you." Wang Xian took a glance and said with a smile, "Hee, you don't have to be so polite." The old man smiled.
Wang Xian cupped his hands and left.
The strength of the Dragon Palace is indeed not simple. There should be 5 or 6 peak godly monarch powerhouses. The old man looked at the silhouettes of Wang Xian and the rest. With a move of his body, he disappeared. "What is it that requires you to make a trip, State Elder?"
Soon, the old man appeared in a large hall. 4 old men looked over and one of them asked.
The Dragon Palace exchanged for treasures. They killed 2 pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss Seeds. Over 10 level 9 ones. The rest were even more. The old man said indifferently,
"I heard that the Dragon Palace used about a minute to kill a pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss Seed."
A protector raised his eyebrows. His eyes gleamed as he said, "We can already confirm. The Night Clan said that they killed a pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss Seed within a minute or so." Another protector besides said, "To kill a pinnacle Undying Emperor within a minute, I estimate that only the 10 of us will be able to do so. This Dragon Palace's strength isn't simple." In the center, an old man said with a glint in his eyes, "Wang." At this time, a silhouette shrouded in light appeared in front of the hall.
Upon seeing this figure, everyone immediately gathered their thoughts and revealed respectful expressions. "Greetings, great ancestor."
The 5 people bowed and shouted,
"MN, we can already confirm that there is only one Black Mage-type God Emperor Abyss Seed. After the Day and Night Race's Night Abyss ascends, the Night Race, along with you and the other factions in the Imperial Starfield, will guard this place. I will rush to Pingy."
The illusory figure shrouded in light appeared and said directly,
"Oh, great ancestor, is Pingy about to erupt?"
The group of elders were slightly startled and immediately asked,
"Soon."
The illusory figure shrouded in light nodded. On this battlefield, with the current situation in the Abyss, our strength can definitely fight back. The Abyss seed may have evolved. You guys lead your disciples carefully, not hunting. As long as we can defend this place, that's enough. The silhouette shrouded in light continued.
After the night races, Yi Yuan becomes emperor, the night race and the world margin sect will probably attack and destroy the Dragon Palace. This will affect our strength.
For the Dragon Palace to be able to destroy a peak undying God King Abyss seed within a minute, its strength should not be weaker than the previous night race. It might even be stronger. A protector frowned and said, Amen? That Dragon Palace's Dragon Peak is indeed extraordinary. However, for the night race to produce a void god emperor, they still need to guard this place. Our imperial court has to give them some respect.
You can look for the people from the world margin great religion and ask if you can destroy them later. After all, with the Dragon Palace here, we can share quite a bit of the pressure.
If the Night Clan and the world margin great religion do not agree, then destroy them.
The illusory figure shrouded in light said, It's great ancestor. The 5 imperial court protectors nodded. They understood this very well.
The night race had given birth to a void god emperor. Although his status was still inferior to their imperial court, he was already able to speak with the imperial court. Especially during this period of time, if the night race wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace, they would do so. The imperial court would not interfere and would even help.
After all, a god emperor was not something that a large sect could compare to.
A large sect could be destroyed easily, but a god emperor transcended everything.
The illusory figure shrouded in light slowly disappeared. Old One, you are familiar with the Horizon Great Sect. Their grudges also originated from the Horizon Great Sect. Go ask Feng Yatsi and the others of the Horizon Great Sect if they are willing to wait until the battle situation stabilizes before destroying the Dragon Palace. After the battle situation stabilizes, tell them that the Imperial Court is willing to help them take revenge.
No matter what, the World Margin Sect has done a lot for our Imperial Court. Seeing that the great ancestor had finished, a protector said to an elder beside him, All right, I'll go and ask. The elder nodded.
Dragon King, shall we return to the Dragon Palace now?
At this moment, in the Dragon Peak, Mo Sha asked Wang Xian, Let's go back. I need to undergo an upgrade. The Dragon Palace also needs to undergo a major upgrade. Since we have obtained so many merits, we don't have to do anything for the time being. Wang Xian nodded his head. Dragon King, I'll go and look for Ba Qi. I'll parasitize the 2 patriarchs of the World Margin Sect now. As long as I parasitize them, there won't be too much of a problem. Mo Sha said.
All right.
Wang Xian nodded his head and reminded him. Be careful. Don't let anything go wrong.
Don't worry, Dragon King. There won't be any mistakes.
Mo Sha nodded his head confidently.
All right, Sky Formation, you will be in charge here. You will be in contact with Mo Sha, Ba Qi, and some poisonous horned dragons. Half a month later, although we are still no match for the Imperial Court, we are no longer afraid of the Night Clan.
Wang Xian smiled and ordered the Sky Formation.
Yes, Dragon King. Don't worry, we are here.
The Sky Array smiled and nodded. Poison 9, Ao Xingmu, Ao Yao, and Mu Zesen. Lead all the disciples back to the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian shouted softly and his figure slowly disappeared.
The next moment, he appeared in the main Dragon Palace. He looked at the resources in his interspatial ring and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. These pills were enough for him to increase his strength by 1 level. In addition, he could also add 2 peak Immortal King members as well as a large number of other level members.
How?
He growled and turned into his dragon god body. His huge body gave off a faint pressure. Within his space ring, the pills, herbs and fruits entered his stomach and quickly turned into dragon energy.
Ding, congratulations on your level increase. You have reached Undying Emperor level 4.
Name Wang Xian.
Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon God, Man-Dragon Unity.
Level, Immortal King level 4. Divine Dragon Transformation 7th Form.
Origin, 1, 2, 14, 43, 44, /1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Ability, Rule the Water Race, Rule the water race below one's level. Devour living beings. Devour living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Technique. Divine Dragon Transformation. Ability. Soul Capture, Spirit Possession, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect. 5 Elements Great Mill, Dragon Country in the Palm, Dragon Head under the Heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 Miles, Yin-Yang Poles, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Physical Law. Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light and Darkness. Level 4. Kingdom of God, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace, Level 7. Members of Dragon Palace, 411,842. Boom. A powerful force spread out in the surroundings. Wang Xian's body directly grew to 20,000 meters. Every dragon scale was emitting a luster, just like a diamond under the sun. Sacred, majestic, and inviolable. I've finally reached the peak of Immortal King level combat strength. Wang Xian opened his dragon eyes. 7-colored light flickered in his pupils as a smile appeared on his face. Roar, roar. He let out a low groan and continued to devour the pills. Soon, a huge amount of origin dragon energy was accumulated in his body again. Ao Yao, Ao Xingmu, Muzisan, come over here. Wang Xian's mind moved and his voice was transmitted directly into their minds. Dragon King. Soon, the 3 of them came to the Dragon King Palace and bowed respectfully. Prepare to level up, Wang Xian said. At the same time, waves of majestic dragon energy were transmitted into their god area. The 3 of them were delighted as they quickly absorbed the origin dragon energy. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, a majestic aura erupted from the 3 of them. The Dragon Palace once again produced 3 pinnacle Immortal King warriors. Gather all the members of the Dragon Palace and enter the Dragon Transformation Pool to level up. Looking at the 2 of them, Wang Xian smiled and ordered Prime Minister Gui, who was not far away. It's the Dragon King. All the Abyss Seeds were not used to exchange for pills. The Dragon Palace only revealed the corpses of 2 pinnacle Immortal King Abyss Seeds. He still had one in his hands, along with a large number of level 9 Undying Emperor corpses. In this wave, the Dragon Palace could produce 7 pinnacle Undying Emperor corpses. Level 9 Abyss Seeds could also produce 20 to 30. Very quickly, in front of the Dragon Transformation Pool, all the members of the Dragon Palace arrived. Beside him, Ao Chi Tian took out a large number of corpses and placed them on the side to be absorbed by the Dragon Transformation Pool. Poison 9, Ao Feng Huang, Ao Chi, and Ao 2. The 4 of you will enter the Dragon Transformation Pool and increase your combat strength to the peak of Immortal King level. The other level 9 combat strength members will mainly increase their strength to the prickly dragon species. Wang Xian stood in front and immediately gave the order to make arrangements for the improvement of each level. It's the Dragon King. The group of Dragon Palace members immediately responded. Their eyes were burning as they stared at the Dragon Transformation Pool. One by one, they entered the pool. In half a month, the strength of the Dragon Palace will rise to another level. Wang Xian stood in front with a smile on his face. However, at this moment, on a planet at the front line of the Imperial Court's battlefield, 2 elders from the Horizon sect came to a large hall. In front of them, Sect Master Horizon and the 3 elders were welcoming them respectfully. However, in their eyes, they could see a hint of craftiness. The final step to control the Tianya sect. Little soul, why did you call us to discuss something? In a large hall on the planet where the World Margin Great Sect was located, 2 patriarchs entered and spoke to Sect Master World Margin. Patriarch, take a seat. I called the 2 patriarchs over because of the matter regarding the experts and disciples of our World Margin Great Sect. Sect Master World Margin and the 3 elders spoke respectfully to the 2 patriarchs of the World Margin Great Sect. Oh, what happened to the disciples? Patriarch Horizon Feng Yatsi frowned and asked. Patriarch, ever since the battle with the Dragon Palace, the disciples of our Horizon Great Sect have begun to suffer heavy losses. The last time we joined forces with the Yi clan to enter the Abyss, we also suffered heavy losses. Now, We only have more than 8,000 godly king-level disciples. Just now, we received news that a godly monarch disciple has escaped. Sigh.
As Sect Master World Margin said this, he sighed and looked extremely embarrassed.
An elder walked to the side of the two patriarchs and poured them a cup of tea. A disciple has escaped?
When the two patriarchs heard Sect Master World Margin's words, their faces sank and they looked extremely embarrassed.
Forefather, the hearts of the disciples of the World Margin sect are scattered now. Even those loyal disciples' confidence has been shaken. Forefather, when will Forefather Yi Yuan of the Yi clan be able to become an emperor? The longer it takes, the more I'm afraid that the disciples of the World Margin sect.
An elder beside him opened his mouth and spoke with grief.
Forefather Yi Yuan's advancement will only take 2 to 3 months. It might be even faster.
Wu Linggao, the World Margin patriarch, leaned back on his chair and drank a cup of tea. He said in a deep voice, "As long as Patriarch Yi Yuan becomes an emperor, it will be the time for the World Margin sect to rise.
At that time, the first thing we will do is destroy the Dragon Palace." He couldn't help but roar in a low voice. "Let's pacify our disciples for now. We will not enter the abyss for the next few days. We will wait for Patriarch Yi Yuan to become an emperor." Patriarch Horizon Feng Yatsi said and took a sip of water. Hee. Seeing the two patriarchs drinking tea, Sect Master Horizon and the others smiled. What?
The two patriarchs were stunned by the laughter. However, at this moment, a black monster-like thing suddenly came out of Sect Master Horizon's mouth. This monster directly drilled toward Wu Linggao's body.
What? Feng Yazi and Wu Linggao were slightly shocked when they saw Sect Master Tian Ya's sudden change, and their eyes were wide open with shock. They immediately stood up, and their auras were vigorous. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically, and they felt a chaotic energy in their bodies. Splash! At this moment, a pool of black liquid directly drilled out of Feng Yazi's body from behind.
What is this? Feng Yatsi and Wu Linggao exclaimed with fear and shock in their eyes.
This is your grandfather from the Dragon Palace. A contemptuous and provocative voice rang out, and the bodies of the octahedron and the demonic fiend drilled into their bodies. Feng Yatsi and Wu Linggao had never expected such a situation. The person closest to the entire World Margin sect, the sect master of the World Margin sect, had actually plotted against them. They widened their eyes and saw the three elders standing there with smiles on their faces. They felt a chill in their hearts. What on earth was going on?
What had the Dragon Palace done? But soon their thoughts were gradually covered.
Bang!
On the side, the body of Sect Master Tianya fell to the side.
Jie. Mo Sha and Ba Qi looked at each other and revealed a sinister smile.
Congratulations to the two bosses for successfully parasitizing.
The three Tianya elders immediately said respectfully. Yes. Ba Qi and Mo Sha smiled. Brother Feng Yatsi, Brother Wu Linggao. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into the hall.
Eh?
Mo Sha and Ba Qi waved their arms and put away the corpses at the side. Protector Emperor, please come in.
They looked at each other and said directly.
Buzz. The next moment, an old man flew into the hall. Protector Emperor, please take a seat.
Mo Sha and Ba Qi immediately responded. Hee, you don't have to be so polite. Since I'm here today, I have something to discuss with you two brothers.
The old man smiled faintly and sat at the side.
Oh? Protector Emperor, please speak. Mo Sha and Ba Qi raised their eyebrows and asked doubtfully.
This matter can be considered to have wronged the World Margin sect. Of course, the two of you don't have to agree. I'm only here to discuss. Right now, Pingyi is in a crisis. In a few days, our great ancestor will head there. Only a few of us will remain on the battlefield here. At that time, the Night Clan's great ancestor Yi Yuan will be in charge of guarding the battlefield. The Night Clan will be in charge of this place. Other than the Night Clan, the other major forces of the Imperial Star area are here. I'm here to talk about the Dragon Palace.
We know that you have a blood feud with the Dragon Palace. However, the Dragon Palace is not weak at the moment. It can play a significant role in guarding this place. Do you think that you can destroy the Dragon Palace after the situation here is completely stabilized?
If you need help from the World Margin sect, the Imperial Court can also help, the old man said slowly to them. What? Hearing his words, the faces of the eight-headed spirit and the demonic fiend darkened and they frowned slightly. Of course, I'm here to remind you that we won't have any objection to the destruction of the Dragon Palace after Ancestor Yi Yuan's promotion. I can understand that.
I'll leave the decision to you too. You two can think about it for a while. I won't disturb you anymore.
The old man cupped his hands toward them as he spoke. His body moved and he flew out. His attitude was one of discussion.
After all, the World Margin sect had the Grace Knight clan. The Imperial Court wouldn't have any objections to the destruction of a dragon palace after Yi Yuan became the emperor.
This matter did not affect their attitude toward the World Margin sect. Let our dragon palace help deal with the abyssal seeds on this battlefield first, and then destroy them at the end, right? Seeing the Imperial Court's guardian leave, Baqi's face revealed a sinister smile.
Report this matter to the Dragon King first. We'll take the long view on this matter. Mo Sha pondered for a moment and said,
All right.
Baqi nodded. He immediately took out his communication stone plate and transmitted the information over.
At the same time, Wang Xian, who was in front of the dragon transformation pool, quickly received the news that Baqi had transmitted over. It was a piece of good news. Baqi, Mo Sha, and the rest had succeeded. After they succeeded, they immediately received an important piece of news. Do you want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs?
Although it will give the Dragon Palace more time to increase their strength, but... His eyes flickered as he looked at the information. The great ancestor of the Imperial Court has left and only the Knight clan is in charge here.
Most of the powerhouses of the Imperial Court had left. Even the Celestial the Arch of the Imperial Court had gone to the Pingy Island. There were only a few guardians of the Imperial Court left. If only the Knight race was guarding this place. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. The Knight race has 5 peak stage Immortal King powerhouses. After one of them has advanced to the Celestial the Arch, there are still 4 more. The Dragon Palace has a total of 11. Including the Dragon Mechanical World's End Ruler, there are a total of 13. If the Dragon Palace wants to fight against the Knight Clan, the Sky Array will have at least 9 people. Able to fight against the Knight Clan, the Dragon Palace still has 3 Pinnacle Undying Emperor warriors. 1 less than the Knight Clan, but if the Dragon Palace attacks, he muttered, constantly calculating.
Other than the Pinnacle Undying Emperor strength, there was also the God King level 9. In terms of the God King level 9 strength, the Dragon Palace had more.
There were about 30 Immortal King level 9 warriors. A few of them had died not long ago, and there were less than 30 of them.
On the Dragon Palace's side, the number of Immortal King level 9 warriors could reach about 64.
It was more than twice the number of the Knight Clan.
However, when the time comes, we have to take into account the power of the Imperial Court. The Dragon Palace's strength is still weaker.
Wang Xian muttered.
Unless he gave the Dragon Palace some more time to add a few more peak stage Immortal King realm experts.
Looking at the dragon transformation pool in front of him, Wang Xian smiled faintly. The safety of the Dragon Palace could now be guaranteed. The next step was to counterattack. The sense of crisis was about to disappear.
Go and inquire about the news from the Yi clan. See if we can find out when the ancestor of the Yi clan broke through to the realm of Void God Emperor.
Also, agree with the arrangements of the Imperial Court. Inform the Yi clan about this matter and buy us some time. Wang Xian immediately ordered the 8-limbed demon.
At the same time, the 8-limbed demon who was on a planet at the front line of the Imperial Court received the news and nodded slightly.
Let's go and pay a visit to the Yi clan leader and the others.
The 2 of them did not hesitate and gestured to their 3 subordinates. As for the disappearance of sect leader Tianya, they could easily overlook such a small matter.
The 2 of them moved and quickly flew towards the planet where the Yi clan was located. Yi clan leader, we have come to disturb you. Soon, they came to a study room and said to the clan leader of the Yi clan.
Brothers, what's the matter?
The clan leader of the Yi clan asked with a smile.
Clan leader Yi, something about the Dragon Palace.
Baqi said with a smile.
The Dragon Palace?
The clan leader of the Yi clan heard their words and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He growled in a low voice. After our forefather ascends, we will destroy the Dragon Palace immediately.
Clan leader of the Night Clan, don't be anxious. Just now, the guardian of the Imperial Court came to us to talk about the Dragon Palace. Mo Sha said with a smile.
Oh?
Guardian of the Imperial Court. The clan leader of the Night Clan was slightly surprised and looked at them.
What the Imperial Court means is that the Dragon Palace is very powerful. There is no need to destroy it now. We can destroy the Dragon Palace after the overall situation here is completely stabilized. At that time, the Imperial Court will say that they can help. Bachi said. I heard that the situation on the Pingy Island is critical. Our Night Clan will be in charge of this place from now on. The forefather will suppress this place. The Dragon Palace is indeed very powerful. The clan leader of the Night Clan frowned slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. A large number of our disciples and experts have died because of the Dragon Palace. I don't want them to continue being arrogant. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. An old man walked in with a dignified face. Father!
The clan leader of the Yi clan immediately stood up and called out respectfully.
After the Patriarch's promotion, we can destroy the Dragon Palace at any time. In the big picture, keeping the Dragon Palace here temporarily will indeed be beneficial to us.
The clan leader of the Yi clan continued to say. What do you think?
The Night Clan leader's father didn't answer. He looked at the two patriarchs of the World Margin sect. We, of course, want to destroy the Dragon Palace immediately.
Bachi and Mo Sha looked at each other and said with killing intent. They answered with Foam Yatsi and Wu Linggeo's thoughts.
The Dragon Palace must be destroyed. We won't stay here for long. However, we can make the Dragon Palace die in the abyss.
After the Patriarch became a God Emperor, the Night Clan immediately organized a big battle and ordered the Dragon Palace to lead all the disciples to charge forward and let them fight with the Abyss Seed.
This method can not only make the Dragon Palace help us solve some difficulties, but also completely destroy the Dragon Palace. The father of the Night Clan's Patriarch said with a twinkle in his eyes. Oh, Father, this is a good method. It can destroy the Dragon Palace and also make the Abyss Seed suffer heavy losses. The Night Clan leader's eyes lit up as he spoke. This method is very good.
Mo Sha Bachi, who was at the side, slightly frowned and nodded in response. Then it's decided. After our forefather becomes a God Emperor, we will temporarily not directly destroy the Dragon Palace. We will let them fight with the Abyss species and die.
The Night Clan leader said with a smile. All right. Bachi and Mo Sha nodded excitedly.
After chatting with the leader of the Night Clan for a while, the two of them moved and returned immediately.
Soon, Wang Xian had also received the news. Let our Dragon Palace fight with the abyssal races of the Imperial Court to the death? When Wang Xian saw this information, his eyes sparkled.
He kept calculating in his heart. If that's the case, let's fight to the death on that day.
After a long while, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered.
Once he had shed all pretenses of cordiality and fought to the death with the Night Race, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the entire Imperial Court.
Before that, he had to make all the preparations.
If he were to become enemies with the Imperial Court, he would also become enemies with the Celestial Emperor. At the very least, he had to be prepared where he could escape.
He had to prepare all the escape routes. Furthermore, since he was going to become the enemy, he had to maximize the benefits. He had to hunt down the powerhouses of the Night Race and even the Imperial Court to obtain a large number of treasures. Should I inquire about the treasury of the Imperial Court at the front line? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a glint in his eyes. There were poisonous horned dragons and prickly dragons. Wang Xian felt that he could set up another trap now.
When the Night Clan's Celestial the Arch ordered the Dragon Palace to enter the Abyss to fight with the Abyss Seed, it would be time for the Dragon Palace to start.
Heaven Formation, Prime Minister Gue, Ao Yao, Ao Cheetyen, Ao Xingmu, Mao Zedong, Ao Tu. Come over first to discuss something important. Wang Xian was moved and immediately ordered Prime Minister Gue and the few leaders who had elevated their combat strength to the peak of the Celestial the Arch to come over. The next battle was going to be a huge one. The Dragon Palace had to make the most comprehensive preparations. Yes. Soon, All the leaders gathered in front of the Dragon King Palace. They were preparing for a huge battle that would shake the entire Imperial Star Field. Time passed day by day. Within the Dragon Palace, all the members were swiftly increasing their strength.
Over at the Imperial Court battlefield, after the last battle, it had gradually calmed down.
Even the Abyss seed within the Abyss had calmed down a little. Half a month passed quickly. All the members within the Dragon Palace had all improved. Currently, there were about 400,000 members in the entire Dragon Palace. The number of Immortal King level members had reached 250,000. The rest of the members were all at least at the level 8 of the Eternal God Lord. Dragon King, shall we go over?
After summoning all the leaders of the Dragon Palace over, Ao Yao, Ao Jian and the rest came over and asked with a smile on their faces.
The current group of leaders, along with Du Jiu and the rest, had all been upgraded to the pinnacle of the Immortal King level. Begin preparations. Wang Xian nodded at them. Let's go.
They didn't hesitate and flew out immediately. They arrived at the Dragon Peak quickly through the teleportation formation.
Dragon King, is there any specific news from the eight-limbed demon fiend? Upon arriving at the command platform of the Dragon Peak, the Heaven Array asked. There's no specific news. Even the people of the Night Clan don't know when their ancestor Yi Yuan will be able to complete his breakthrough. Wang Xian shook his head. Poison 9, contact the members of the Imperial Court. Next, infiltrate the treasury of the Imperial Court. He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued.
It's the Dragon King. Poison 9 nodded. Think of a way. In the next few days, let's see if we can kill a few powerhouses at the peak of the Immortal King realm.
Wang Xian said. The guardians of the Imperial Court. Should we let the eight-limbed demonic fiend and the rest try? Prime Minister Gue said from the side.
It's better not to take the risk on the Imperial Court. It would be bad if they were discovered by the Divine Emperor. Let the eight-limbed demonic fiend think of a way to send 1,000 poisonous horned dragons into the night race. It would be best if they could parasitize some elders and deacons.
Wang Xian said. Yes. Du Jiu nodded his head.
In the next few days, Du Jiu, the eight-limbed demon Sha, and the rest commanded their subordinates to parasitize the Night Clan's powerhouses.
With the overall strength of the Dragon Palace department, the poison-making department was the strongest. Du Jiu and the eight-limbed demon Sha were all at the peak of the Godly Monarch level. The number of Undying Godly Monarch level 9 fighters also reached 15. It was easy for an Undying God King level 9 to parasitize a level 8. Once the parasitism was successful, it could quickly spread.
Parasitizing this warrior's friends and family quickly developed.
In less than 4 days, 1,000 poison horned dragons had all infiltrated the Night Clan. Hualala.
On the 5th day, it suddenly rained heavily.
The sudden heavy rain surprised everyone. According to the weather here, the experts were everywhere, and all kinds of energy were attacking. It was impossible for it to rain in the sky. However, not only did it rain today, but the rain was also getting more and more, covering a very wide area.
On the command platform of Dragon Peak, the Sky Array frowned slightly at the sudden heavy rain, and a surprised expression appeared on his face.
Wang! Suddenly, a white light bloomed on a planet in the Imperial Court. The white light shot straight into the void. The extremely powerful white light slowly condensed into a human figure in the void. The human figure was illusory and stood in the void. It was hundreds of thousands of feet tall and straight into the sky.
We welcome the new human god emperor. We congratulate Yi Yuan for becoming the emperor.
We congratulate the new emperor of the night race on his arrival. All beings, come and worship him. The sudden appearance of the white light phantom caught everyone's attention. At this moment, the white light phantom spat out a vast voice. 3 greetings were heard by everyone on the battlefield. Even those who were in seclusion in the room, those at the edge of the abyss, or those from other places could hear it clearly.
When everyone heard these 4 sentences, their expressions changed drastically.
At this moment, everyone rushed out and looked at the void in shock.
They looked at the surrounding rainwater, and the white light condensed into an illusory figure. Their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. Our forefather has become a void god emperor?
A god emperor has been born?
A new emperor has been born?
Night race's god emperor. This. My god, our Emperor Starfield has not had a god emperor for millions of years. Now, the night race has actually given birth to a god emperor. Shock and disbelief could be heard from the surroundings. On the hundreds of planets around them, hundreds of billions of people raised their heads, their faces filled with emotion. Void God Emperor had actually given birth to a Void God Emperor. Even the Imperial Court's God Emperor had opened his mouth to congratulate him. Voila! At this moment, everyone felt the surrounding rain stop. One by one, the raindrops rapidly flew towards a place in the sky. The raindrops rapidly gathered and slowly formed a huge rainman in the void.
The rainman was incomparably vast and was filled with a powerful pressure.
Everyone looked over and were filled with shock. I am Yi Yuan of the Night Clan. Today, I have become an emperor and will enter the Void God Emperor realm.
I am a god emperor and all living beings will submit. The towering Raymond was filled with a vast energy. His eyes scanned the surroundings as he spoke in a deep voice. Gulp.
When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but gulp. Disciples of the Imperial Court pay their respects to the Night God Emperor.
In the sky above a planet, the 5 guardians of the Imperial Court shouted respectfully.
Disciples of the Imperial Court pay their respects to the Night God Emperor. Disciples of the Imperial Court pay their respects to the Night God Emperor. At the next moment, all the disciples and experts of the Imperial Court immediately shouted in unison. Their voices were filled with respect.
The God Emperor was a God Emperor who stood high and mighty.
How many God Emperors were there in the entire vast Emperor Starfield? Every God Emperor had the power to destroy the world. Whoever the God Emperor wanted to die would have to die. Greetings, God Emperor.
At the next moment, all the surrounding factions, experts, and even the Grand Sect's Patriarch, Sect Master, and Elders hurriedly reacted. They cupped their hands and bowed loudly.
Greetings, God Emperor. Instantly, these 4 words resounded through the entire void. From today onwards, Night God Emperor will replace the Imperial Court to suppress this battlefield. All the disciples of the Imperial Court, listen to Night God Emperor.
At this moment, the white light condensed phantom continued to speak.
Its grand ancestor. Everyone from the Imperial Court immediately shouted loudly. Senior Emperor, I'll suppress this place. There won't be any problems.
The majestic Rain Man looked at the white light projection and said with a smile.
There's no need to be so polite. With the Night God Emperor suppressing this place, our Imperial Court will be at ease. Once the Imperial Court has pacified the battlefield on Pingy Island, we will celebrate the birth of the Night God Emperor. The white light projection said with a smile. The majestic Rain Man cupped his hands.
The white light projection also cupped his hands and disappeared. After the white figure left, Rain Man slowly shrank. At a point in the air, a figure that was blue stood there quietly.
He seemed to be the ruler of this space.
Everyone from all factions, come here immediately.
An order spread throughout the air.
Oh!
Night God Emperor wants to summon all the factions over. Let's go.
Everyone's eyes turned cold when they heard Night God Emperor's voice. They immediately flew forward.
Let's go over. The 9 Firmament Sects Patriarch and Sect Master looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with shock and respect as they flew forward. A faction that had a God Emperor overseeing it could not be compared to a faction that did not have a God Emperor overseeing it. It was not an exaggeration to say that the current night race could easily destroy 9 Firmament. A God Emperor was like a towering mountain. If one were to touch it, they would be instantly crushed. 9 Firmament and the others had to be respectful when facing the current night race. They were no longer on the same level as the Night Clan. Looks like the Night Clan's Yi Yuan has already obtained their ancestors' inheritance. Let's go. In the future, we'll have to respect the Night Clan on the Night Cold Island. Not far away, a great sect's patriarch looked over and said helplessly. They were also a great sect on the Night Cold Island. With a peak undying God King guarding it, even though it wasn't comparable to the Night Clan, the Night Clan would still give them face. However, things had completely changed now.
If they did not submit, a word from the Night Clan would be able to destroy them.
Now they had to go over and submit to show their loyalty. They actually came so suddenly. Even Mo Shabachi and the rest did not receive any news. Looks like this celestial emperor flew over right after he broke through. On the dragon peak, Wang Xian looked at the body that was emitting a powerful pressure in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Let's go, let's go." As he said that, he flew directly in that direction. "Let's go." Tian Chang and the rest immediately followed behind. Each of them was wearing array jade tokens that concealed their strength. The Void God Emperor could not sense their specific strength without touching them. When Wang Xian and the rest flew over, there were at least over 100 million people flying in that direction. All the core disciples of the powerhouses from all the forces in the Imperial Star Field had rushed over. The Night God Emperor of the Night Clan was in charge of the battlefield here. All of them had to be under the command and orders of the Night God Emperor. Even the protectors of the Imperial Court had to obey the orders of the Night God Emperor. This was also the majesty of the God Emperor. Wang Xian and the rest flew over and stood at the edge. Congratulations, Night God Emperor. In the future, when the night is cold on the island, our heavenly demon sect will respect the Night Clan. As soon as Wang Xian and the rest arrived, they saw the ancestor of the heavenly demon sect leading a group of disciples to the front of the figure that was emitting a blue glow respectfully. "Hee, very good." The sky-blue figure that was standing in the void looked at them and nodded indifferently. He was filled with a sense of superiority. The people from the heavenly demon sect did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. They stood respectfully by the side. "Congratulations to Night God Emperor. Congratulations to the Night Race. In the upcoming Battle of the Abyss, our 9 heavens will definitely listen to Night God Emperor's orders. Congratulations to Night God Emperor. From now on, the Emperor Star region will have another Void God Emperor to oversee the Void and guard a region." Duan Tian and the others from the 9 heavens great religion flew over and respectfully bowed once again. As for some of the smaller factions, they could not wait to kneel in front to congratulate him. "Patriarch! Patriarch!" At this moment, a group of experts from the Night Clan flew over. The few people in the lead flew to the side of the Night God Emperor with excited expressions. "Hee." The Night God Emperor looked at his outstanding descendants and revealed a smile. "Patriarch, I didn't expect you to break through so quickly." The Night Clan's Patriarch roared in excitement. "Haha, it's faster than expected." The Night God Emperor laughed. He had a very good attitude towards his direct descendants. After all, not long ago, they were still on the same level. "Patriarch, I heard that after reaching the God Emperor realm, you can help others increase their strength. Is this true?" The Night Clan's Patriarch said with a smile. "Hee, you brat, you want me to increase the young Emperor's strength, right? Young Emperor, come over," Night God Emperor said with a smile as he looked at young Emperor Yi. "Patriarch." When young Emperor Yi heard the Patriarch call him, he was so excited that his face flushed red. He immediately walked over. "In your generation, your father is at the peak of the godly monarch realm, and your grandfather is also at the peak of the godly monarch realm. In the future, kid, you can't be weaker than them, understand?" Night God Emperor looked at his descendant and said in a similarly good mood, "It's the ancestor. I will definitely work hard and strive to surpass father and grandfather and reach the ancestor's realm." Young Emperor Yi immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Ha. Good, good." Night God Emperor laughed loudly and waved his arm. Boom! At the next moment, a majestic energy entered his body. Young Emperor Ye's body trembled and the aura in his body rose steadily. A large sky-blue hand appeared in front of young Emperor Yi, adjusting the energy in his body. Boom! Not long after, his body trembled as an aura that belonged to a godly monarch was transmitted over. With a wave of the Night God Emperor's arm, metallic materials appeared in front of him. The metallic materials quickly condensed into palaces in his mind. There was also a river around the palace. The entire palace had an area of a few hundred kilometers. With a wave of his arm, there was a connection between the palace and Night Emperor. Everyone around widened their eyes when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with shock. They were all shocked and did not dare to speak. The surrounding hundreds of millions of people were silent. "Thank you, forefather." A few minutes later, Night Emperor seemed to have been reborn as he shouted excitedly.
Hiss, in just a few minutes, he managed to raise an Eternal God Lord level 8 expert to the level of Undying Godly Monarch. Is this the Void God Emperor? How terrifying. He directly raised the Eternal God Lord to the level of Undying Godly Monarch. When everyone around saw this scene, they could not help but roar in a low voice. The Void God Emperor can directly raise a person's strength. However, there are many limitations. It is not as easy as it looks. The consumption is huge. Tianchun looked ahead and transmitted his voice to Wang Xian with slight disdain. Wang Xian nodded slightly. Tianchun knew about it, but the other experts from the other factions did not. The scene before them was indeed shocking. This was a powerful technique that belonged to the Void God Emperor. Congratulations, Night God Emperor. At this moment, 2 patriarchs of the World Margin sect led a group of disciples from the World Margin sect over. The 2 of you are here. Come to my side. Emperor Knight looked over and greeted them with a smile. He allowed the 2 of them to come to his side to show all the forces present that he would take care of the World Margin sect. It's Emperor Knight. The 2 patriarchs of the World Margin sect revealed an excited look in their eyes as they came to the test of Emperor Knight. Their eyes swept past Wang Xian, who was in front of them, and there was a glint in their eyes. Oh? Why is the Night God Emperor treating the 2 patriarchs of the Horizon sect so politely? And he even asked them to stand aside? What is this? Upon seeing this scene, all the forces were slightly shocked.